Eventually, Hassan took an advantageous position within the city and began to speak to his troops about their victory, and the plans settled only a few moments prior. Men, today is a great day for the Emirate of Granada. We have retaken the jewel of our people. However, we do not have the means to hold it, so we must abandon it. We will bury our dead and return to our borders to defend the heartland of Granada against those who would seek to destroy us. While this is going on, the Grand and Royal Guard shall be led by our allies from Austria, who will undergo a campaign to slow down our enemies' advance and weaken their resolve. Glory to Granada! Glory to Al-Andalus! As Hassan said these words, the crowd of battle-hardened soldiers dressed in mirror-pattern armor began to chant back his final words. In doing so, securing their victory. After finishing their gathering, the Granadan soldiers executed all of the Iberian soldiers who had surrendered before burying their own fallen warriors. After these actions were completed, they ransacked the city for its supplies and headed off in the opposite direction back to their homeland. After making it to the halfway marker, the Granadan Royal Guard followed Arnulf and his attaché on a separate path. Henceforth, until a time when the Austrian expeditionary force could arrive, he and his small army of elite soldiers would harass the Iberian Union worse than a colony of fleas living on a dog's back. Chapter 384 383, the Byzantine royal wedding. While the war for Granada entered a new stage, Berengar and his host were within Constantinople. Finally, the day had come for his wedding to Princess Honoria. As such, Berengar sat on horseback within the courtyard of the imperial palace, where he and Honoria would ride through the streets with a convoy until they reached the Hagia Sophia. A medieval wedding ceremony was different from the modern ones Berengar had implemented within his kingdom. As such, he waited patiently until Honoria arrived. After a few minutes had passed, the princess descended from the staircase with her bridesmaids and family in tow. She was dressed in an elaborate silk dress in Tyrian purple with gold embellishment. The jewelry that crested her dress was in mint green gemstones, which matched her eyes perfectly. For this special occasion, Honoria had washed the dye from her hair and was currently back to her natural brunette state. Though Berengar generally preferred blondes and redheads to brunettes, he made an exception for Honoria as she looked divine in her natural state. As such, he sat upon horseback with a proud stare where he immediately began to compliment his bride as he gazed upon her exceptional figure. "Honoria, my dear, your beauty is matched only by that of the ancient goddess Venus." In response to this, Honoria began to blush as she tried to hide her excited smile, despite complimenting her in a way only a pagan would. She was happy to hear her groom was enticed by her appearance. Following this, Berengar reached out his hand and pulled the princess up onto his horse behind him, where she latched her arms around his waist and nestled her head into his back. The couple began to stride forth throughout the city's streets as the common people of Byzantium gathered on the sides, tossing flower petals into the air to celebrate the marriage of their princess. As the convoy continued to press through the streets, Berengar smiled and waved alongside Honoria to the gathered masses, further imprinting an honorable impression on the people who had gathered. If they knew that their precious princess was no longer a virgin and the debauchery that she had gotten up to with her fiancé, they would probably be cursing her at this moment. Of course, they had no way of knowing such a thing. As such, they shouted their cheers and celebrations for the monumental occasion. Before long, Berengar and Honoria ended up in front of the Hagia Sophia, where they dismounted from their horses. Emperor Vitranes led Honoria to its gates, whereas Eckhard followed by Berengar's side as he strode forth with authority and dignity. After approaching the gates of the Grand Cathedral, the Patriarch of Constantinople was there to greet the young couple and lead the procession. As such, he began by speaking in Latin as he blessed the rings provided for the ceremony. After reciting the blessings and a few Bible passages, The patriarch held the rings in his hands while pressing Berenger and Anuria's heads against each other 3 times. After he had finished this aspect of the tradition, he began to place the rings on the bride and groom's right hands before swapping them a total of 3 times. This tradition supposedly signified that one's weakness would be compensated by the strengths of the other. After blessing the rings, the patriarch led Berenger, Anuria, and the guests inside the Hagia Sophia. As Berenger gazed upon the magnificent cathedral in its original state, he could not help but gasp at the beauty of it. Though he had created his own grand cathedral to rival any in the world, the sight of such a majestic and historically significant part of Christendom was indeed an inspiration to behold. Eventually, Berenger and Anuria were led to the altar, where 2 candles were lit and handed to the young couple. As such, the bride and groom grasped a hold of the candles with their left hand. As they stood there holding their candles with their left hands, the patriarch joined their right hands together in unison, where the young couple would continue to hold hands until the wedding was over. Seeing that the couple had done as instructed, Eckhard brought forth 2 crowns made of wreaths. These wreaths were joined together by a white ribbon, where they were placed upon Berenger and Anuria's heads by the patriarch himself. After doing this, he began to swap the crowns thrice, much like he had done the rings a few moments prior. Having done this, the patriarch began to quote scripture once more, though Berenger did not pay attention to any of it. Instead, he fondly gazed upon his beautiful bride with a smile on his lips as the ceremony continued. Eventually, after finishing his long-winded sermon, the priest brought forth a single cup filled with grape juice. Because the patriarch was made aware of Anuria's condition, he secretly swapped the traditional wine with a non-alcoholic beverage. He then proceeded to feed it to Berenger first and immediately after to Anuria, where they each took 3 sips from the chalice. After drinking from the cup, the patriarch led Berenger and Anuria around the altar 3 times on which a Bible and cross rested upon. After completing this, the patriarch first addressed Berenger with a parting blessing. "Be thou magnified, O bridegroom, as Abraham, and blessed as Isaac, and multiply as Jacob. Walk in peace and work in righteousness as the commandments of God." Berenger nodded when he turned this, and after doing so, the patriarch shifted his attention to Anuria, where he spoke a different blessing. "And thou, O bride, be thou magnified as Sarah, glad as Rebekah, and multiply like unto Rachel, rejoicing in thine own husband, fulfilling the conditions of the law, for so it is well-pleasing unto God." After saying all of this, a smile broke out on the patriarch's face where he said the ancient Greek words, "Nas esit." Upon saying this, the ceremony was over, and Berenger had officially married his 3rd bride, the beautiful princess of the Byzantine Empire. Having completed this portion of the wedding, Berenger and Anuria walked out to the greetings of each guest before circling back to the palace, where the reception was to be held. Having returned to the Byzantine imperial palace, Berenger and Anuria sat at the table where the feast was held. While enjoying his time with Anuria, he gazed over towards his other 2 wives, who had less than excited expressions. Adela was pouting, and Linda was staring daggers at Anuria. He could not understand the way these women thought. They fought during the day as if they were mortal rivals, but at night they were so quick to gather together to please him. One thing was certain within Berenger's mind: no matter how displeased they were with the wedding, neither of them would act up. There were 2 reasons for this conclusion, the first being that they were shown the same degree of respect at their weddings by Anuria. The second was that Berenger would severely discipline them if they so much as began to make a scene. As such, the evening was relatively uneventful in the form of unnecessary drama. Berenger drank from his wine glass as he gazed over at his new father-in-law. He had many things to discuss with the Byzantine emperor about the future of their 2 realms. As such, he put on a cheery expression as he addressed Vatranes. "Emperor Vatranes, I would like to have a word with you." Upon hearing this, Vetranes, who was already 2.5 bottles deep into his wine, shook his head with a smile on his face as he tried to correct Berenger. "Please, now that you have married my daughter, you're my son by law, call me father." Berenger glanced over at his own father, who was present at the ceremony, to see if that was even remotely acceptable. Oddly enough, Sighard had a massive grin on his face. Never in his life did he believe his firstborn son would accomplish so much and, in the end, marry the princess of the greatest power within the Mediterranean. While Sighard was happy, Gisela was giving Berenger the same glare she had given him when he married Linda. Though she was wearing a pretty smile, there was nothing but malice contained behind it. She could not believe that her son was such a hedonistic playboy. Berenger ignored his mother's vicious stare and instead focused upon his father's expression. Upon seeing that his father was okay with Emperor Vetranes' suggestion, Berenger sighed before addressing his father-in-law in such a manner. "Father, I was going to discuss something important with you, but it would appear that you have had too much to drink. We can continue this conversation tomorrow. I am sure you will be interested in my proposal." Vetranes merely nodded his head in silence as he listened to Berenger's words. He was indeed far too intoxicated to possibly be able to have a conversation about something as essential as agricultural reform. As such, Berenger returned his attention to Honoria, who had the prettiest smile upon her immaculate lips. It was finally her turn to marry Berenger, and she enjoyed every second of it. After a while, the ceremony ended and Berenger returned to Honoria's bedchambers alongside his wife, where they proceeded to consummate their marriage. Berenger and Honoria spent much of the night making love. It was not until well past midnight that the couple passed out from exhaustion. Chapter 385, 384. A Byzantine breakfast. The day after Berenger's wedding to Honoria, he woke up next to the young Byzantine princess with a smile. Honoria was still asleep, and Berenger decided to play a little prank on her. He immediately began to spoon with the girl as he groped her sizable breasts while kissing her neck. Eventually, she awoke from her slumber and looked over at her husband. His eye patch was removed, revealing the heavily scarred sapphire blue eye usually concealed beneath it. Seeing the wound he had received in battle, she carefully caressed his handsome face while kissing him passionately. With this in mind, Berenger began to insert his member inside her tight, slippery hole, which instantly caused the princess to moan in pleasure. Eventually, Berenger sped up his movements, where he pushed Honoria's face down into the pillow while ravaging her from behind. To Berenger, this was where the fun began. After playing around with his wife for a solid hour, the couple eventually got dressed and entered the dining hall, where everyone was gathered eating breakfast. Berenger and Honoria sat down at the table and immediately noticed their stares. Evidently, Honoria was quite the squealer because everyone at the table had awkward expressions on their faces, as if they were aware of what the couple had been doing for the last hour or so. Though Berenger didn't mind it, his bride indeed began to blush when she came to realize that she was responsible for the tense atmosphere. Eventually, Berenger broke the silence by pulling out a leather-bound book and sliding it across the table towards the emperor. Vetranes was immediately curious as he saw Berenger's actions and instantly inquired about the details. "What is this?" Berenger scoffed as he drank from the coffee that was presented to him before answering the emperor's expression with a smug grin on his face. "That is everything you need to know about how to feed your people properly. The four-field system, how to produce advanced fertilizers, the means to construct irrigation piping from copper, and a few modest improvements to your tools such as the steel plow. You can consider it my wedding gift." The men and women present at the table stared at Berenger in disbelief, none more so than Quintus. As the prince most renowned for successful administration, this leather-bound book was worth more to him than any other text in the world. Yet Berenger just handed it over as if it was an ordinary object. Despite how it appeared, This book contained critical information regarding the technology and knowledge behind the agricultural revolution. Berenger wasn't simply handing it over as a wedding gift, but as a means to strengthen the empire. With the backing of the mysterious tertiary faction, whose aim was to place his and Anuria's future son on the throne, Berenger wanted his child to inherit a wealthy and stable empire. The construction of the Suez Canal and the advanced agricultural methods Berenger was providing the current emperor was done so with this potential future in mind. As for other technology such as superior iron and steel-making techniques, Berenger had no plans to yield those to anyone. After all, his ability to produce vast quantities of high-quality steel gave him a severe military advantage over everyone else in the world. Vitranis flipped through the book with an astonished expression on his face. Though he didn't understand much of what was stated in the text, he knew people within the empire who could adequately comprehend it. As such, he was eager to begin implementing such advanced technologies as soon as he possibly could. With a warm smile on his face, the emperor began to joke around with Berenger as if they had been friends for a long time. "I'm glad to see our alliance is bearing fruit already. If I had known that uniting our two households in matrimony would be so beneficial, I never would have betrothed Anuria to that feminine prince from France." Upon hearing this, Anuria immediately glared at her father. The last thing she wanted to be reminded of was the fact that she was once engaged to that little twink. However, she was not the only one in a foul mood. Decentius could not stop eyeing Berenger and Anuria with hatred. He blamed Anuria for his treacherous actions, and now that he knew she was alive and safe, he would not allow her to go unpunished. After dealing with an entire day dedicated to a marriage he deemed a blight upon his bloodline, and the sounds of his sister getting railed by a barbarian king from the west this morning, Decentius was on the verge of exploding. Noticing the second prince's foul expression, Berenger could roughly guess what was on his mind, and as such, he decided to provoke the man further. With this in mind, he took a sip from his coffee before bluntly revealing Anuria's little secret to the rest of her family. "So, Anuria is pregnant." This news shocked the entire family, except for Vitranis, who was well aware of this fact. Anuria began to pout as she gazed at her husband with a furious expression. She could not believe that he would reveal this fact the morning after their wedding. However, none took it worse than Decentius. Upon hearing this news, he choked on the coffee he had taken a sip from. Berenger had intentionally timed the moment of his statement for when the prince was at his most vulnerable. After struggling to swallow the remnants of the coffee stuck within his throat, the man quickly began to erupt in a fury. No longer capable of containing his growing wrath, Decentius pounded his fist upon the table before screaming at the people he deemed responsible for this atrocity. "Our noble heritage, which dates back to the glory of Rome, has been forever stained by the blood of a filthy German. You should be ashamed of yourself, you filthy slut. Running away from our glorious palace to go lie with a dog from Germania." Vitranis immediately rose from his seat and was about to chastise his son for his remarks when Berenger calmly expressed his thoughts on the matter with a smug grin on his face. "Oh, I am a dog now? I'd say that is woefully inaccurate. If you compare the German people to any animal, I'd say a wolf is more accurate. Wild, cunning, and ferocious, but fiercely loyal to their own. I have tolerated your insults to my woman once out of respect for your position, but I will not do so a second time." The moment Berenger said this, Decentius gazed at him with a haughty expression before speaking the thoughts on his mind. "Oh, yeah? What are you going to do about dash?" Before the prince was capable of finishing his sentence, Berenger threw a shovel punch directly across the table and into Decentius' liver. When taking into account Berenger's physique and his adequate knowledge of hand-to-hand combat from his army days, the second prince of the Byzantine Empire immediately grimaced in pain as he stumbled backward, losing control of his legs and toppling over his chair as he collapsed to the ground. To add insult to injury, Berenger picked up the prince's plate, which contained his breakfast, and tossed its contents onto Decentius as he laid sprawled out on the ground gasping for air. After doing so, a wicked grin appeared upon Berenger's lips as he uttered the final words to conclude the dispute. "Clean yourself up. You're a fucking disgrace." After saying this, Berenger sat back down in his seat and took another sip from his coffee as if the violent display had never occurred in the first place. The look of contempt on his face for the second prince did not go unnoticed by the rest of the table. Even Vitranes was shocked by his actions, but it was not like he could say anything about it. Decentius was woefully out of line, not only as a prince representing the empire to its newest and most powerful ally, but also as a man. He had to admit if any man had such words to him and his wife, he probably would have reacted violently as well. Not a single member of the table got up and helped Decentius. The empress herself, who was the mother to the man, did not lift a single finger and continued to drink from her coffee as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Quintus gazed at his brother with a smug expression. It was good to see his rival for power get what he deserved. If anything, this event made the first prince more agreeable to Berenger. It took a few moments, but ultimately Decentius struggled to his feet, where he immediately barged out of the room, unwilling to say or do anything to further add to the humiliation he had suffered. As for Anuria, she gazed at her brother with a weary expression. She knew he was far too prideful to let this matter go quietly. As such, she immediately whispered something to Berenger which nobody else had heard. After doing so, Berenger nodded his head before motioning to one of his guards standing nearby. When the soldier approached, Berenger whispered new orders to the man. "Double the protection around my family. If necessary, use some of the Marines on board the Clipper." Having received his orders, the soldier immediately saluted his king before relaying the message to the appropriate troops. After all, Berenger would take no chances of vengeance upon himself or his family for putting an asshole in his place. With all of this, the breakfast continued in awkward silence. What was supposed to be a happy occasion was thoroughly tarnished by Decentius and his misplaced pride. Chapter 386, 385. An unexpected meeting after the morning where Berenger had put Decentius in his place. He continued to enjoy his meal, even if it turned to awkward silence. However, after it was over, Berenger was left much to himself. As such, he mainly stayed by Anuria's side, spending a significant degree of time with her. After all, he had done the same thing with his previous marriages. After a while, Berenger found himself alone in the Byzantine gardens admiring the scenery. While he was relaxing in this beautiful place, someone he was not expecting approached him. The man was dressed in lavish attire and was evidently very high up within the Byzantine aristocracy. Though Berenger noticed the man's approach, he chose to say nothing and instead waited to see what would transpire. While Berenger was standing quietly at ease in front of the fountain, the man stopped 30 paces behind him and immediately began to speak in a calm and friendly manner. "King Berenger of Austria, it is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance at last. I do believe I was not able to introduce myself at your coronation ceremony properly. I am Strategos Palladius Angelus, ruler over the Balkans and general of its army. I must admit I have taken great interest in your rise to power." Berenger smiled before turning around to face the man. The man was practically 50 years old, which would make him an elder in this day and age, yet he appeared to be in exceptional health. He had a long gray beard and matching hair. Though his face was weathered with age, it was also scarred heavily from battle, giving the man the dignified appearance of a soldier. Upon seeing that the man was a strategos and over the region closest to his kingdom, Berenger immediately became interested and began to question the man. "So tell me, Palladius, which faction do you belong to? Who do you wish to see succeed the emperor?" As Palladius heard this, he smiled before telling a long tale about how he decided who to support. My entire life I have spent in service to the empire, ruling my family's dominion and striking fear into the hearts of our enemies. I cared not for the politics of the palace, only in fulfilling my duty. Others have tried countless times to involve me in their conspiracies, yet to no avail. I humbly admit, though I have achieved much in my tenure as a strategos, it fails to compare to the mighty Aretha's maniacs. I have always considered myself his greatest rival, even if he never thought of me as such. Though he was my rival, I never despised him. When I heard of his death in Egypt, I was beside myself. It was as if I had lost all meaning in life. That is until I accidentally discovered a little detail about his death. As you may be aware, I believe Dissentius is responsible for the end of my old friend. After learning the truth of the matter, I instantly became furious and even attempted to persuade Quintus of his brother's betrayal. Yet the boy lacks any sense of fury. When he told me he would not bring this matter to his father's attention until I had received absolute proof of his brother's misdeeds, I knew then and there that the empire was doomed. For the first time in my life, I realized why the older men of the court fought and killed behind the scenes to place the candidate of their choice on the throne. Though Quintus is a great administrator and can lead the empire to future prosperity, he is a coward and a pacifist. His refusal to engage in violence would be the end of our empire. Dissentius, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. He has martial prowess and a mind for warfare, yet he has not a single thought within his mind dedicated to anything other than bloodshed. His solution to all problems is to fight someone else. After his betrayal was revealed to me, I knew he, too, was not a viable candidate for the throne. As for Aurelius, the boy is beyond useless and is too far gone to mold into a proper ruler. He has neither the wit of Quintus nor the strength of Dissentius, yet comprises all of their worst qualities. Cowardly, treacherous, quick to anger, and stubborn as a mule. Luckily, he is more interested in drinking wine and fornicating with women than ruling the empire. As for Anuria, she is a woman, and I would never be able to convince the old fools who operate behind the scenes that she is remotely capable of ruling the empire. When I heard of her disappearance, I initially did not care in the slightest. After all, she was a young, naive girl who had been locked up her entire life. How could such a person preside over our realm? Yet after concluding that her brothers were all failures, my only hope for the future of this empire would be in her progeny. Unfortunately, she was declared dead after being missing for 2 years. Imagine my shock when I uncovered the truth that she was in Kufstein and was the lover of the young Duke of Austria. A man born to a line of lowly barons had risen from his minor position through cunning and military prowess to become a duke. A man who was not afraid to fight on the front lines of war and was winning a war for independence against the second strongest power in the West, the Holy Roman Empire. I began to think that maybe, just maybe, the son between this king of Austria and the sole princess of Byzantium might be worthy to rule our empire. After all, if your future son is half as talented as you are, he is already vastly superior to any other potential heirs to the throne. With this in mind, I quietly got to work on building a new faction. I made use of the many contacts I had made over the years and acquired the man from the empire closest to you, aside from Arethusa himself. It was relatively easy. I just had to inform him of the actual reason for his master's death. After that, he was more than eager to approach your spy master and convince her to aid our cause. You asked which faction I belong to. The answer is simple. I am the mastermind behind the mysterious section that supports you. So tell me, King Berenger von Kufstein, after spending time with the imperial family, what are your opinions on the 3 princes? Berenger listened to the elder's long tale with great interest. In the end, he had come to the same conclusion as the man before him. None of the 3 princes were worthy of ruling the mighty Byzantine Empire, and as such, Berenger smiled and nodded before responding to the man's praise. I agree with you. All three of them are pathetic and unworthy. You are correct to place your hopes in my bloodline, for I guarantee you that my son with Honoria will be raised as a proper ruler. By the time the emperor croaks, my son will be the best candidate from the Palaiologos dynasty to rule your empire. Palladius smiled when he heard this response. After doing so, he asked the second question on his mind, one which he believed was necessary. Allow me to ask the question if you don't mind. Have you thought of a name for this child? Berenger smiled with a smug expression as he gazed upon the elderly strategos standing before him. With confidence, he boldly declared the name he had long since come up with for his firstborn son with Honoria. There is only one man in Greco-Roman history fit for my son to be named after. Mark my words, Alexandros Palaiologos will be the greatest emperor in the history of your realm, a true successor to his namesake. Upon hearing this, Palladius smiled and nodded his head before revealing his thoughts on the choice of name for a child who was not even born. A truly fitting name. I only hope he will live up to your claims. With this said, the strategos of the Balkans left the gardens in silence. He had many matters to attend to now that he was certain Berenger was on board with his plans for the empire. As for Berenger, he was happy about two things in particular. Firstly, the people that were backing him and his plans to place his future son on the Byzantine throne were not some minor figures. As for the second reason, he was quite pleased knowing the man in charge of the Balkan army, who would be the first to come to his aid in the upcoming crusade, was someone who could be considered an ally. As such, Berenger began to sing in Latin to the lyrics of a famous grunge song from his past life as he walked through the gardens by his lonesome. It was about time for him to return to the loving arms of his newest wife. Chapter 387, 386. Preparing for war against the Eastern Coalition days came and went as Berenger enjoyed his week within the city of Constantinople. He had spent the majority of this time in the loving arms of his newest wife, where the newlywed couple shared practically all of their time together. After the conflict with Decentius on that fateful morning, the proud prince had not made a move on Berenger or anyone who had traveled with him. Instead, he largely kept his distance from the Austrian host as a whole. Berenger had grown suspicious of his actions, but chose not to make a move himself. He decided that he would later dispatch field agents to keep an eye on Decentius and investigate the faction supporting him for the succession of the Byzantine throne. Eventually, the day came for Berenger to depart, and he returned to Kufstein with his family in tow. The return trip was far less eventful than the journey to Constantinople as such. Berenger and his family arrived in the capital of their kingdom without incident. Oddly enough, Berenger was not given any time of reprieve, for the moment he stepped in the door of his study, there was a massive pile of paperwork sitting upon his desk. Atop this pile of documents was a letter with the seal of the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order. As Berenger read the contents of the text, a wicked smile curved upon his lips. He had not suspected the Teutonic Order to come crawling to him begging for his protection. He was greatly interested in the prospect, but of course, was wary. After all, he would be sending the first division of his army into Granada soon enough. As such, it would incur a great expense to create a conflict with the massive coalition who were at the gates of what remained of the Teutonic state. With this in mind, he immediately requested a nearby servant to fetch his field marshal for him. Eckhard had recently returned from the Bohemian front and was even the best man at his wedding to Honoria. As such, Berenger knew he was within a reasonable distance. After waiting roughly an hour, the veteran field marshal of Austria stood before his king. Both men were in full service dress as they began to speak within the personal study of the King of Austria. Berenger handed the letter over to Eckhard and allowed him time to read through its contents. Eckhard's expression shifted from severe to grave after reading through the text. After doing so, he handed it back to Berenger with a stern expression on his face. Berenger was grinning from ear to ear as he asked for his field marshal's opinion. "So, Eckhard, what do you think? Can we annex the Teutonic state and protect it from its enemies to the east? Eckhard felt exhausted. He knew exactly where this was heading. He just got back from one war, and now his king was about to ship him off to settle another. Even though he wanted to deny Berenger's wishes, as a man loyal to his king, he gave his honest opinion on the feasibility of the matter. Can we? Yes, though it will require a substantial investment. Should we? I don't think it is worth it. Allow me to ask a question. What exactly are your plans for the Teutonic Order, Your Majesty? Berenger smiled as he heard this question and pointed to one of the stars pinned upon his chest. It is simple. I will annex the territory of the Teutonic state and empower the local nobility. I will reform the Teutonic Order from a Catholic military order to a Prussian chivalric order. Eckhard was immediately confused as he heard this and immediately asked for clarification. Prussian? Berenger nodded in response to this before answering the field marshal's question. I will elevate what remains of the Teutonic state to the Grand Duchy of Prussia for the time being. After we have united Germany underneath my rule, I will combine it with Brandenburg and raise its status to that of a kingdom. After hearing this, Eckhard sighed heavily. Indeed, Berenger's ambitions were never-ending. From what the king had stated, it became evident that he wanted to create a federal monarchy where Austria and, by extension, his dynasty ruled above all other German states as the emperors. As such, Eckhard immediately relented and asked for Berenger's plan. So what exactly did you have in mind for this annexation? Hennig has appeared to leave the terms deliberately vague. It is clear that he intends to negotiate for as many benefits as possible. Berenger immediately turned away from Eckhard upon hearing this and stood before the window gazing out upon the gorgeous Tyrolean scenery as he stood at ease. After a while, he began to speak of his plot. I don't intend to negotiate with the Teutonic Order. They have expressed interest in annexation, so I will march the 2nd Division into their lands, where I will personally accept their servitude. Tell me, Eckhard, what is the progress on the Bohemian Royal Army? Eckhard sighed heavily once more before speaking his thoughts on the matter. They haven't been in training long. It will still be a few months before the first batch of recruits is ready for combat. Why? What do you have in mind for them? Berenger's lips curved into a wicked smile as he revealed his intent for the Bohemian forces beneath his command. It is simple. If the coalition does not halt their advance, then we will smash their army with our forces. If they relent, then we will use the combined force of the 2nd Division and the Royal Bohemian Army to reclaim the German-speaking regions currently occupied by the Eastern Coalition. I will not rest until we have retaken Königsberg. Eckhard immediately understood Berenger's intent. He would use the fresh Bohemian recruits as the cannon fodder, while the more veteran and elite Austrians would act as shock troops in this conflict. Upon seeing the level of understanding in Eckhard's eyes, Berenger immediately asked the question on his mind. Tell me, Eckhard, have the new field uniforms been properly distributed? Black and gold may make excellent dress uniforms, but are less than ideal for combat. It is too flashy. Eckhard nodded his head silently. The field uniforms had been prepared and distributed to every soldier within the ranks of the Royal Austrian Army. Berenger smiled in response to Eckhard's answer. After doing so, he began to issue a new order. Very well. When the 2nd Division has been properly equipped with our newest weapons, I will march them to Marienburg, where I will accept the Teutonic state's request of annexation. Until that time, make sure the men are fully prepared. If you will excuse me, I must have a meeting with the Director of Royal Intelligence about this. I want our agents to be in the field well ahead of our advance. After saying this, Eckhard saluted his king before departing from the room. Afterward, Berenger had Linda brought to him, who was exceptionally happy to see him. She immediately tried to kiss him. However, Berenger pushed her away with a stern glare in his eyes. The young beauty immediately began to pout as her husband shoved away her attempt to show her affection. However, Berenger continued to glare at her as he calmly explained his reasoning for doing so. Linda, I called you here to discuss important matters of state, not to fool around. The fact that we are standing in my office is proof of this. So let's get down to business. I need you to deploy some of your field agents to the Teutonic State and the Eastern Coalition. Having heard the severe matter at hand, Linda immediately stepped out of her role as a loving wife and into that of the Director of Intelligence. In an instant, the affectionate expression she was giving her husband shifted to that of a quiet professional. She could easily separate business and pleasure, and Berenger admired that most about her. As such, her tone shifted to severity as she immediately asked for clarification on the details. Are we going to war again? Berenger nodded silently with a stoic expression. The moment he did so, Linda knew that things were about to get serious. As such, she quickly asked for further instructions. What do you need my agents to do exactly? Having heard this, Berenger leaned in close and began to whisper his plot into his wife's tender ears. For now, I want your web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. For agents to gather intelligence, assassinate priority targets, and sabotage the Eastern Coalition's efforts to conquer what remains of the Teutonic State. To put it simply, I need you to buy me time in whatever way you deem appropriate. It will be a few months before I can deploy the 2nd Division to the east, and in that time, I do not want the Teutonic State to fall. After my forces have arrived and annexed the Teutonic State, I fear that the coalition may be a bit hesitant to step on our tail. As such, I will need your agents to provoke a conflict with them in a way that makes them appear to be the aggressors. Once we are in open war with the coalition, I will do the rest. After hearing her orders, Linda nodded her head and saluted Berenger as if she were one of his soldiers. She then boldly declared her acceptance of the tasks bequeathed to her. It will be done, Your Majesty. After saying this, Linda wasted no time. She immediately departed from Berenger's office and entered the headquarters of Austrian Royal Intelligence, where she relayed her orders. Berenger now had 2 wars he would be fighting in the near future. As such, he smiled while pouring himself a glass of wine within his skull chalice. After taking a slight sip from the drink, he exhaled deeply before commenting to himself on the situation. It looks like the needle rifle will see yet another conflict. Good. I wouldn't want it to be replaced without serving its purpose. Chapter 388. 387. Halting the Iberian advance. Arnulf gazed into the distance. What he saw was the glimmer of an army's iron armor. Roughly 300 yards away, on the fields of Andalusia, marched well over 10,000 Iberian Catholics. However, they were dreadfully unaware that within firing range were 250 members of the Granadon Royal Guard. Why were they unaware, you might ask? The reason was quite simple. Arnulf had instructed the men beneath his command to paint their armor and clothing with mud. While the Granadon Royal Guard was equipped with mirror-pattern armor protecting their vitals, underneath it was a series of green tunics that represented the colors of Al-Andalus. The tunics and armor worn over it were now stained in the earthy tones of the mud, creating a decent enough camouflage. This was not the first enemy unit they had ambushed since their guerrilla war had begun, but it was most definitely the largest. Due to the overwhelming numbers of the Iberian Union, they had split off into smaller armies, besieging towns, cities, and castles in a rapid conquest of the land. Arnulf had decided to combat this threat by splitting his own small and elite force into multiple cells, whose objectives were to cause sabotage to the Iberian armies and assassinate their leaders. Open conflict was strictly forbidden. These cells acted as mounted infantry which formed a web around northern Granada. If one cell was in danger, it could quickly be supported by another nearby via the use of smoke signals. The current plan that Arnulf was engaging in was simple: wait until the Granadon host was in firing range and target the leadership. Interestingly enough, they had finally caught themselves a big fish. The army in front of them appeared to belong to none other than Duke Lorenzo de Benevente, the same man who had worked alongside the Order of Calatrava to defeat the Granadon royal army in battle quite some time ago. If not for his efforts, then the likelihood of the Iberian Union acquiring arquebuses and falconets would be pretty low. For all the lives lost in the Battle of the Andalusian Plains, this was now Arnulf's time to get his vengeance. As such, he ordered his men to prepare their weapons. Load your weapons if they aren't already, and prepare to fire on my mark. See that bastard with the de Benevente coat of arms? My guess is that's the Duke, so aim your sights on him and the nearby officers. As such, the men cocked their rifled muskets and aimed the sights downrange at the targets lying before them. The Iberians were now roughly 200 yards away from the hidden force of Granadon guerrillas, and it was at this moment that Arnulf gave his command. Open fire. With that said, his soldiers pulled the trigger, and with it, the echo of gunfire resounded in the air as the mini-ball projectiles were propelled downrange and into the bodies of the enemy. Blood instantly splattered across the plains, and the Iberian soldiers immediately began to react to the ambush. Though not all of the projectiles had hit their targets, it was enough to take out several officers, and most importantly, the man dressed in the colors of House de Benevente. He had multiple gunshot wounds through his torso. The likelihood of surviving was practically non-existent. After firing their first shots, the Granadans ran off from their positions and unhitched their horses hidden in a ditch below, where they rode off into the desert. Though the Iberian knights immediately pursued, they were ultimately left behind by the unarmored horses in use by the Granadon Royal Guard. As Arnulf and the Granadans escaped, a man-at-arms dressed in plate armor without a surcoat quickly approached the man assumed to be Duke Lorenzo de Benevente. The man-at-arms quickly unfastened the bassinet of the man who was bleeding out to reveal the face hidden behind the helmet. Unfortunately for Granada and its soldiers, he was not Lorenzo de Benevente, the man most hated by the soldiers of the Granadon army. As the men-at-arms saw this, he quickly took off his helmet to reveal that he was none other than Duke Lorenzo de Benevente in the flesh. In doing so, he touched his forehead to that of the dying man and began to speak to him in a comforting tone. "My dear friend, I thank you for your sacrifice. I promise you that I will not allow these damned Moors to get away with what they have done. I will drive every one of them from these lands, and it is all thanks to you." Knowing that the Granadans were targeting high-ranking officers in the Iberian Union's armies with hit-and-run tactics, Lorenzo had accurately predicted that Arnulf and his men would sooner or later make an attempt on his life. As such, he had dressed as an ordinary man-at-arms and allowed another to take his place as a decoy. He was on the lookout the entire time for an enemy ambush, but never did he expect that the Granadans would blend themselves in with the terrain. The very idea terrified the Duke to the core of his being. If they had to be on the lookout for potential assassins within every bush, tree, and ditch, it was going to be a long and strenuous campaign. As such, the man decided he would need to devise a series of tactics to counteract this new style of warfare that the Granadans had begun to engage in. An army on the march could not easily blend in with their surroundings. The very slightest of movements would instantly give away their position to a well-trained eye. While Duke Lorenzo began to think of new tactics to deal with the Granadon guerrillas, Arnulf led his soldiers out of enemy range and into a small encampment set up in a valley set a fair distance apart from the nearest cells. There were no tents or any other noticeable print of their presence. Instead, the lodgings were built from the land itself, with primitive lean-to shelters being the standard form of covering. They made sure to make in-ground fires that concealed their presence to cook whatever they managed to hunt throughout the land. After arriving in the camp and dismounting from their horses, Arnulf gathered the men together as he laid out a map, which had many markings upon it, primarily enemy and allied positions, as well as ongoing areas of conflict. As he read over the map, he made several markings signaling the movement of the roughly 10,000 men they had encountered and the location they were likely to strike at. After doing so, he rolled up the map, where he then tied it to the leg of one of the falcons employed by their unit as a means of communication. This intelligence was sent back to General Ziad ibn Uwais, whose forces comprised the primary defensive army within the borders of the Emirate of Granada. The mission of the men under Arnulf's command was not just to engage in guerrilla warfare, but to act as reconnaissance, reporting the movements and numbers of the enemy units. Having fulfilled this duty, Arnulf sighed heavily as he took off his helmet and wiped the sweat from his brow. After doing so, he began to speak his thoughts on the ongoing conflict to one of the Austrian officers beneath his command. I wonder if the 1st Division will be enough to handle the Iberian advance. Every day fanatical Catholics arrive in Iberia to join the Reconquista. Their numbers grow by the day while ours dwindle. It is only a matter of time before we are defeated. I pray that His Majesty's reinforcements arrive swiftly. The Austrian officer quickly grasped Arnulf's shoulder and reassured him about their future victory. Do not fret. You know as well as I do how a single division is organized. It's established with the intent to wage war independently if necessary. 3 infantry brigades will arrive, accompanied by a single cavalry brigade and an artillery brigade. That's roughly 25,000 men. I also hear they will be equipped with some mysterious new weapons. Supposedly, some of these new rifles were highly effective in the war for independence. I do not doubt that when the 1st Division arrives, we will eradicate the Iberian Union once and for all and establish a powerful ally in the West. Upon hearing this reassurance, Arnulf began to feel much better about his position. If they could continue their actions and hold off the Iberian advance for just a few more months, then victory was assured. He could not wait to see what magnificent new weapons King Berengar had provided the 1st Division with. As such, the two men began to devise new plans for their next offensive. Their web of guerrilla cells was sure to cause a massive headache for the Iberian commanders and the Crusader orders who supported them. Whether or not they could hold off the Iberian advance until Austrian reinforcements arrived had yet to be seen. Chapter 389, 388, Locomotives and Weapons. While the war for Granada increased in intensity, Berengar was at home swamped with the business of industrializing the Kingdom of Austria. At the moment, he was viewing the reports on the progress of his railroad, which was being constructed between the capital and the kingdom's prominent port city. At roughly 292 miles in total length, the railway was nearing completion after months of strenuous effort by the laborers who opted to build such an important invention. Berengar had made sure to pay anyone remotely associated with constructing the railroad a special bonus, thus driving the desire for skilled workers to aid in its development. The first railway would be constructed in Austria by the end of spring, after which Berengar could begin expanding it to all corners of his kingdom. With this in mind, Berengar started designing a proper locomotive to drive his train cars. Berengar had chosen a specific locomotive from the memories of his past life as the basis for all future steam-powered locomotives. This was the Union Pacific Big Boy, the largest steam-powered locomotive ever built in his past life. This locomotive was powerful, reliable, and durable. Frankly, Berengar intended for these behemoths of the industry to carry both freight and passengers throughout the confines of his future empire for decades to come. He also spent time designing various rail cars designed for different purposes. In his past life, it took 6 years for the Americans to construct the Transcontinental Railway, considering he was dealing with a substantially smaller amount of land. He knew that he could build a railway across his current domain within the 5 years he estimated it would take for the Crusaders to march on his territory. Berengar was not just limiting his railway map to his current territory. He was designing a rigid structure across all of the lands he desired to conquer in the future, from Königsberg in the east to Flanders in the west and finally the Adriatic littoral in the south. Berenger spent hours designing a massive railway system to ensure that what he envisioned would one day become the fatherland of his future empire would be thoroughly connected. After God knows how many hours, Berenger was finally interrupted from his task by the sound of a knock on the door. It was not the standard soft-handed knock usually accompanied by one of his women. Instead, it was the firm knock that only a man could produce. As such, Berenger's interest was immediately caught. Unless it were something urgent or someone of significance, his guards would rarely allow anyone to gain entry into his palace, let alone his study. With this, Berenger immediately called out to whoever was behind the door. "It's open." When the door creaked open, it revealed none other than the baronet and close friend of the king, Ludwig Schmidt. The short older man was carrying a wooden display case in his hands which immediately captured Berenger's interest. The older man quickly approached his king with a smile plastered on his face before laying the container on his desk. "Your Majesty, I come bearing gifts. As you know, the 1422 service revolver has been undergoing field tests for some time now. Well, I am happy to announce that just now it has been approved for use in combat. As such, I am here to give you the first revolver off of the production line so that you may be able to properly safeguard your body in the field." Berenger gazed upon the service revolver within the case with a glimmer of joy in his sapphire eye. Not only was it a functional weapon, but it was also a work of beauty in his opinion. This firearm was based upon the Swiss 1929 ordnance revolver used by the Swiss Army during Berenger's previous life. Functionally, the design was an improved version of the Swiss 1882 ordnance revolver, which meant it was a gate-loading, double-action pistol that utilized an Abadi system. Upon seeing this exceptional weapon, Berenger grasped a hold of the revolver and held it carefully in his hands. In his left hand, he felt the checkered grip swell in the palm of his hands. The grip was solid and sized well enough that even a man with relatively large-sized hands like himself could easily grasp a hold of it. Berenger then opened the loading gate with his right hand, which disabled the hammer, allowing him to press the trigger, thus cycling the cylinder in a safe state. After confirming that it was completely unloaded, he closed the loading gate, reactivating the hammer. Afterward, he aimed down the weapon's sight in a safe direction before pulling back the hammer with his left thumb. After he had done this, he lightly squeezed the trigger with his left index finger, thus dry-firing the gun. The single-action trigger pull was crisp and smooth, bringing a wide grin to Berenger's lips. He then lowered the weapon and opened its loading gate before placing it within its fine black leather holster, which was provided alongside the firearm. After doing all of this, he returned his gaze to Ludwig as he complimented the man and his workers for their efforts. "Wonderful. Simply wonderful. My friend, you never fail to amaze me with your abilities. You and your workers should be proud of yourselves. I look forward to how quickly you can outfit the 1st Division with such exceptional sidearms." Ludwig smiled as he heard the king compliment his work. Truth be told, he had some difficulty working with the designs Berenger had presented, but in the end, he was able to create the weapon that Berenger had desired. As such, he shook his head before humbling himself in front of the king. "It was nothing, Your Majesty. I merely used the blueprints you designed and made adjustments where necessary. Truly, you are the one who deserves the credit for coming up with the design of such a beautiful weapon." Berenger chuckled in response to this before placing his hand on the older man's shoulder. As he did so, he gazed over at another exciting piece presented within the case. After noticing the sword lying next to the revolver, Berenger was astonished. As such, he quickly grabbed a hold of the handle and swung the sword in a safe direction. After a few twirls, he gazed upon the Damascus steel blade with a wide grin on his face. The blade was in a shape reminiscent of the 1889 Prussian infantry officer's sword. As for the hilt, its design was based upon the 1869 Austrian cavalry officer's sword, but with what he presumed to be a white gold plating over the steel material. There were also some minor adjustments to display the crest of Austria from this world. It had a white gold silk sword not attached to the bottom, representing his status as an officer in the Austrian Royal Army. Overall, the sword was a functional piece of art, and Berenger greatly admired Ludwig's talent in creating weapons of all kinds. After playing around with it for a bit, Berenger sheathed the sword in a black leather sheath with white gold fittings attached to a Sam Browne pattern belt. This greatly pleased Berenger, and as such, he complicated the craftsman once more. "Ludwig, my friend, you have truly mastered your art." The older man smiled in response to this while bowing his head in humility. As he had stated earlier, if not for Berenger providing the designs, it would have taken him a long time to develop such weapons. He would likely die before his work could be completed. However, he was glad that the king thought so highly of him. As such, he decided to take the opportunity to ask for Berenger's aid on a particular project of his son's. "Your Majesty, if you don't mind me asking, my son has been busy with a certain project, and I think he could use your help when you get the opportunity to do so. I am much too busy overseeing the arms factory here in Kufstein, so I have delegated research and development to my son and a team of talented engineers, mostly comprised of those from the younger generation. If you can find the time, they would appreciate your input on this new weapon." Berenger thought about it for a moment before sighing heavily as he responded to the request. "If I can find the time, I will certainly aid in whatever way I can. After all, I look forward to working with your son for many years. However, I am dreadfully busy, and my schedule is full for some time. If I can manage to escape the mountains of paperwork you see before you, I'll swing by and see if I can assist." Ludwig smiled and bowed with respect before thanking the king for his benevolence. "Thank you, Your Majesty. That is the most I can ask for. If there is nothing else I can help you with, then I will be on my way." After saying this, Berenger nodded his head, dismissing his chief engineer. After doing so, he sat back down at his desk and gazed at his newest weapons. He looked forward to testing out their effectiveness personally whenever he got the chance. Chapter 389, Designing the Electric Telegraph over the past few years, since Berenger first began to introduce modern chemistry to the alchemists who had gathered in Kufstein. They had managed to produce a significant degree of a great variety of chemicals. So much so that a portion of the industrial district was dedicated to chemical engineering. The chemistry labs had grown in size and staff as more alchemists fled from the German regions to Austria in search of a better life. When these alchemists arrived in Kufstein, they were properly instructed in the field of chemistry and inspired to give up on their primitive notions of gold conversion and immortality. For the most part, Berenger allowed the chemists the freedom to make their own discoveries. Due to this academic liberation, these brilliant minds could rapidly advance the field of chemistry. In doing so, they managed to discover and create many of the chemicals necessary for advancing into the industrial age. At the moment, Berenger was talking to Aldo von Passau, the lead chemist in the Kingdom of Austria, who was proud of his newest research. As Berenger stared at this latest invention, he was in a state of complete and utter shock. The only word he could use to describe Aldo and his team of chemists was genius. Sitting in front of him was a very primitive form of the alkaline battery. This battery was something akin to the early Edison Lalande cell. It utilized a negative zinc electrode and a copper oxide positive electrode with a potassium hydroxide electrolyte. At this point, Berenger was seriously considering creating some form of award to give to his scientists who achieved terrific feats like this. After having observed the battery, Berenger sighed heavily before revealing the thoughts on his mind. "Aldo, my friend, you have just cured one of the major causes of my incessant headache. Aldo's brow began to twitch as he heard this. He honestly did not know how to react to such a statement. Nevertheless, he was glad he could help. As such, he bowed respectfully before showing his thanks for Berenger's so-called praise. "You honor me, Your Majesty." Berenger may have been exaggerating. Rather than enduring literal headache, he had long since suffered in a figurative sense as he worried about the large probability of train collisions that would inevitably result without some form of long-distance communication. With this battery, he could now invent the electrical telegraph and begin construction of telegraph stations and wires across his railway. With this in mind, he was incredibly pleased with the results of the chemists within the Kufstein chemistry department. It took some time, but he managed to reorganize his thoughts to congratulate the man and his team on their efforts in a suitable manner. "Aldo von Passau, for your exemplary service to the Kingdom of Austria and its royal family, I promise that I will devise an award for your contributions to the field of chemistry. I have long since ignored the effort of the scientific community, and it is time to rectify that." As Aldo heard these words, he began to smile gracefully. As a vain man, this was a far more appropriate response to all the hard work he and his team had put forth throughout the past few years. Though Berenger may have given them the basic knowledge behind the science of chemistry, it was ultimately their efforts that led to the discovery of the chemicals that had become the backbone of the Austrian industry. Thus, he bowed respectfully and properly thanked the king for his remarks. "Your Majesty, words cannot express my gratitude for your kind words." Berenger gazed at Aldo with exhaustion. This guy had never given up an opportunity to kiss his ass. If Aldo had not excelled in his career, then Berenger would probably never speak to the man, as he had a disdain for yes-men. Nevertheless, he could not deny Aldo's contributions, and because of this, he chose to converse with him a bit longer. Eventually, the chief chemist left the palace and returned to his department. It would take a good while before enough of these batteries could be produced to ensure a constant supply of power to his future telegraph network. But when that happened, Berenger and his army would be able to rapidly communicate across his realm, which was helpful beyond measure. If his borders were to be attacked at any point, he could have a telegraph sent asking for reinforcements, and immediately men could be shipped onto train cars with their supplies, where they would be rapidly sent to the front lines. When compared to his enemies, who were still using messengers and carrier pigeons as a means of communication, Berenger would have a massive advantage during defensive operations. After reflecting upon this for a few minutes, Berenger got to work making plans for the first telegraph, which would use this new proto-alkaline battery as its power source. An electrical telegraph was a relatively simple design when compared to more modern advancements in long-distance communication. Fundamentally, it was operated by using Morse code, which utilized a series of dots and lines for each letter of the alphabet. It achieved this using an electromagnet, a battery, the Morse key, and a long wire referred to as a cable. The Morse key was attached to the battery's positive node via a cable, while the negative terminal was connected to the ground. From the Morse key, the cable attached itself to the electromagnet and the base. An armature was joined on the same platform as the electromagnet and was operated by a large spring. When assembled, one just needed to use the Morse key to send messages through the cable to another destination. Hence the need for telegraph wires to be built over long distances, much like telephone wires were done in the 20th century. As for the wireless telegraph, that would require radio waves, and Berenger did not yet have the means to produce them. For now, the electric telegraph would suit his needs. Now that Berenger had the means to create a battery, all he needed was to make some rudimentary electromagnets, which he had all of the materials necessary to build. A primitive electromagnet consisted of little more than an iron core, with a copper wire coiled around it and connected to a battery. Thus he did not have to worry about procuring the supplies necessary to build such things. With the blueprints for the first telegraph completed, Berenger decided to begin the construction of telegraph wires and stations alongside his railways and within the rail stations. As for the telegraphs themselves, they would have to be slowly implemented over time. After all, it would take a while to set up a new battery factory. Ultimately, it was likely to take years for this project to be completed. Still, Berenger was confident that by the time his enemies invaded his country, he would have railways and telegraph stations connecting his kingdom, thus allowing him a severe technological advantage over the Crusaders in terms of long-range communication. Having finished his work for the day, Berenger immediately departed from his study, where he soon found his son Hans searching through the hallways in a suspicious manner. Curious as to what the boy was looking, Berenger walked over to his son and immediately inquired about his actions. "Hans, what are you up to?" The young boy immediately smiled upon seeing his father. He did not hesitate to announce what exactly he was doing that made him look so suspicious. "I'm looking for Veronica. We are playing hide and seek." Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled. Although there was an age difference of roughly 5 or 6 years between the two kids, it seemed like they were getting along quite well. There was no doubt that Veronica had minimal options for playmates within the royal palace. As such, she had begun hanging out with Hans and the even younger Helga, acting almost like a big sister to the two. Berenger immediately noticed a nearby table covered by a tablecloth. While he talked to Hans, the tablecloth moved ever so slightly. Considering the windows were sealed and there was no breeze within the palace, Berenger knew that was most likely where the young girl was hiding. With this in mind, he knelt next to his young son and whispered in his ear, "She's hiding under the table in the hallway." A smug grin appeared on Hans's face as he heard this information and silently nodded his head as a form of acknowledgement. After doing so, he calmly walked over to the table before lifting the cloth, revealing the young girl hidden beneath. She immediately began to pout and protest her discovery. "How did you know?" Hans did not give up the fact that his old man had revealed her location to him. Instead, he crossed his arms with a conceited expression on his face. As he did so, he spoke proudly, in an arrogant manner that only a young prince like himself could pull off. "Are you questioning my superior German intellect? It was quite obvious that a bohemian like yourself would hide under the table like a common rat." Berenger's smile immediately sank into an awkward expression. He did not know where the boy learned such racial-based taunts. Still, such haughty words caused Veronica to pout even further. Upon seeing this, Berenger attempted to mediate the conflict and thus pressed his hand upon his son's shoulder before scolding him. "Hans, it is inappropriate to say such things. Veronica is your friend. You should save such remarks for your enemies. There is no reason to humiliate the poor girl. Besides, it is now her turn to hunt you down, and when she inevitably finds you, perhaps she will taunt you in a similar manner." The young boy immediately knew what his father was saying and nodded his head in agreement. Though he did not apologize to the former Bohemian princess for his remarks, he had made up his mind that he would no longer verbally abuse the girl in the future. After all, his father was right. He should treat his allies with dignity while humiliating his enemies. Upon seeing that the two kids were getting along once more, Berenger departed from the scene, leaving the children to their games. He had much to prepare for. After all, things would undoubtedly be more lively within the palace in a few months. Chapter 391, 390. Stick grenades and gun cotton. The sun shone through the glass windows of a large conference room within the industrial district of the city of Kufstein. Various men dressed in work clothes were gathered around the table, stained with the various fluids that an engineer would commonly encounter. At the head of this table was a familiar young man, the eldest son of the legendary engineer Ludwig Schmidt. Jacob was designing a new weapon, and the men surrounding him were the research and development team assigned to the Austrian National Armory. Usually, Ludwig would be at this meeting, but the man was getting on in years and had many other tasks to work on. With this in mind, he placed his eldest son as the head of the Research and Development Department. At the moment, Jacob and his engineers were working together to design a replacement for the old cast iron grenades that were essentially nothing more than a hollow iron ball filled with black powder and utilized a slow-burning match to detonate. While the mighty King of Austria, Berenger von Kufstein, had laid the groundwork for the development of arms and munitions, a certain amount of responsibility had fallen to these men, and it was with this in mind that they fervently worked to live up to the standards of their respective positions. The rudimentary design on the table was akin to a steel hand grenade or stick grenade from Berenger's past life. Much like the Chinese variant of the stick grenade from the 20th century, they had opted to use TNT as the explosive compound contained within. However, where they were struggling to finalize the design was in regards to the ignition system. For the time being, they could not think of a way to ignite the grenade safely. Right when they were about to give up on the design altogether, a knock resounded throughout the room, which originated from the doors of the conference room. Shortly after this, the doors crept open to reveal the elegant figure of the young King of Austria. Upon seeing their monarch enter the room, the engineers all became dead silent, as they were not expecting his arrival and did not know how to react appropriately. Berenger had a dignified expression on his face as he explained his reasoning for stopping by. "Apologies if I am interrupting your little meeting, but Ludwig informed me that you guys might need some assistance on whatever it is you are designing. I have an hour or two to spare, and as such, I decided to drop by." After hearing this, Jacob swallowed the saliva pooled in his mouth before responding to his king's remarks. "It would be an honor for His Majesty to aid us with our newest design." Having said this, the young engineer sprawled out the paper, which contained the details of the prototype grenade on it. Berenger glanced at it for a few moments with an amused expression. He found it interesting how these engineers had begun to put together something he was already planning to introduce in the near future. After looking over the device, he instantly realized what they were struggling with and quickly grabbed a hold of a nearby fountain pen, where he began to make alterations to the ignition system. The stick grenade was not an exceptionally complicated device, and truth be told, these men were completely overthinking this particular component. The actual method from his previous life was relatively crude. Unlike other designs, it did not use something akin to a percussion cap to ignite the explosive compound. Instead, it had a sheet steel cylinder embedded within the top of the handle, which was connected to the detonator. A pull cord ran throughout the entire length of the hollow wooden handle and protruded from below. With this method, one only needed to pull the drawstring. This would drag a rough steel rod through the igniter within, where the abrasion from contact with the steel rod would cause the fuse to ignite. After this was achieved, it would take roughly 4.5 seconds for the burning fuse to reach the explosive filling where it would then detonate. After making this minor adjustment to the grenade, Berenger made a few other minor additions to the design, such as a clip so that the grenades could easily be attached to a soldier's belt. When it was complete, he showed it off to the engineers with a smug expression on his face. "I believe this has resolved the difficulties you were having, has it not?" After seeing the completed design, the engineers stared in awe at their king. In a matter of minutes, he had resolved the issues that they had spent weeks wrapping their minds around. Just what kind of intellect did this man have? Having completed the basic stick grenade design, Berenger stood up from his seat and walked towards the doors, leaving behind one final phrase before he departed. "You should be proud of yourselves. You have designed an effective grenade to replace the dreadfully outdated devices currently in use by our grenadiers. With this, you have increased the degree of firepower that an average landwehr can be equipped with. Your only problem was that you were overthinking the ignition system. Sometimes, a crude method like this is exactly what is needed." After saying this, he left the engineers to themselves. The manufacture and initial testing of these weapons would be left up to the men in this room. After the grenades had proven safe for handling, they would be sent to the Department of Defense for extensive testing under field conditions. After being approved for use in combat, they would be sent to the army. Berenger, on the other hand, had done his part and was quite pleased with the results. He saw this as a huge step forward on the path to self-sufficiency. After all, he was not immortal, and the day he died, his empire would have to maintain and expand upon everything he had built. With this thought, Berenger had another matter of importance enter his mind. While the implementation of the stick grenade was essential to the efficiency of his soldiers, there was another and arguably more critical invention that Berenger had to consider implementing as soon as possible. Having realized this, Berenger immediately began to stride towards the chemistry department. After arriving at his destination, all of the men within its halls immediately halted what they were doing and paid their respects to the young monarch. Berenger was not in the mood for flattery and immediately inquired about the whereabouts of a specific chemist. "Can any of you tell me where Aldo is?" The moment he said those words, he heard a voice he was all too familiar with call out to him. As usual, the man behind the voice began to speak with endless praise. "Do my ears deceive me? Is that the King of Austria here to visit me personally? What have I done to deserve such an honor?" Berenger's brow began to twitch as he heard Aldo's usual adulation. This man truly never gave up an opportunity to kiss ass. However, Berenger quickly recovered from his impatience and regained the dignity of a monarch as he played along. "My dear friend Aldo, I had a sudden epiphany and thought to myself, who better to confirm the results of my speculation than the chief chemist of my kingdom?" Aldo immediately began to flatter Berenger further while simultaneously getting to the point. "Oh, King Berenger, I am truly unworthy of your attention. However, I would be more than happy to entertain another one of your brilliant ideas. Show me what exactly you had in mind." Having heard this, Berenger wasted no time. He immediately grabbed a hold of the nearby blackboard and began writing out the general formula for nitrocellulose, the critical component in smokeless powder. Nitrocellulose was essentially little more than cellulose treated with a mixture of nitric and sulfuric acid. In fact, for some time now, the Kufstein Chemistry Department has been experimenting with cellulose developed from the fiber of hemp. As such, they had a small stockpile of the material lying around. In Berenger's past life, cotton was the primary material used to create cellulose, hence the nickname gun cotton. After all, as much as 90% of the plant could be converted into the material. However, cotton could not grow within Austria's borders, thus, hemp was a decent alternative. While hemp may only generate up to 70% of the material known as cellulose, one could grow 3 times as much hemp as cotton on a single acre. After looking over the formula for a few moments, Aldo and his chemists immediately gazed in shock at Berenger. However, they could not confirm the results at the moment. Such a formula could theoretically prove to be valid. Having provided the chemists with the recipe for nitrocellulose, Berenger then began to depart from the Kufstein Chemistry Department, leaving behind a single phrase as he did so. "I'll leave you to your work." It was only after his figure had vanished from sight that the chemists immediately began to work on the creation of smokeless powder. There would be a fully detailed report on their findings placed upon Berenger's desk within 2 weeks. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 392. 391. High times Berenger laid against a sofa in his penthouse dressed in only his underwear. The thinly spun hemp fibers that took the form of a pair of boxer briefs left little to the imagination. He was currently sitting atop a cushion, smoking a mixture of hashish and herbal shisha out of his finely crafted hookah. Sitting across from him was none other than his little sister Henrietta, who had no top on aside from her bra. Below the belt, she still wore a skirt, albeit a relatively short one, knee-high socks, and a pair of white lace panties which matched her upper garment. On her pretty face was an expression that was a mix of embarrassment and intoxication. As Berenger gazed upon his little sister's inappropriate appearance, a brief moment of clarity entered his otherwise stoned mind. Immediately, he looked around to see what was going on, as he did not remember how he had entered this strange situation. From what he could observe, alcohol, drugs, and a deck of cards were involved. For whatever reason, his kingly attire was strewn across the floor in a mixture of whatever garments Henrietta was wearing before taking them off. His gaze immediately returned to the hazy azure eyes of his little sister, where he asked the question on his mind. Wait a second. What exactly are we doing right now? Henrietta immediately began to hiccup as a brief sense of clarity returned to her azure eyes. However, it was snuffed out in the next moment as she took a sip from the beer in front of her. As she re-entered her fugue-like state, she began to chuckle before informing Berenger just what exactly they had gotten up to while under the influence of drugs and alcohol. Duh! We're playing poker, remember? Now, are you going to play your hand or not? Berenger nodded his head in silence as he fumbled around with his cards. As he did so, he instinctively took another hit from the hookah. After all, it was not as if more hash would harm his cognitive abilities any further, right? After inhaling the substance and spewing out a puff of smoke that was briefly contained within his lungs, it suddenly hit him. There was a reason he was sitting here playing strip poker with Henrietta instead of his girls, and it was pretty obvious when he thought about it. However, the moment those thoughts crossed his mind, another question presented itself, sidetracking him from the main point. Why exactly was he playing strip poker with his little sister? Wouldn't regular poker have sufficed? As he worked his brain around why exactly this was happening, he instinctively showed his hand with a smug smile on his face. For of a kind. The moment Henrietta heard this, she began to pout before placing her cards down upon the table. It was a 3 of a kind, which meant Berenger had won this round. Now that they had finished that, Berenger instantly began to take a sip from his beer and try to get back to his train of thought. However, what came next surprised Berenger as Henrietta slowly removed one of her knee-high socks before throwing it at his head, where it landed perfectly. After she had done so, she crossed her arms and pouted. This scene immediately reminded Berenger of his initial train of thought. As such, he finally managed to ask the question on his mind. Henrietta, my dear sister, can you explain to me why we're playing strip poker? Henrietta's expression immediately changed as she began to ask for clarification on what Berenger had said. Strip poker? What's that? I thought this was how you played poker. Berenger was immediately enraged when he heard this. He could not possibly fathom where she had gotten such an outrageous idea. As such, he immediately began to inquire about the bastard who was tainting his precious little sister's pure mind. What kind of sick pervert told you that? A dumbfounded expression etched itself across the girl's face as she stared at her older brother in disbelief. It took her a few moments, but eventually, her bewildered expression shifted to one of embarrassment and finally white-hot rage. Afterward, she informed Berenger of just who the sick pervert was who taught her how to play strip poker. You did. I knew this was not normal. Stupid brother. After saying this, she instantly tried to stand up, but when she did, she lost control of her legs due to how much alcohol and cannabis she had consumed. The teenage girl immediately face-planted on top of her elder brother with an exceptionally flushed appearance. Berenger could not tell if she wanted to hit him or run away, but one thing was sure, he had done something foolish. When Berenger tried to lift his sister off of him, he accidentally grabbed somewhere that he shouldn't have, which caused the girl to react violently by slugging him in the face before struggling to her feet, where she somehow managed to shuffle away from the penthouse. As Berenger was lying dazed and confused, he entered a state of epiphany and recalled all of the events that had led up to this point. It was an average spring morning, yet he had a day off for once in his busy life. As such, his only desire was to sit around, relax, and do nothing. However, as usual, his 3 wives wanted him to do something with them. Ultimately, he was dragged around the city for half of the day doing various stupid tasks, like shopping. Seriously, why go out shopping when he could have a servant buy all of the items the girls wanted and bring them back to the palace? Nevertheless, by the time he finally got home, Henrietta had a smug expression on her pretty face and openly taunted him. Feeling enraged by his sister's mocking behavior, Berenger felt like making her pay for her actions. As such, he coerced her into entering the harem room, where he introduced her to hash and alcohol while partaking of the substances himself. At some point, he pulled out a deck of cards and convinced her to play strip poker, hoping to humiliate the girl and teach her a valuable lesson about insulting her big brother. However, it backfired when he got so stoned that he could not remember what he was doing or why. He supposed it was a good thing the game ended before it got any worse. After all, he was on the losing side and was left with only one item of clothing still attached to his body. If Lady Luck had not blessed him with a good hand on that last round, he would have ended up humiliating himself instead. Berenger sighed heavily as he thought about all that had transpired. Of course, one thing was certain in this whole mess. He had to find another way to punish Henrietta. After all, she had just struck the king, and that was simply unacceptable. It was with this in mind that he crawled to his knees, where he continued to struggle to his feet. After a while, he managed to stand where he slowly and carefully walked down the stairs. Upon reaching the lower level, he followed the trail that he suspected Henrietta had wandered off to. He did not know how much time had passed from the moment Henrietta ran off to when he finally found her. However, when he did, she was lying face down and curled up on her mattress, where she was likely passed out. This created the perfect opportunity for Berenger to punish his little sister for her previous actions. However, the closer he approached, the more he heard a slight whimper. Initially, Berenger thought the girl was crying, thus causing him to doubt his actions, yet in the very next moment, that whimper turned to a moan, followed by a single phrase. "Big brother." Having heard this, Berenger could only think of one thing that Henrietta was doing and found himself in an incredibly awkward situation. It took him a few moments to regain his thoughts, and when he did, he proceeded to slowly and quietly abscond from the scene. Before long, he found himself hidden away inside the harem room, where he began to freak out. He tried to convince himself in his mind that he must be misunderstanding the situation, or maybe he heard wrong. After all, he was as high as a kite at the moment and could barely stand. Hell, for all he knew in reality, he was passed out and dreaming about all of this. Then again, what would that say about his subconscious if he were to actually fantasize about such things in his sleep? Berenger knew only one thing to be true in his mind right now, and thus he quietly expressed that single thought. "I need a drink." After saying this, he wobbled over to the counter, where he poured himself 2 fingers of whiskey before sitting down where this craziness had all begun. He was starting to seriously consider finding a proper husband for his little sister. If what he had just witnessed was real, she would need to spend some time with a man unrelated to her. As Berenger thought about what to do about this whole debacle, he slowly drifted into sleep, forgetting all of the foolish things that he had done during the high times he shared with his sister. When the young king finally woke up the next day, he would not remember any of this. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 393, 392, Naval Innovations with the Experimentation of New Grenades and Smokeless Powder Underway, the introduction of the 1422 service revolver, and the use of the 1422 7.5 cm field gun. Berenger had found that his arms development was sufficient in accordance with his 5-year plan if you consider the equipment that would be fielded to his army. However, another matter needed to be attended to. While his army was rushing headfirst into the industrial age, his navy was still operating with frigates powered by sails. Berenger had invested a substantial cost into these mighty vessels, but already their time was coming to an end, at least in service to his Royal Navy. The Berenger-class frigates still had many years left of service before they needed retrofitting. Austria could quite easily sell the ones they had manufactured to their allies after replacing them with something more modern. Berenger gazed at the documents piled on his desk with a bitter smile. He honestly had no idea that by the time he had managed to gain the capacity to make large ships of the line, he would already have the ability to manufacture something superior for his use. As such, the blueprint of the Linde-class ship of the line he had designed years ago was now utterly useless. Perhaps he would rename the vessel and sell it to his allies in Granada and Byzantium at a future date. For the time being, Berenger needed to invent new ships, designs that were far more worthy of being named after his wives. With the current rate of steel production and the industrialization of his major cities underway, it was only a matter of time before he could produce all-steel steam-powered vessels. With this in mind, Berenger thought of developing ships that could be improved upon through retrofits later when new technology was invented. At the moment, the best power source he could design within the next 5 years would be a vertical triple-expansion steam engine that utilized water tube boilers. A triple-expansion steam engine was a compound steam engine where the steam was divided into 3 separate stages. In essence, the steam would build up in a high-pressure cylinder before losing pressure and exhausting directly into 2 more large-volume, low-pressure cylinders where it extracted more energy from the steam. As for the high-pressure water tube boiler, it functioned by circulating water in tubes heated externally by the fire. Fuel such as coal burned inside the furnace, creating hot gas and boiling water in the steam-generating lines. With this in mind, a bunch of ship designs he had read about during his brief time in the libraries of the U.S. Naval Academy came to mind. Everything from ironclads to light cruisers and even early battleships. The fundamental question that came to Berenger's mind revolved entirely around the nature of how he would utilize his vessels and the enemies he might face. Though giant battleships such as dreadnoughts were beautiful weapons of war, ultimately, he was in an era where at most, his navy would be facing wooden sailing ships with a few muzzle-loading cannons. To build a dreadnought in this medieval era would be utterly ridiculous to even think about. The number of resources required to construct such a massive beast was no small sum. His current frigates were already more than enough to decimate any naval power in the world. They could even be used for decades to guarantee naval dominance. However, there were some drawbacks to such designs. A wooden sailing vessel was far more likely to sink than a steam-powered steel warship on the high seas. It was also entirely reliant on the wind and was much slower than several of the designs he could think of. Berenger's purpose for building a powerful navy was not to dominate the Mediterranean like he was currently doing, but to secure a vast global empire that he would one day establish. To fulfill this, his vessels needed to be swift and sturdy. With this in mind, Berenger finally realized the exact classification of the vessels he would need to achieve his goals in the most efficient manner. The light cruiser was wholly armored while being relatively compact. This meant that the ship required a much smaller crew complement to operate while having speeds well over 20 knots. Berenger searched through his memory to find the perfect ship to create to fulfill this role. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a design that utilized the technology he had in mind, with relatively decent armor, armament, and, most importantly, speed. The Königsberg-class cruiser of 1905 from Berenger's past life was essentially the pinnacle of light cruisers that utilized the triple-expansion steam engine and water tube boilers. It had 2 engines, 2 screw propellers, and 11 boilers. It was capable of a speed of 23 knots and had a decent-sized crew complement of 14 officers and 308 enlisted men. It utilized 10 10.5 centimeters guns and two 45 centimeters torpedo tubes. At the moment, Berenger did not have reliable torpedo technology, so he would construct the vessels with the tubes, but he would not outfit them with such weapons until a time where they could be built. As for the armor on the vessel has 80 millimeters thick steel across its deck and 100 millimeters of steel protecting its conning tower. The ship had a length of 115.3 m, a beam of 13.2 m, and a draft of 5.29 m. The vessel itself was capable of a range of 5,750 nautical miles before it had to resupply on coal. Berenger intended to call this vessel the Adela-class cruiser and did not intend for it to go into production immediately. After all, it would be years before his port cities could update their facilities with enough advanced manufacturing equipment to create such a steel behemoth. Yet by the time he defeated the Crusaders in 5 years and began his wars of unification, he believed that he would be able to begin construction of such monstrous ships. Berenger hoped that he would be able to set sail to the New World and begin his colonization efforts by his early 30s. He could only imagine the looks on the natives' faces when the German army showed up in light cruisers, armed with bolt-action rifles and heavy machine guns. The very idea made him chuckle. Such a thing would truly be utterly unfair, but then again, nothing about life was fair. Reflecting upon this notion, he began to take a sip from his cup of coffee. One thing was certain, he would be the first white man to step foot on the New World in this timeline. That was something he greatly desired to achieve. As he thought of such things, something dawned upon him. He would need new cargo ships and troop-carrying vessels, and he had the perfect design in mind. During the Second World War of Berenger's past life, the United States had built thousands of cargo ships known simply as Liberty ships. These ships brought an unprecedented amount of supplies across the Atlantic to aid the Allied powers. At one point, several hundred of the boats were even modified for use as emergency troop transports. Berenger decided to name the ship classification as Dominion, as its purpose was to secure Germany's dominion over its future global empire. The ship was, of course, made entirely out of steel, thus making it impervious to all weapons used by foreign naval powers within the current era. It was powered by a single triple expansion steam engine and a single propulsion screw. The original utilized 2 oil-fired boilers, but Berenger could very easily swap those out for water tube boilers. It had a displacement of 14,474 tons and a cargo capacity of 10,856 t. The ship was capable of a range of 20,000 nautical miles, making it easily capable of traversing throughout the globe with a single refueling session. It had a length of 134.57 m, a beam of 17.3 m, and a draft of 8.5 m. As for armament, the original had a 4-inch gun on the stern and aft, which Berenger could replace with a 10.5 centimeters naval gun of his design, thus making this cargo ship more than capable of annihilating any hostile vessel foolish enough to attempt to wrestle control over it. Having designed the first 2 vessels responsible for his future expansion as a global empire, Berenger was incredibly pleased with himself. After putting the blueprints aside for later use, he began to get back to work. As a monarch, he had much work to fulfill, and thus he was as busy as ever. With a heavy sigh, Berenger relaxed in his leather recliner before taking off the cap of his fountain pen. He began to write his signature on the approval of several documents pertaining to the spending required to outfit the factories in the various cities across his kingdom. Luckily for him, he had acquired the Medici fortune during his War of Independence and could easily fund the industrialization process of his realm. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 394, 393. Improvements in food production and preservation. Over a month had passed since Berenger had drafted his plans to improve his naval armament over the next few years. However, he had not been focusing on military matters throughout this period. Instead, he had begun inventing certain critical pieces of machinery for food production. With the development of the steam engine, mechanized factories were starting to become a reality, and with it, food production would undoubtedly be affected. Until now, it took substantial effort to make bread, which was the staple of the diets for most people. However, with the plans Berenger had drafted over this last month, the struggles in manufacturing bread would become a thing of the past. In the middle of the Kufstein Industrial District, an enormous warehouse was constructed in years past, but was never filled until relatively recently. When Berenger first created his industrial district, he designed it with future factories in mind. Many of these empty warehouses were now being filled with equipment and employees. This warehouse, in particular, was converted into a bread factory. The machinery that Berenger had so painstakingly manufactured over the past month was now in place. A steam engine connected itself to hemp belts, which hung from the rafters and attached themselves to the equipment within the factory, thus powering the devices. One of these critical pieces of equipment was a mechanical kneading machine. The fundamental principle of the device was that it was designed with hand cranking in mind, where employees would fill the bowl with water and flour, and from there, they would crank the device until the dough was kneaded correctly. Once kneaded, the machine would then cut out a portion and fill a baking pan, which would follow on a conveyor belt until it reached the oven. After it was fully baked, it would then be removed by a baker, who would then use a device to cleanly cut the loaf into slices where it would be packaged and shipped to the market. However, with the invention of the steam engine, the hemp belts could be attached to the handle, and the steam engine would power the device without the need for a human to crank it. As such, the cost of bread was about to decrease substantially, allowing people to spend more of their hard-earned money on other items. Gunther gazed upon the efficiency of the bread factory with a satisfied smile on his face. Since he had opened his hemp paper factory many months ago, he had gained significant profits and had begun to invest in other business ventures, such as Kufstein's first bread factory. In fact, the waxed paper used to package the bread came from his other factories. Standing next to him was the first health inspector of the newly established Federal Administration of Food and Safety, also known as the FAFS. It was the job of government bureaucrats like this man to ensure that the various food processing plants across Austria followed proper protocols to ensure a clean and healthy product was delivered to the markets. The man had just finished his search through the factory and was signing off on a document with his fountain pen. With a smile on his face, Gunther, who was once nothing more than a lowly serf, asked the government bureaucrat the question on his mind. "So, how did we do?" The bureaucrat looked over the paper before signing off his signature one final time. After doing so, he reached out his hand to congratulate Gunther for passing the first inspection. "Mr. Gunther, I am proud to announce that you have passed the initial examination. If you and your employees continue to operate the facility with such hygiene, then I am certain that my future visits will be a pleasant one." Upon hearing this, Gunther sighed heavily in relief. He was worried that he might be shut down before he had even begun production. Luckily, that was not the case, and he passed the inspection. As such, he grasped a hold of the bureaucrat's hand and shook it with a wide grin on his face. "Thank you very much. I will ensure to maintain this level of cleanliness in the future so we won't have any problems." After hearing this, the bureaucrat pulled back his hand and returned to a stoic gaze as he made one final comment before departing. "Be sure that you do. Now, if you will excuse me, I have to go check on a meat processing plant that has opened up nearby." After saying this, the bureaucrat left Gunther behind and continued his work at the meat processing plant. By the time this bureaucrat arrived at his destination, he was astounded to see the clean environment that was in the facility. Because people had now become aware of germs, they were taking every safety precaution available to them to ensure that the equipment they operated on was sterile. Especially now that there was a government department whose sole purpose was to ensure such protocol was followed. Berenger was a stickler for healthy food. He did not want to see his people getting sick from what they eat, nor did he want companies to sell the rotten products. As such, he had established severe penalties for knowingly violating these laws. If a company wanted to cut costs by selling rotten food, the owner would face up to life imprisonment within a labor camp, though generally, such a stiff sentence would only be carried out if someone died from the tainted product. The meat production facility followed a relatively modern process of food production. Berenger knew so much about the safety and presentation of food because his father from his past life worked in a cannery. He was filled with stories in his childhood of how it all functioned. The meat arrived fresh from the farms at the factory, where skilled butchers trimmed the excess fat off. After the trimming was complete, the meat was brought to a dicing machine, which cut it into 1-inch thick cubes. From there, it was sorted into tin cans, where the only additive to the process was a single cube of sea salt. After this had been completed, workers carefully added or removed pieces of meat to ensure that it reached the required weight. From there, the cans entered a conveyor belt, where they were led to the cook room. After this, the cans entered a preheater which blasted them with steam for 20 seconds, removing any trapped air between the cubes. From there, they were led to the pressing machine, which compressed the tin lid onto the can with a proper head spacing that created a vacuum on the can to draw out any remaining air. From there, the cans were led to a machine that sealed the cans with a process known as double seaming. The process rolled the rim and lid together, forming an airtight seal. From there, the cans were lowered into a commercial-sized pressure cooker. After the cans had been thoroughly cooked, they would then be set aside to cool and dry for roughly an hour. This process resulted in preserved, salted meat that could last up to 5 years of shelf life. By doing this, the price of meat decreased drastically, and the people of Austria could have food on their shelves that could be eaten at any time. Having observed the entire process, the bureaucrat signed off on the meat packaging plant as just one of the multiple food processing plants on his list of inspections. The man and his colleagues had much work to be done, as Kufstein further industrialized and the other cities trailed behind it. These inspections would become increasingly necessary. The Industrial Revolution was not just about military buildup, but the betterment of society as a whole, or at least that is how Berenger perceived it. After all, just 5 years ago the people of Austria were living as serfs, breaking their backs on the farms. Now Austria had become a bastion of wealth and prosperity that all other countries had begun to envy. Eventually, the reports from these bureaucrats would make their way to Berenger's desk. Luckily for him, he would not have to do anything but smile every time he saw another food processing plant receive a proper grading for their inspection. As for the ones who failed their examination, that was a problem for the Federal Administration of Food and Safety to solve. Berenger had set up a robust government branch to handle that for him. If he genuinely needed to intervene, it would be some form of disaster that he did not even want to think about. Thus, everything progressed smoothly as Austria rapidly transitioned into the industrial age. Under the guise of King Berenger von Kufstein, the Kingdom of Austria entered a new era of prosperity and growth the likes the world had never seen before. Chapter 395, 394. Shipping off to Granada, the time had come. In a few days, the day that Berenger had pledged to provide military support to his ally in the Iberian Peninsula will have arrived. After months of preparation, the 1st Division was ready to ship off to Granada, where they would fight against the Catholic armies until every single inch of Iberian land was under the control of Al-Andalus once more. Berenger stood in front of his army dressed in his field uniform, which was based upon a field marshal's variant of the M40 uniforms worn by the Wehrmacht during the middle of the Second World War from his previous life. There were a few minor differences between the uniform currently worn by Berenger and that of the field marshals of the Second World War. The primary difference between the uniform that Berenger currently wore and that of the original was that the red trim that scaled across the edges of the uniform was replaced with a forest green color. Much like you would have seen in use by the Cold War-era East German border guard at his collar, Berenger had unique tabs made for his position as King of Austria and Reichsmarschall, or, in other words, the Marshal of the Realm. These tabs were based upon the Reichsmarschall tabs used by Hermann Göring in his past life, the difference being that the center material was not white, but forest green instead. Hanging from his collar was his Grand Cross of the Iron Cross and his Austrian Military Merit Order on top of it. On his shoulders, he had tabs unique to his position. Like the collar tabs, these were based heavily on Hermann Göring's, the difference being the Nazi Reichsadler was replaced with the double-headed Eagle of Austria. Pinned on his chest above his top left pocket was a series of 3 ribbon bars, signifying his glorious feats in combat. Below these ribbon bars, placed square in the center of the pocket itself, was his star of the Grand Cross of the Iron Cross. From his right shoulder to his left hip was a Sam Brown-style shoulder strap connected to his belt. Both were made of black leather. The belt buckle was made of white gold with the Austrian double eagle imprinted upon it. On his left side was his black leather holster, which contained his revolver. Below this belt were his trousers in the style of a Wehrmacht Field Marshal's jodhpurs. The difference was that the stripe was not red, but the same forest green that trimmed his tunic. These pants were stuffed into a pair of black leather officer's jackboots. Finally, atop his head was a new eye patch, made of black leather, with an iron cross patch sewn into the center. Unlike his other stately eye patch, it did not have a gilded edge. Above that was an officer's brimmed cap in the style worn by the field marshals of the Wehrmacht. The primary difference between this cap and that of the original was that the golden Nazi Reichsadler pin had been replaced by the Austrian double eagle of Berenger's kingdom. In fact, the entire uniform was completely rid of any form of Nazi paraphernalia and was instead replaced with imperial symbolism. As Berenger stood in front of his soldiers on the docks of Trieste, it was this image that they gazed upon. His soldiers were dressed in the style of the M40 field uniform used by the Wehrmacht in his past life, but with Feldgrau painted steel armor in the form of German trench armor from the Great War. They also wore M35 Stahlhelms with the Austrian Reichsadler painted on the side. Slung over their shoulders were the Schmidt needle rifles, and clipped to their webgear were 2 stick grenades per soldier, alongside the standard equipment. Berenger began to give a speech to his gathered soldiers before they embarked on their journey to reclaim Iberia for their Moorish allies. I gaze upon you, the sons of Austria, and my heart is filled with pride. Pride in our people, pride in our kingdom, but most of all, pride in our strength. Each and every one of you is about to embark on a journey to a land far away from your birth, with a single purpose: to kill our enemies. Now I know what many of you are thinking: why should I fight and die in some godforsaken spit of land so that the Muslims can reclaim Iberia? However, if you are thinking in such a manner, I must inform you that you are gravely mistaken. You will not be killing for the sake of the Granadans. You are doing so for the well-being of your people. Make no mistake, the Church will rally together all of the significant Catholic kingdoms to march upon our soil in 5 years. Hundreds of thousands of enemies will enter our lands in an attempt to butcher our families. Why? Because we dare to disagree on the teachings of Christ? Or maybe it is to stifle the growth that every man, woman, and child in this kingdom has fought so hard to achieve. Now I want to ask each and every one of you a straightforward question. If the 3 Catholic kingdoms of Iberia were to no longer exist, would they be able to assist our enemies in destroying our homes? Neen. Thus do not think of this as throwing your lives away for some filthy Saracens on the other side of the world so that they may see some peaceful days. Instead, think of it as taking the fight to your enemies so that your people and your families will never see the horrors of war that you as men must witness. There's a fire inside each of us that burns brighter with every passing breath. We, as Germans, understand the art of war on a profoundly intimate level. It could be considered a rite of passage for all of our young men to enter the battlefield and claim glory for themselves, for their king, and their fatherland. Now it is your turn, so go forth and kill the enemies of Austria. Hail victory! As Berenger finished his speech, the crowd of 25,000 soldiers and the sailors who would spend the next few weeks ferrying them across the Mediterranean threw up Roman salutes and chanted in unison the following phrase: Hail victory! Hail victory! Hail victory! A cruel smile etched itself upon Berenger's lips as he witnessed this. He had only seen such a spectacular scene in the historical videos of a specific mustached man's speeches from his past life. Berenger had no intentions of creating a fascist state. Instead, his goals were purely imperialistic. He envisioned a society akin to a far grander Second Reich rather than its failed successor. However, one could not deny the powerful speaker and propagandist that man was. As such, Berenger had on occasion borrowed specific phrases and gestures from the Third Reich, such as the term "Hail Victory" and the Roman salute, to use among his troops. It seemed to have the desired effect, as the soldiers were fired up and ready to kill any Catholic Iberians they came across. As for Berenger, for the time being, he had no plans to interfere in Granada. Arnulf was a capable enough commander, and he was needed in the fatherland to further enhance its industrial capabilities. The King of Austria had seen enough of war for the time being, and 6 months was not enough time of peace for him to properly enjoy himself. While the soldiers of Austria prepared to embark on their newest war, Berenger returned to the palace, where he approached with trepidation. He may have forgotten to inform his loved ones that he was not, in fact, embarking on war at the moment. He knew how they worried about him while he was on the battlefield, and that fact that he had not informed him that he would be staying behind was sure to cause some panic. As he entered through the doors of his palace, he was immediately greeted by his 3 wives and his younger sister, who all jumped into his arms, colliding with him like an avalanche, forcing him down onto the ground. They were visibly upset. Clearly, they thought he had left them behind without saying goodbye. Eventually, Berenger chuckled before rising to his feet. He could tell by their pouting expressions that they were greatly displeased with him. Deciding to diffuse the tension, Berenger made a joke, which went as well as you might expect. I was only gone for a couple of hours, and yet you girls look like I have been away for a lifetime. Did you miss me that much? The various reactions from the 4 women were complicated. Adela seemed to be pouting with a small tear in her eyes. Linda seemed to be angry, and Honoria seemed to be pleasantly surprised. As for Henrietta, Berenger had no idea what was going on in her head, but she appeared dreadfully worried about his safety. Noticing that he had ruined the mood, the young King of Austria quickly gathered the girls together for a group hug and informed them of his decision. Relax, I'm not going away to war for a while. If I were to leave, who would continue my efforts to industrialize the nation? Unless something serious happens during the conflict, I will be here with you 4 girls. Now let's get something to eat. After saying this, Berenger led his family towards the dining hall, where they all began to celebrate the fact that the young king had not left them all behind. Later that night, Berenger would retire to his quarters alongside his 3 wives, where they would have their own little private party. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 396, 395. Preparing for the Constitutional Convention on the following morning, Berenger rose bright and early with a sense of fatigue. He once more had most of the energy drained from his body as he entertained his wives. More importantly, he had an important meeting later in the day, and thus there was little time for him to relax. With this in mind, he quickly finished his morning routine before heading out the door of the royal palace. As he sat within his carriage, he carried a briefcase filled with important documents regarding his 5-year plan. His destination was simple. It was the temporary residence of his uncle and father-in-law, Chancellor Otto von Grass. Since their victory in their war for independence 7 months ago, Austria had become a sovereign kingdom. However, despite this, they had until now operated under a constitution designed while they were still a subservient duchy. With this in mind, Berenger now felt it was time to hold a constitutional convention. The purpose behind this was to draft a new constitution for an independent Austria. This was Berenger's reason for visiting his uncle on this fine morning. After knocking on the door a solid 3 times, the door opened to reveal a young maid. With the abolishment of serfdom, servants such as maids and butlers now had to be paid a living wage. Despite this, it was a highly desirable position as, generally speaking, housing and meals were accommodated as part of the position. The young maid stared in shock as she realized that the man standing before her was the King of Austria. It took her a few moments to pay her respects to Berenger, where she quickly kneeled in front of him and apologized for her lack of decorum. "Your Highness, I apologize. I was just surprised to see you here. I will go alert His Grace of your presence right away." As the young girl departed, Berenger waited inside the entrance of Otto's chateau for a few minutes before the man arrived. He was dressed in nothing but a silk robe and had an unpleasant expression on his face. It would appear as if he was still sleeping when Berenger arrived. Nevertheless, the moment he saw his nephew and son-in-law standing before him in a military uniform, he realized that more important matters were afoot. Thus Otto greeted Berenger with a warm smile before leading him into the study. "Your Highness, I was not expecting your visit so early in the morning. I apologize for my improper appearance. Please wait in my study. I will have young Magdalene here attend to your needs while I tidy up." Berenger merely nodded his head in silence, signaling to his uncle that he approved. Afterward, the older man rushed up the stairs and into his bathroom, where he began to bathe and select appropriate attire for the meeting. While this was going on, Berenger noticed the maid eyeing him carefully as if he were a wolf, and she was a lamb. Evidently, his reputation as a womanizer had preceded him, seeing as how the girl seemed to be exceptionally cautious around him. Nevertheless, Berenger had no interest in a lowly maid. If he took up another lover, she would have to be at least a princess. Thus Berenger put on a friendly smile as he gave an order to the young maid in a polite and delicate manner. "Magdalene, was it? I would greatly appreciate it if you would fetch me a cup of coffee." The girl instantly nodded her head in silence and scurried off like a frightened rabbit as she began to prepare what her monarch had requested. Before long, she returned with a fresh glass of black coffee, where Berenger immediately began to request another favor. "Please, if you would add some milk and sugar, that would be most welcome." The maid instantly nodded in silence and fetched a fresh glass of milk and a sugar cube that she skillfully mixed into the ceramic cup. After doing so, she asked the question on her mind. "Is there anything else you require, Your Majesty?" However, Berenger merely shook his head as he responded to her inquiry. "No, you have done wonderfully, thank you." The girl instantly blushed as she heard this and ran off into the background. She knew it was best not to stick her nose into the business of the nobility, especially the King of Austria. After a while, Otto returned in his noblest attire before sitting down across from Berenger, where he opened up the conversation with small talk. "So, how's my daughter treating you? I hope she hasn't been causing you too much trouble." Berenger smiled as he heard this and placed down his cup upon the small plate provided with it. "Quite the contrary, I greatly enjoy her company. With her around, I find my workload much easier to handle. However, due to her pregnancy, she and the others are a little bit, shall we say, moody." Otto chuckled briefly when he heard this before sizing up Berenger in his new field uniform. Afterward, he inquired about the state of his attire. "So you're going off to war, I take it? You chose a good time. By the time you return home, your girls would have either already given birth or will be damn close to it. Meaning you will have to suffer less." A misleading smile curved itself upon Berenger's lips as memories of his achievements in battle flooded his mind, filling his sight and hearing as if he were hallucinating. His hands were as still as granite as he recounted the time he had spent engaging in pure, unadulterated violence. Eventually, he broke free of the illusion and responded to Otto's line of questioning with an appropriate answer. "Out of the frying pan and into the fire, huh? Actually, for the time being, I will be here at home in Kufstein. Unless the situation within Iberia turns volatile and my presence becomes required, I will not participate in this campaign, no matter how much I desire to do so." As for the uniform, quite honestly, I felt it was a good change of pace from the overly luxurious attire I usually wear. In my humble opinion, it makes me look more militaristic and utilitarian than my usual style, and I greatly admire those attributes. Otto immediately nodded his head silently in response to this statement. He sympathized with Berenger's point of view. Despite the fact that he did not partake in Austria's military, at least not since a centralized, professional force was established, he had still seen his fair share of war in the past. Having engaged in small talk for an appropriate amount of time, Berenger sipped from his coffee once more before finishing it off. After doing so, he instantly switched the topic to his reason for visiting. After all, as king, he was a very busy man and could not stay for long. "Anyways, uncle, this is not what I have come here to discuss with you. Instead, I have come to ask for your assistance. I am aware that you are well respected among the nobility of Austria. As the Chancellor of our kingdom and the current Duke of Steiermark, you hold an advantageous position. Hence, I must request something of you." Otto's gaze shifted to a severe glint as he prepared himself for what Berenger was about to ask. By the sound of his nephew's voice, something serious was about to transpire. As such, he nodded his head before speaking in the affirmative. "Whatever you require of me, so long as it is within my power, I will fulfill it to the best of my ability." Berenger naturally smiled when he heard this response. It was exactly what he wanted to hear. As such, he wasted no time and immediately began to inform his uncle of the decision he had come to. "Uncle, it is no great secret that some of my reforms have been less than popular among the higher echelons of Austrian nobility. Some still refer to me as usurper and upstart. They look down upon my lineage rather than kneel before my achievements. I have no ill will towards them. They are old and stubborn fools refusing to change with the times. Whenever a significant change occurs within a society, there will always be men like that. However, I do require their assistance. Soon I will be gathering together the heads of state and various noblemen from across the kingdom for a matter of great importance. Now that we are an independent kingdom, the time has come to establish a constitution worthy of our great nation. Though I have done the groundwork with the previous renditions, they were never intended to be the final product. With this in mind, I want all of the great men of Austria, whether they come from the nobility or the common populace, to come together and aid me in creating a system that will endure the test of time and take everyone's needs into account. The fact of the matter is, with a simple request, I can quickly gain the support of the common men and that of the lesser nobility, for nobody has gained more during my time as a monarch than they. However, I fear men of your caliber, the dukes and marquises of Austria, will be a bit hesitant to join in on this constitutional convention of mine. What I require of you is fairly simple. I would very much appreciate it if you could represent the interest of the higher nobility and call for this meeting as Chancellor before I make the announcement, so it appears as if I am not forcing my ideas onto everyone else yet again." After hearing this, Otto was silent for several moments. He did not make a single movement as he reflected on Berenger's speech. After a while, he finally sighed, and in doing so, nodded his head as he accepted the task bequeathed to him by his sovereign. "Very well, I will make a public declaration in the coming days, requesting a constitutional convention. I will call upon you, and everyone you deem to be of importance to attend the meeting in the Reichstag where we will come to a consensus on what should and should not be put into our constitution. Though I must be honest, I fear that you are simply using this as a propaganda piece to satisfy those who have been less than agreeable with your reforms." Berenger chuckled when he heard this response. After doing so, he stood up from his seat and nodded his head with a smile etched upon his face before responding. "Uncle, you know me so well." "Very well, I will leave this task to you. After you make your declaration, I shall respond in agreement, where we will then set a date and time for the leaders of our society to gather in the Reichstag. I look forward to working with you in the future." After saying this, Berenger departed from Otto's temporary residence. It was only after he had ensured that his nephew was long gone that Otto dared to release his breath and utter the thoughts he had on his mind. "No wonder he has 3 wives. The amount of work this fool endures is enough to put any man into an early grave." Vital illustrations. Please visit my Patreon page at chapter 397, 396. Austrians arrive in Granada. A few days had passed, and the first of Berenger's armed forces had stepped foot upon the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. In southern Granada, thousands of Austrian soldiers gathered together with their arms and artillery as they prepared to advance north. However, until the remainder of the division could arrive, a temporary city devised of tents was set up on the edge of the region for the time being. This city of tents was used to house the thousands of soldiers waiting for the rest of their division and supplies to arrive. A general who had earned his spot in Berenger's good graces was currently leading the 1st Division. With his swift victory over the Swiss, Adelbrand von Salzburg was sent as the leader of the 1st Division until he regrouped with Arnulf and the forces of the Royal Granadan Army. At that point, Arnulf would seize command of all coalition forces in Granada by decree of King Berenger von Kufstein. For some time now, the Reconquista had become a proxy war that Berenger used to divide the forces of the Catholic Church and force his enemies to spend time, bodies, and resources on a fight they simply could not win. Unfortunately, the Granadan army proved less competent than he had initially estimated. They forced him to enter the war years in advance of what he had planned. Berenger himself was in the process of leading the Kingdom of Austria into a new era of industrialization. He could ill afford to march an army to war at the moment. Instead, he had begrudgingly dispatched a portion of his army to his allies' territory under the supervision of one of his top generals, who was loosely related to him. Adelbrand was a young and ambitious duke who was always a skilled warrior with a mind for tactics. Despite his age, he had gained an advantageous position in the Austrian royal army and proven himself on the battlefield by leading a campaign against the Swiss, which ultimately resulted in their annexation. He was the young brother of the incompetent dullard Wolfgang von Salzburg, the husband of Eva von Graz, Berenger's cousin and Adela's sister. The man had distant ties to Berenger from a familial aspect, and thus the young monarch was more inclined to trust him. Adelbrand, of course, was fiercely loyal to Berenger and his regime, seeing the meritocratic approach to succession and military matters to be an enormous improvement over the medieval primogeniture system. After all, if Berenger had not risen to power, he would still be kneeling beneath his idiot of an elder brother. That is, if he was still alive. While Salzburg was being burned to the ground under Bavarian occupation, Adelbrand took up the mantle to defend his home, despite it being a lost cause. Wolfgang had fled to the relative safety of his wife's family's estate, leaving his people to suffer under the wrath of the Bavarian armies. If not for Berenger's intervention, it is hard to say precisely what the young duke's fate would have been. Initially a count, he, much like his counterpart Otto, was raised to the status of duke when Berenger rose to the position of king. Now he was tasked with leading the 1st Division of the Austrian Royal Army, which was the most battle-hardened and elite division of Berenger's forces to battle in Granada. Granted, he would be forced to cede his authority to Arnulf, who would act as leader of both Granadon and Austrian forces. Nonetheless, he held significant power in this campaign to eradicate the Catholic kingdoms of Iberia. Eventually, Adelbrand noticed the arrival of the Granadon Sultan, who gazed upon the field of Feldgrau-clad men with a look of hope in his eyes. Hassan had a joyous expression as he witnessed the arrival of the Austrian forces. He was in for a big surprise, as Berenger had initially informed him that he would only be sending 10,000 men to aid him. Ultimately, Berenger had opted to send a whole division, which just so happened to be the most veteran force he had under his command. Berenger was the type of man to underpromise and overdeliver. He had initially expected it would take longer than 6 months to equip his entire 1st Division with the arms necessary to win this conflict in extravagant fashion. However, due to his ongoing industrialization and the efficiency of his workers, the arms factories produced more than enough weapons to fulfill the demands of a single division. Thus, in the end, Berenger had sent the entirety of his 1st Division along with one of his most capable generals to achieve overwhelming victory. The 1st Division comprised of 3 infantry brigades, 1 cavalry brigade, 1 artillery brigade, and a few support battalions, which consisted of specialty units like Jaegers, medics, pioneers, etc. Not all of these men had made their way to Granada yet, and as such, Hassan was unaware of the immense force that Berenger had committed to his cause. Upon noticing that Adelbrand seemed to be giving commands to his troops, Hassan approached the man and quickly asked the question on his mind. "Are you the man in charge here?" Luckily for Adelbrand, since Berenger had first met Hassan, the man had been studying his German and could now communicate effectively with the leaders of the Austrian army. In response to Hassan's question, Adelbrand threw up a standard military salute and reported his name and rank to the Sultan of Granada. "Major General Adelbrand von Salzburg, I have been tasked by His Majesty King Berenger von Kufstein to lead the 1st Division of the Austrian Royal Army to victory in this campaign." Though the Granadon Royal Army had sought to emulate Austria's mighty military, they had yet to fully encompass the proper scale and unit designations that Berenger had used. After all, at the beginning of this conflict, they had less than an entire division's worth of men to field. For this reason, Hassan did not immediately understand just what a division of soldiers meant. Because of this misunderstanding, Hassan immediately asked a relatively foolish question. "The 1st Division? Does that mean there are more of you coming?" Adelbrand immediately responded to this question with a smug expression as he explained in full detail just what exactly Austria defined a division as. "While my entire unit has yet to reach these shores, I assure you there will only be 1 division taking part in this conflict. Your Majesty, I must inform you that a full division is roughly 25,000 men who are fully capable of waging war independently if they must. Due to the superiority of our forces over that of the enemy, His Majesty King Berenger has decided that he will only need the 1st Division to win this war." After hearing that 25,000 Austrians would be arriving to support him, Hassan felt greatly relieved, as if the pressure he had been facing these past 6 months suddenly vanished. He was aware of how efficient the Austrians were in warfare and knew that Berenger truly valued their alliance if he were to send so many of his soldiers to battle. However, there was one last question on his mind as he thought about this. As such, Hassan did not hold back his thoughts as he inquired about the whereabouts of a specific person. "Tell me, where is King Berenger? I very much would like to share a drink with him." Adelbrand's expression suddenly became awkward. He had no idea that Berenger had utterly neglected to inform Hassan that he would not be entering the conflict. An uncomfortable smile appeared on his face as he tried to explain the situation as delicately as possible. "King Berenger is currently occupied overseeing a critical transition without our kingdom and is unavailable to lead the conflict. However, I assure you that under my command, it will be more than enough to win this conflict." Hassan immediately began to curse in his native tongue as he spoke his thoughts aloud. That bastard! I bet he's avoiding me because he knows I will try to marry my sister off to him. Adelbrand had no idea what Hassan was saying, but he figured it was not pleasant. Thus he kept his mouth shut. He would only speak up on Berenger's behalf if the Sultan had the guts to insult him in a language that the general could understand. Luckily for everyone involved, Hassan kept his thoughts to himself. After a while, Hassan began to speak to the Austrian general about the ongoing conflict. At the moment, your General Arnulf is behind enemy lines leading my royal guard in what he referred to as a guerrilla campaign. So far, they've been successful in slowing down the Iberian advance, but it won't be long before they engage my defenses. I suggest that you quickly make your way to the front to reinforce my main army, or else it will be a hell of a lot more difficult when the first line of defense fails. Adelbrand shook his head when he heard this suggestion. He had a plan and would stick to it. It was with this in mind that he responded to Hassan's request. I will wait here until the 1st Division has fully landed. Afterward, I will rout out your enemies from your land. When I have secured your emirate and exterminated every last Catholic in these lands, I will then drive my army into Portugal, where I will capture its capital and force their king to kneel before me. For the time being, your soldiers will have to hold out. I am sure they can manage that. When Hassan heard this, he sighed before walking back to his caravan. He had traveled a long way to greet the Austrian host, and he was not going to sit around and wait for the rest of the division to arrive. As he began marching back to his carriage, as he did so he called out to Adelbrand, giving him the green light to do whatever he pleased. You are the general, do what you think is best, but I warn you, if they break through my army, you will be forced to deal with dozens of small armies across my territory, and this will turn into a very long campaign. After saying this, the young sultan departed from the port, traveling back to his capital of Granada. While Adelbrand and Arnulf waged war against the Iberians, Hassan would sit back in his palace and enjoy the luxuries contained within. This carefree attitude would later be seen as an act of cowardice, becoming a significant point of contention between the Granadan generals and their sultan. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 398, 397, assassinating an Eastern warlord since Berenger had first decided to annex the Teutonic state and incorporate it into his domain. He had ordered Linda to send field agents into the territory currently occupied by the Eastern Coalition, which was comprised of multiple countries such as Poland, Lithuania, the various Rus states, and the Golden Horde. These field agents were tasked with sabotage, assassination, and deep reconnaissance to halt the Eastern Coalition's advance into what little remained of the Teutonic state. It was a difficult mission, and at the moment, a field agent by the name of Jürgen Speck was deep behind enemy lines with a task that most likely would result in his untimely demise. Nevertheless, for the sake of the fatherland, he was more than willing to pay the price. In his hands was a Schmidt needle rifle, with its range elevated out to 1,000 yards. Having performed excellently in his marksmanship course, Jürgen was more than capable of making the shot. At the moment, he was sitting far away from his target, who was riding with his host. Codnan was the current Khan of the Golden Horde, and he was riding with his warriors westward to Marienburg with a single purpose, to eradicate the last remnants of the Teutonic state. It would undoubtedly be a massacre if he and his 130,000 horsemen arrived within those lands. At that moment, Jürgen was aiming down his sight in the pouring rain as he waited for the Khan's approach. The man would be entering firing range any minute now, and the agent could take his shot. Dressed in a splinter camo smock and field cap, Jürgen blended in with his environment at such a distance perfectly. Without a Khan to lead the horde, the various clans would undoubtedly fall into infighting for the next ruler. Thus Jürgen took a deep breath and placed his finger on the trigger. His target was now within his sights. As he squeezed the trigger, the sound of thunder cracked in the air, startling the Eastern warriors. Initially, they thought it was just thunder, yet when they gazed over their fearless leader, there was a bloody hole square in the center of his chest. Due to the distance of 1,000 yards and the poor weather, they had not seen the smoke plume that spat out of Jürgen's rifle, and thus was unaware of how their leader had been slain. Nevertheless, the Khan fell from his horse's back with shock in his eyes as he breathed his last breath. The moment this occurred, the horde of 130,000 men erupted into chaos. They frantically began to search for the culprit, never expecting that he would lay hiding in the bushes 1,000 yards away. However, in his panic state, Jürgen made the foolish action of hopping on his horseback and fleeing the scene of his crime, which immediately caused the horde's scouts to notice his presence. Had he just stayed put and hunkered down, it was possible that the Golden Horde would have assumed the death of their Khan was an inside job, and yet now with the lone horseman frantically absconding from the scene, they knew that their Khan had somehow been assassinated by an outsider. With this in mind, the Golden Horde began to chase after Jürgen with their swift horses. Whether he could escape or not was now in God's hands. The Austrian agent hurried off as fast as his horse would allow him. Luckily for him, Arabians had a high endurance level. Nevertheless, despite spending nearly 3 miles outrunning his pursuers, his horse began slowing down. It could no longer endure its top speed and was completely exhausted. Considering he was left in the middle of nowhere, with no surrounding village to hide in, Jürgen knew he had only one chance of survival. After reflecting upon his choices, he quickly halted his horse, where he pulled out a piece of parchment contained within his pouch. With a fountain pen in hand, he pulled out a map of the area and marked down his general location with a single phrase written down, SS. After doing so, he attached the letter to the messenger owl that was contained within a cage tied to the horse's saddle. After doing so, he threw the owl into the air and sent it off to the nearest field camp of his nearby agents. Hopefully, reinforcements would arrive soon and liberate him from his desperate situation. If the Eastern warriors of the Golden Horde wanted to pursue him, they would have to do so under his terms. Considering he was dressed in camouflage and wielding a superior weapon, Jürgen knew his only hope for survival was hiding out until his pursuers abandoned their quest to find him. After scouting out the area, Jürgen found a nearby forest that he could hide within until help arrived. With this in mind, the man quickly began covering himself in mud to hide his white skin, where he then fled under the cover of the large forest. He hoped he would hide well enough that the Eastern warriors would be unable to find him. After roughly an hour had passed, Jürgen had found a small cave, where he took the chance to rest within. It was unknown if some form of predator lied within its depths. However, he knew that if he did not get out of his soaking clothes soon, then without a doubt, he would die from hypothermia. Luckily for Jürgen, there were no signs of a beast camped within the cavern. Thus the man quickly started a fire and stripped from his soaked clothes, where he reached into his satchel and pulled out a pair of medieval peasant clothing he kept as a spare in case the need arose where he would have to hide his identity. For 3 days, Jürgen stayed within the forest, hunting and trapping his food while surviving the land. Just when he thought his pursuers had lost track of him, he felt a sharp pain pierce through his thigh. A barbed arrow stuck out from his leg just below the femoral artery. He was well and truly crippled. Though he tried to crawl away, he was eventually kicked over by a large Mongolian man dressed in the armor of his people. Just as the man was about to bring down his blade and decapitate the wounded field agent, his hand was stopped, and an even larger man began speaking to him with a stern tone, in a language that Jürgen did not understand. Before long, Jürgen was bound up with rope and carried out of the forest by Mongols. The worst imaginable situation had transpired. He was captured alive by the Golden Horde and would undoubtedly be tortured for information on his identity before being executed. Jürgen knew the odds of rescue were low, and such resigned himself to his fate. Even if aid could arrive, there was no conceivable way for them to break into the Golden Horde's encampment and free him from his bondage. Unknowingly to him, his owl had reported his location to the nearest field outpost, and thus, a team of agents was already on its way to search for his whereabouts. Roughly a month had passed since Jürgen's capture, and at the moment, Hema, who was the deputy director of Royal Intelligence, was standing within the halls of their headquarters located within the city of Kufstein. She held a field report in her hand as a frown curled upon her lips. After reading through the information, she fully understood the situation at hand. Since Jürgen's capture, the Golden Horde had split off into various factions vying for the position of the next Khan. The objective had been achieved, and their advance into the Teutonic state was halted. They were no longer united, and Jürgen was surprisingly still alive. Though tortured mercilessly, he had never revealed his identity. Thus the Mongols continued to keep him breathing for the time being. However, his current location was deep within the camp of the prime candidate for the position of Khan. With 50,000 horse riders by his side, it would not be easy to extract the field agent from his predicament. A team of agents was constantly monitoring the situation, and they had sent a request back to headquarters on how to proceed. It would not take long before Jürgen had finally broken and revealed that this was a ploy by Austrian intelligence to slow down the Golden Horde's advance into the Teutonic states' lands. When that happened, open warfare would occur between Austria and the Golden Horde. Such an outcome needed to be stopped at all costs. Thus Hema, who was currently dressed in her work uniform, had a complicated expression on her lips. Until now, none of her field agents had been captured alive. The information that Jürgen had available could quickly spark a war between the two countries. Thus, two options presented themselves. Either way, an elite team that she did not have available would have to sneak into the enemy encampment. After dwelling upon it for some time, Hema sighed heavily as she stared at her director of covert operations, who had handed her the report. After several moments of silence, she revealed her thoughts on the matter. It looks like I am going to have to request aid from the director herself. Vital illustrations. Please visit my Patreon page at chapter 399, 398, Establishing Special Operations Berenger, Linda, and Hema were currently within the king's office inside the royal palace. As Berenger sat down at his seat, Linda stood by his side as they read the report given to them by the Deputy Director of Royal Intelligence. Hema had proven herself a capable field agent in the past and was well aware of the dangers associated with the mission she had been ordered to give out to the men and women under her command. However, one of her people was captured, and she currently lacked the means to extract them from their compromised position. The only option left was to ask for assistance from the armed forces, directly under Berenger's command as both King and Reichsmarschall of Austria. Berenger gazed at the report with a complicated expression. He knew that he had issued the order to assassinate high-profile targets, but taking out the leader of the Golden Horde was a rather foolish decision on Royal Intelligence's part. After coming to a thorough understanding of the current situation, Berenger sighed heavily as he placed the report down upon his desk. After doing so, he put his fingers together in contemplation. He sat there in silence for a few moments before he finally asked the question on his mind. "What is it exactly that you are requesting of me?" Hema gulped the saliva pooling in her mouth as she struggled to find the means to express her desire. Eventually, she steeled her resolve and asked Berenger for the support she had in mind. "I request that you dispatch your forces to enter the camp covertly and either extract or eliminate Jürgen to prevent classified information from being leaked to the enemy." Berenger thought about the question at hand for a few moments. Though his field agents were talented in espionage, assassination, and sabotage, they were not skilled in military matters. As a result, if they attempted to rescue the target, it would fail. Berenger had not thought of establishing a dedicated special operations unit until now. The reason was quite simple. He believed the superiority of his forces was so overwhelming that the use of specialized units to fulfill unconventional tasks was not required. Yet, here he sat, with a mission that not even his Jaegers could easily pull off. After all, covert operations were not exactly in their job description. They were direct action, light infantry specialists. With this in mind, he pulled out a piece of paper and began to draft a royal edict to immediately establish a task force under the command of the Austrian Royal Army. If Austria's Jaeger Corps were based upon the 75th Ranger Regiment from his past life, this unit would be based on the Green Berets. This Special Forces unit would be labeled as JAG Commandos and trained in land and seaborne operations. They would act as the silent professionals needed to complete Austria's dirty work. As for airborne operations, unfortunately, Berenger did not yet have the means to manufacture aircraft. As such, he could not train them in such methods. After finishing the edict, Berenger put down his fountain pen and announced his decision. I am authorizing the establishment of a special operations force designed to handle covert operations like these. They shall be known as JAG Commandos. They shall be equipped with specialized equipment for their missions that will not see use in the standard armed forces for many years. After all, for what I have in mind, we will only be able to produce a small number of such weapons. You have my permission to take whoever you see fit from the army to establish this unit. I want Agent Jurgen extracted alive if possible. However, if such a feat proves too challenging to achieve, he needs to be eliminated in a way that does not draw attention to us. A bayonet to the heart will suffice. You have 2 weeks to form this unit and dispatch them to Poland. Any longer than that, and I fear the man will break and reveal everything. Hema immediately stood up and saluted Berenger after receiving her orders. She did not know how effective the unit would be within 2 weeks. However, it was better than what she currently had available. Hail victory! After saying this, Berenger nodded, stood up, and returned her Roman-style salute before dismissing her. After doing so, he sat back down in his seat with a weary expression. Though the Golden Horde had split apart for the time being as they tried to elect a new Khan, one of his agents was captured and would require a specialized team to extract or eliminate him. For the time being, the troops sent on this mission would undoubtedly be recruited from the most elite Jaegers and field agents. After their task was completed, they would be trained into the elite force that Berenger had mentioned earlier and equipped with more advanced weapons than what was currently available to his army. After dwelling upon this for a while, Berenger felt his shoulders being rubbed and looked up to see Linda's beautiful smile as she comforted him. After all, ordering the potential elimination of one of his agents was not easy to accept, and thus she knew her husband was likely conflicted. It's okay, even if it comes to what you fear most, he will have died for the sake of the fatherland. What Jurgen knows can't be released to the Mongols. It would invite danger to the people here at home. Berenger began to relax as his second wife gave him a message. He knew the reasoning for doing such a horrid task, but just because it was logical did not make it any easier on his conscience. While Linda was rubbing his shoulders, Berenger cracked a joke to his wife about her deputy director. Hema looked good in her uniform. Maybe you should dress up in yours more often? When Linda heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes. Though she was director of intelligence, she had never actually gotten a uniform tailored for herself. After all, she spent more time at home in the palace looking after the kids than she did at headquarters. Because Austrian Royal Intelligence acted as both a domestic and foreign intelligence agency, there were uniforms in place for members who spent most, if not all, of their time within the nation's borders. These uniforms were partially based upon those of the Stasi from East Germany, with the primary difference being that the collars were in the form of those used by the Wehrmacht in WW2. Hearing that her husband so very much wanted to see her in a uniform brought a smile to the girl's face as she wrapped her arms around his shoulders from behind and whispered in his ear with a sensual tone, "If you want me to have a uniform so badly, then I will have one designed. However, I fear that if I wear such a thing, you won't be able to keep your hands off me." After saying this, she turned Berenger's seat around and sat in his lap as she began to kiss him passionately. The young king immediately began to unzip her dress from the back, where it fell from her shoulders, revealing her substantial bosom. It did not take him long to start sucking the milk from her teats. However, before they could become truly connected, they heard a knock on the door followed by the sound of their son's voice, which thoroughly interrupted the couple's playtime. "Mommy? Father? Are you in there?" Upon hearing this, Berenger sighed heavily before helping his wife get dressed. After doing so, he approached the door and let his son in. Linda's frustrated expression immediately softened the moment she saw her darling little boy enter the room. Berenger picked his son up into the air and smiled as he asked the boy a question. "Hans, what is the matter? You know better than to knock on my office door during work hours." Hans immediately looked over at his mother and back at his father before expressing his reason for interrupting them. "I'm hungry, and I couldn't find Mommy." After saying this, Berenger set the little tyke down on the floor before where he rustled his strawberry blonde hair. As he did so, he gave his son a brief lecture with a smile on his face. "Hans, you're 4 years old now. It is time for you to wean off your mother's milk. If you're hungry, go to the kitchen and ask for a glass of milk and something to eat." This would have been a convincing argument if there wasn't a leftover drop of Linda's milk upon Berenger's lips. Upon seeing his father lecture him in such a manner, Hans began to pout and immediately questioned his father's hypocrisy. "Then why do you get to drink Mommy's milk?" Berenger was immediately awestruck when he heard this. He quickly wiped the milk on his lips onto his sleeve before giving a questioning look towards the boy's mother, who was gazing at him with a mocking expression. Upon seeing this, Berenger sighed before coming up with the quickest excuse he could think of. "Because I'm your mother's husband, and a husband can have as much of his wife's milk as he wants." The moment Hans heard this, a light flickered in his eyes as if he had come to the most tacit understanding. He quickly nodded his head in response to Berenger's words before responding. "So if I get married, I can have as much of my wife's milk as I want?" Not realizing the problem he had caused, Berenger quickly nodded his head with a smile on his face. "Now you understand." After saying this, Hans hugged his father before running out the door. Berenger would never know that he had inadvertently passed on his fetish for breastfeeding to his son with this statement. Of course, such a thing would not manifest itself for many years. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 400, 399, Next Generation Weapons Part 1, while plans were underway to form a special task force to liberate the captured field agent from the hands of the Golden Horde, as well as the ongoing efforts of the Austrian intervention in Grenada. Berenger had decided to design 2 new weapons that would eventually replace the needle rifle and the 1422 service revolver in a few years. However, more importantly, these weapons would become the standard issue to his Jagd commandos in the upcoming months. The reason Berenger had no intents to mass-produce these weapons for the time being is because they relied on smokeless powder, and he currently had a limited production capability of such a valuable resource. It was only after his chemical factories expanded that he would be capable of mass-producing the substance, and with it the munitions required for these weapons to function. With this in mind, the first firearm he intended to create was a multi-shot bolt-action rifle. This bolt-action rifle was primarily based upon the Kar 98K, the standard-issue infantry rifle of the Wehrmacht during the Second World War of Berenger's previous life. However, a few alterations were made to the overall design. The first change to the weapon was that the bolt handle was straight rather than curved. This alteration was due to the inclusion of a dust cover based upon the system used by the Arisaka Type 99 rifle issued to the Imperial Japanese Army during his past life. This dust cover was a piece of stamped steel attached to the bolt and moved alongside it. It was designed to cover the action and prevent dirt, dust, and grime from entering. In the case of trench warfare or jungle environments, this was a huge bonus. The Mauser 98 action was arguably the best action of any service bolt-action rifle. It was robust, reliable, and durable. Unlike other designs, it utilized 3 locking lugs to keep the bolt intact. Aside from the battle-proven functionality of the weapon, it also included an internal 5-round box magazine. Other minor alterations Beranger made to the rifle were an insert in the stock and butt plate designed to store the cleaning kit much like on an AKM, and a magazine breakdown button contained within the trigger guard much like was seen on the Arisaka Type 99. To put it simply, taking apart the magazine on the traditional German Mausers was more complicated than it needed to be. While one would rarely take apart the internal magazine, sometimes it was necessary, such as in maintenance, and anything easier for the grunts in the field was a plus in Beranger's book. Other alterations to the overall design were purely cosmetic. For example, Beranger designed the stock to be based upon the predecessor of the Kar 98K, which was the Mauser model of 1933, also known as the Mauser Standard Modell, or the Mauser Banner Rifle. The primary difference between the weapon's stocks was a lack of indent for a curved bolt handle and the inclusion of a small rectangular cut on the handguard beneath the rear sight. In other words, this bolt-action rifle was a mixture of 3 excellent rifles from his past life. The Mauser Kar 98K, the Mauser Standard Modell, and the Arisaka Type 99, which was loosely based upon the Mauser 98. Berengar was creating what he thought was the perfect military bolt-action rifle. Beranger decided to label the rifle as the Gore model of 1425, or the G25 for short. This was because Beranger intended for it to begin mass production and standard issue to his soldiers 3 years from now. In the meantime, it would be a weapon utilized by his covert operators and thus not officially adopted by his armed forces. To Beranger, there was no more excellent full-sized rifle caliber than the 7.92 by 57 mm Mauser, also known as the 8 mm Mauser. It was a powerful cartridge that was in use by the German army from the days of the Boxer Rebellion to even after World War II, during the early years of the Cold War from Beranger's past life. The 8 mm Mauser was a rimless, bottleneck-style cartridge. This meant that the rim around the primer was not substantial in size and that the cartridge tapered towards the bullet. The projectile itself was a Spitzer-shaped bullet that used a copper jacket with a mild steel core. It also utilized a double-base smokeless powder, which meant there was a mixture of nitrocellulose and nitroglycerin. This cartridge had a muzzle velocity of 790 meters per second, or 2,592 feet per second, and an effective range of 550 yards when shot out of a G25 rifle. In reality, when equipped with a telescopic optic or when in the hands of a talented marksman, the rifle could achieve hits out to 1,090 yards. After designing the rifle, Beranger moved on to the next critical piece of equipment he would be issuing to his Jagd commandos, and that was a new sidearm. While the 1422 service revolver was practical among rear-echelon troops, officers, and cavalry, Beranger felt that something far superior was needed as a sidearm for his special forces. With this in mind, he quickly got down to drafting the blueprints for a legendary pistol that was issued to German troops of both world wars from Beranger's past life. However, it would forever remain in infamy as the favored sidearm of the Waffen-SS, the elite shock troops of the Nazi Party, and the personal army of the Führer. The Mauser C96 that Beranger designed was chambered in 9 by 19 mm Luger, more commonly referred to in the modern era as 9 by 19 mm Parabellum, which had become one of if not the most widely adopted military and police cartridges in the world by the time of Julian's death. The Mauser C96 was among the first commercially and militarily successful semi-automatic pistols and was commonly referred to as the broom handle by American shooting enthusiasts. However, due to this fact, it had some quirks that were later redesigned in later models. For example, Berenger fully intended to replace the internal, stripper clip-fed 10-round magazine with detachable 10 or 20-round magazines, as was seen on many of the variants that had made their way to China in his past life. Though there were better semi-automatic pistols Berenger could adopt, there was a particular reason that he chose this weapon for use in his special forces. When the Germans adopted this pistol, they generally issued it with a wooden holster that could also act as a stock, turning the gun into a semi-automatic pistol caliber carbine. This would be essential for dangerous operations, where his Jagdkommandos would need access to relatively rapid-firing weapons. As such, it made the perfect sidearm for his most elite forces. Also, from a purely aesthetic perspective, it was a uniquely German handgun, which Berenger greatly appreciated. Another minor alteration to this weapon was the use of improved iron sights, which led to the shooter acquiring their target faster than on the original model. Was this essential to the function of the weapon? No, after all, the Mauser C96 from his previous life had an exceptional combat record. Still, it did not hurt to make such a minor improvement. Having designed the weapons that would soon be issued to his Jagdkommandos and later become standard to his conventional army, Berenger laid back and relaxed in his office chair. He had done more than enough work for that day. With this in mind, he broke out the old-school chalice and poured himself some fortified wine. As he drank from his chalice, he saw a particular sight enter his room. Anuria was dressed in a silk dress of the current fashion within Austria that was dyed purple, much like her hair. She had a sultry smile on her face as she approached her husband. Though Berner did not know immediately what she had in mind, he could take a guess. As she reached her husband's seat, she quickly hopped in his lap, nearly knocking the chair over as she did so. If not for Berenger's foresight and fast reflexes, the couple would have indeed smashed into the ground. However, after stabilizing himself, Berenger immediately asked his third wife why she was bugging him. "So, I assume you have something to tell me?" Anuria quickly nodded her head. However, in the very next moment, she kissed her husband. After they had separated, she began licking his neck, which Berenger found strange. After a while, he flicked her on the nose and asked her the question on his mind. "What are you doing?" Anurias playfully prodded his chest with her dainty finger as she whispered in her husband's ear. "Marking my territory, you reek of Linda's perfume." Berenger chuckled when he heard this before getting down to business. "We can play later. Tell me, what is so important that you have interrupted my progress?" Anuria began to pout as she heard this before sighing. After she did so, she expressed the thoughts that troubled her mind. "My crew wants to participate in the war against the Catholic Iberian kingdoms, but I'm pregnant and can't enter the battlefield. So, I wanted to know what you thought about allowing Melissa to take over for the time being." Berenger thought about this for a few minutes before he broke into laughter. Anuria did not know how to react to this action and became slightly offended as she protested his attitude. "What's so funny?" Berenger calmed down after hearing this before responding to the princess's question. "They're your crew. Do what you want with them. You don't need to ask for my permission on how to run your business." Upon hearing this, a broad smile appeared on Anuria's pretty face as she kissed Berenger on the cheek. After doing so, she hopped off his lap and ran towards the exit, leaving behind a single phrase. "Thanks, Daddy." After saying that, she disappeared from Berenger's sight, where he quickly downed the remaining contents of his fortified wine. After doing so, a single thought escaped from his lips. "Looks like I'm going to need to break out the whiskey." Having said this, Berenger spent the remainder of the evening drinking liquor by his lonesome. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 401, 400, annihilating the Aragonese army throughout the past few weeks, while the Austrian expeditionary force gathered on the coast of Gibraltar. The war in Granada had been waging on. The central defensive line commanded by General Ziad was crushed at Granada's northern borders, and by now, they had been forced to withdraw to their capital city. While this had transpired, General Arnulf and the Granadan Royal Guard had become trapped deep behind enemy lines, struggling to survive as Duke Lorenzo de Benavente ruthlessly pursued them across the plains of Andalusia. After the attempt on his life, he had refused to show mercy to Arnulf and the men beneath his command. Currently, the city of Granada was enjoying its last few days of peace as the men, women, and children contained within prayed to their deity for their very survival. After all, the Crusaders who would soon beset upon them would never show any mercy. What little remained of the Granadan royal army scrambled to form a line of defense to protect their capital city from the ferocity of their enemies. Luckily for them, the Austrian reinforcements had finally arrived, where they immediately dug themselves into a massive and well-fortified trench line. 25,000 Austrians, standing side by side with 5,000 Granadans, patiently waited for the arrival of the main Aragonese army. Standing a few miles outside of the city was the primary force of the Aragonese army, supported by tens of thousands of crusaders from the Order of Santiago and Calatrava. At its head was none other than King Felipe de Trastamara with an army of 50,000 men at his back. The Aragonese king had personally led this army to defeat Granada. After all, the Castilians were currently struggling to rout out the remnants of the Granadan Royal Guard, and the Portuguese armies were God knows where. Thus, in his eyes, the glory for defeating Granada and completing the Reconquista naturally fell to him. At last, after nearly 700 years, Iberia would once more belong to its native sons. It was with this in mind that he sneered with disdain upon the supposedly meager fortifications standing between him and total victory. He cared not that the Austrians had arrived in significant number to halt his advance. They may have powerful weapons on their side, but Aragon had the power of the Lord God Almighty backing them, and thus the foolish king feared not what sorcery Berenger the Accursed had managed to conjure from the depths of hell. After receiving a scout's report about the nature of the enemy's defenses, Felipe gave his order to his troops, who were sitting back and waiting for the battle to begin. Forward march and fear no evil, for God is on our side. Tens of thousands of men immediately began their charge, attempting to take the trench line from the Austrian and Granadan forces. Completely unaware that they were walking into a massacre, the Aragonese were quite confident. Recently, they had begun to manufacture their crude version of the arquebuse. It was made of cast iron, and they had utterly failed to standardize its caliber. Still, nevertheless, the Aragonese were now equipped in some small capacity with the weapons the Granadans utilized. It was with this in mind that they recklessly charged towards the enemy, foolishly believing they would not be fired upon until they reached a distance of 100 feet. The knights were the first to enter the fray, as the horses attempted to gallop over the barbed wire. However, overburdened by Barding and their riders, it did not take long for the Catholic cavalry to get stuck within the defenses that the Austrians had made. It was only after the Catholics reached a range of roughly 600 yards that the echo of the artillery roared in the air. The screams as the shells twirled out of the barrels of the mighty 1422 field guns resounded across the battlefield, like that of a titan escaping from the pits of Tartarus. The shells landed upon the army trapped within the field of mud and barbed wire. As they detonated, piles of men were torn into chunks of meat, and others were ripped apart by the white-hot shrapnel. Blood-curdling screams accompanied the sound of gunfire and artillery to form a symphony of war. Felipe gazed in horror at the rear of his army as he witnessed the destruction wrought upon his army. The very sight of the 75mm high explosive shells erupting and engulfing his men in fiery blasts was exactly as the Pope had described. Somehow, someway Berenger the Accursed had conjured hellfire upon the battlefield. The terrified king of Aragon immediately wet his hose as he could no longer contain his bladder. After doing so, he immediately cried out in a shrill voice befitting that of a hysterical woman. "Retreat! For God's sake, retreat!" The echo of gunfire and explosions had wholly drowned out his order despite this. Instead, the men within the field were given their conflicting orders by their officers. That being that under no circumstances were they to retreat. If they wanted to survive, they must press forward at all costs. As the king witnessed his army being torn to shreds and refusing his orders, he immediately gave up and ordered his house guard to retreat. Thus the king fled the battlefield as his army valiantly tried to overcome the technological gap between them and their foes. Adelbrand, on the other hand, stood upon the city walls beside General Ziad and the young Sultan Hassan. They watched the massacre unfold from a distance with a pair of binoculars. With a wicked grin on his face, Adelbrand immediately declared to his allies, "Wonderful, isn't it? The power that His Majesty's army possesses is not limited to what you see here. I am certain that we will be wielding even greater weapons in 5 years. As for what you see here, it will probably be issued to the reserves. Aren't you glad that His Majesty has a soft spot for Saracens such as yourself?" Hassan could hardly believe his eyes. By now, the Iberians had begun to withdraw. The rapid rate of fire of the needle rifles, combined with the explosive power of the rifled breechloaders, had indeed and utterly torn the enemy army to shreds. Within minutes of the battle beginning, tens of thousands of men lie dead in the fields outside his capital city. As for the remainder of the Aragonese army, they were either wounded and bleeding out or struggling to retreat from the trap they had marched into. The young sultan only had one thought on his mind as he witnessed the sheer level of bloodshed beneath his very eyes. "Whatever it takes, I must marry my sister to King Berenger. Without a marriage to bind our 2 houses together, this could be the fate of my people one day." As Hassan was thinking these words, Adelbrand reached into his satchel and pulled out a folder where he instantly handed it to the young sultan with a stoic gaze. Confused by this action, Hassan immediately inquired about what was inside. "What is this?" The Austrian general refused to look the Sultan of Granada in the eye as he continued to gaze upon the carnage on the battlefield below. However, without the slightest hesitation, he revealed a hint of the true nature behind the folder. "It is a gift from His Majesty King Berenger. While I win your war for you, he wants you to get to work and begin implementing what is inside of this folder." Hassan looked through the folder briefly and was confused by what he was staring at. Nevertheless, there was sure to be somebody within his realm he could comprehend its contents. He handed it to his General Ziad and gave him a command. "Have this folder brought to somebody who understands what is contained within." Ziad immediately nodded his head and saluted his sovereign. After doing so, he gazed upon the battlefield and the trenches below. The Aragonese crusaders were annihilated with it. The echoes of gunfire and artillery had begun to fade. This day would mark a turning point in the centuries-long Reconquista. The ruthless massacre of the Aragonese army at the hands of the Austrian First Division would spark out an outcry by the Catholic world, and countless volunteers would soon march from their homes to end the combined threat of the Austro-Granadan alliance. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 402. For 01, saving Agent Jürgen weeks had passed since Berenger first gave the royal edict to establish a special operations unit known as the JAG Commandos. During this time, a small team of elite soldiers had been formed with a single purpose: to save Agent Jürgen. To nobody's surprise, this team was made entirely of Berenger's most elite soldiers from his Jaeger Corps. At the moment, a small fire team that made up this task force was sitting on a rowboat in the middle of the Vistula River, inching ever closer to their target. Captain Andreas Jaeger was the current team leader of this specialty unit that would one day evolve into the infamous Jagged Commandos. Though there were many potential candidates for this position, after a thorough screening, ultimately, he was selected to lead this mission. At the moment, he was sharpening his bayonet as he sat within the boat used to approach their destination. The likelihood of him and his men needing to use these weapons to eliminate their potential hostiles was undoubtedly high. After all, a single shot of their rifles would immediately alert the entire camp of their presence. The man was currently dressed in what had become known as an M22 field uniform. It had become the basis for all soldiers' uniforms within the Kingdom of Austria and was nothing more than a replica of the Wehrmacht's M41 field uniform from Berenger's past life. Over this uniform was a splinter camo smock, and over that was his trusty trench armor, which was painted to match the camouflage smock. Attached to the breastplate was a set of black web gear in the form of 6 ammo pouches that contained his paper cartridges for his needle rifle. Though Austria had begun to manufacture bolt-action rifles and semi-automatic pistols, they were not yet tested or approved for field use. Because of this, the unit was still equipped with the standard-issue needle rifle. Under this armor was a black leather belt that contained his bayonet, his entrenching tool, and his canteen. As for his footwear, it was a pair of black leather combat boots that went up to his ankles. Worn over the top of these boots were a pair of splinter camo puttees. Atop his head was an M21 Stahlhelm, which was the designation given to the helmet he had worn for some time. It was also painted in splinter camouflage. For better concealment, he wore a ghillie cape that acted as faux foliage. It wrapped itself around his head, shoulders, and back. The only other remarkable feature of his kit was that his face was painted in a woodland pattern to obscure his pale skin that was likely to be seen in the dark. As the boat approached their destination, Andreas sheathed his bayonet before grabbing a hold of his paddle, where he and his team silently brought it to shore. Once on dry land, Andreas quickly went over the plan one more time. The plan is simple. We infiltrate the camp and silently take out the guards. After doing so, we make our way to the tent that Royal Intelligence claims to be the current location of our missing field agent. Our objective is simple: extract Jürgen and bring him home. The men who comprised this particular unit silently nodded before Andreas ordered them to move out. After doing so, they silently began to approach the nearby encampment that was not far away from the Vistula. Before long, Andreas and his team found themselves behind the backs of a pair of Golden Horde sentries. Andreas quickly slung his rifle over his shoulder and unleashed his bayonet. After placing his hand over the man's mouth, he quickly slid the dagger across his throat, ending the man's tragic life. Blood spilled onto the ground, forming a crimson pool. However, before the other sentry could react, he was quickly taken out similarly by one of the men within Andreas' squad. Only after Andreas was sure the 2 men were genuinely dead did he and his team drag the warriors' bodies out of sight and hide them within the bushes. While all of this was happening, a marksman was stationed on the hill above with his needle rifle in hand. He was gazing down into the encampment through the iron sights of his rifle. If shit hit the fan, he would have to cover his team's escape. After hiding the bodies, Andreas took the point where he slowly and cautiously made his way between the tents. Luckily for him, it appeared to be some form of celebration tonight. Because of this, many of the Mongol warriors drank themselves to sleep. Only a few hostiles were wandering through the camp, and they were intoxicated to such degree that they could not notice Andreas and his squad if they were to crouch down 5 yards in front of them. Thus Andreas and his men swiftly made their way to the tent where Jürgen was supposedly held captive, where they split into 2 groups. While Andreas and the medic rescued Jürgen, the others would search for his equipment. It was not a good idea to leave behind the gear that could identify Austria as the assassins. After entering inside, they found their target tied to a post, with cuts and welts all over his body. He was missing his left hand and both of his eyes. The fingernails on his right hand were completely removed, as were all his teeth. Evidently, when they weren't cutting away at his body, they beat him with blunt objects as there was substantial bruising across his torso and multiple fractures in his limbs. How he had managed to survive this long was utterly unknown to the veteran medic who accompanied Andreas and his team. Jürgen was clearly on the brink of death, and as such, the medic instantly began to treat what few wounds he could manage. When there was nothing more to be done, the medic pulled out smelling salts and placed them under Jürgen's nose, which immediately awakened the poor man. All he could see was darkness out of the dark pits where his eyes used to be. However, despite his lack of sight, he could still sense that he was surrounded. Thus he immediately began to panic. However, before he could scream, his mouth was covered, and he heard the familiar words of his native tongue whisper in his ears. "I am Captain Andreas Jäger of the Jäger Corps. We're here to rescue you." Upon hearing this, Jürgen's brow immediately began to relax as he realized that aid had finally come for him. Afterward, Andreas removed his hand where Jürgen immediately began to speak. I said. "Nothing. Well, besides eat shit." After saying this, Jürgen began to chuckle, which immediately caused him to cough. Upon seeing this, the medic immediately cut him down. However, Jürgen was far too injured to walk. As he collapsed onto the ground, he began to chuckle once more before making a request. "Water." Captain Andreas quickly pulled out his canteen and guided it to Jürgen's lips, where he hastily took a sip. After drowning the blood that had pooled in his mouth with fresh water, the man sighed heavily before making one final request. "Kill me. Please." Andreas was shocked when he heard this. However, the medic looked at him with a worrying gaze before whispering in his ear. "His wounds are too severe. If we take him out of here, he will die before we make it to the boat. We should grant him his wish and put an end to his suffering." Upon hearing this, Andreas' hands began to tremble. He began to realize that they were far too late. George was as good as dead, and if they attempted to bring him back, they could easily be caught by the Golden Horde. Despite this potential reality, he was undeterred. The veteran captain refused to allow an agent of the crown to die in foreign lands and have his body tossed to the wolves or mutilated any further by those filthy savages. It was with this in mind that he made a solemn vow to Jürgen as the man gasped, struggling for breath. "I promise you that I will have your body buried in Austrian soil." At this point, Jürgen could no longer speak. Instead, he nodded his head with a stern expression on his face. After doing so, the medic pulled out a small capsule that contained a fast-acting and lethal poison. He slid it into Jürgen's mouth and messaged his throat so that he would swallow it. With this act, the agent began to whimper until there was utter silence. Not even the sound of him breathing remained as his soul entered eternal rest. Upon seeing this, Andreas sighed heavily before giving the new order. "Cover me. I'm going to make sure Jürgen makes it home, even if it is as a corpse." After saying this, he slung the fallen agent's body over his soldier and drew his pistol, where his team immediately exited the tent with rifles in hand. For Andreas and his team of operators, the real difficulty was about to begin. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 403-402. The Bohemian army arrives having recovered Jürgen's corpse, or what was left of it. Captain Andreas Jäger quickly made his way out of the tent. However, the moment he exited it, he noticed a large and muscular figure. According to the dossier they read over before this mission took place, this man was likely to be none other than Sabidii, the man who was the favorite to succeed the previous Khan who Jurgen had assassinated. Sabiti immediately reached for his saber. However, before he could even get his hand on his weapon, a booming echo resounded through the night sky. A gaping hole was in the middle of the Mongolian warlord's chest as he stared at Andreas with surprise. In the captain's hand was a 1422 service revolver, which he had fired the moment Sabiti reached for his weapon. The once proud Mongolian warlord who was just about to become the next Khan of the Golden Horde collapsed to the ground. However, the minute he did so, many warriors appeared from outside their tents, wondering what such a noise could be. They gazed in astonishment as they saw their leader bleeding out on the ground in front of a group of strangely dressed men. The brave warriors of Sabiti's faction immediately unsheathed their blades and began howling as they charged at the intruders. Andreas did not hesitate and quickly raised his revolver with one hand as he opened fire upon the enemy in rapid fashion. Beside Andreas was the medic who quickly raised his rifle and fired at the oncoming opponents. Gunshots echoed in the air as bodies collapsed. The more shots fired, the more Mongolians appeared from their tents, armed and ready for combat. However, Andreas did not stay behind. Instead, he and the medic quickly regrouped with the other members of their squad before fleeing from the scene of their crime. Evidently, they had found Jurgen's equipment. While the soldiers ran, they also reloaded their weapons and fired at any hostiles who dared to get in their path. As for Andreas, he had long since fired his 6 shots, and because he was carrying Jurgen's body, he could no longer load his weapon. With this in mind, he quickly holstered his firearm before unsheathing his bayonet, where he held it close to his body in case he needed to kill someone who got too close. As the Mongolian warriors began to chase after the fleeing Austrian team, the marksman on the hill above began carefully picking his targets. With every squeeze of the trigger, another hostile was sent to the afterlife. With great finesse, he quickly racked the bolt of his needle rifle back, where he placed the next paper cartridge into the action before slamming the bolt home. After doing so, he quickly acquired his next target on the path of least resistance and gunned him down. Andreas quickly spotted the marksman clearing the path and ordered his men to follow it. "This way. Hurry!" The Austrian Jaegers fiercely began to battle their way out of the enemy encampment. As a Mongolian approached the medic reloading a paper cartridge, he quickly halted the procedure. He then raised his bayonet while thrusting it into the man's heart. After doing so, he finished pushing the bolt forward before firing on another target. Andreas was protected by his soldiers, who guarded his flanks as they secured the route out of the camp and towards the boat. Before long, they had gained a head start over the warriors of the Golden Horde, who were now rushing back to their tents to grab a hold of their bows. However, by the time they retrieved them, the Austrians had made their way out of the encampment and rushed towards the river basin where they had left their boat. The marksman continued to clear a path until his comrades had gotten close to their position. As such, he fired one last shot protecting the rear guard from an incoming sword swing, exploding the target's head before hopping down from his position and regrouping with his team. As he ran alongside them to the shore, he instantly cursed. "Well, this is a fucking shit show." Andreas did not say anything. Instead, he tossed Jurgen's body into the boat and began to push it into the river. Before long, the Mongolians arrived and began to fire their arrows upon Andreas and his team. Fortunately, their vitals were well protected from missile fire, and the hands failed to pierce through the Austrian steel trench armor. Andreas quickly unslung his rifle and fired a shot into the torso of the nearest Mongolian warrior before hopping into the boat, which was now flowing downstream. Every one of the Austrian soldiers made their way into the boat, at the same time ducking their heads and protecting their exposed backs from missile fire. They began to row as if their lives depended upon it, as arrows fell upon them instantly. However, due to the shape of their helmets, if they huddled down just right, there was no way they could be killed. After a while, they made it out of range of the Mongolian composite bows and began to cheer as they flipped off the hostile warriors who stared at them with disbelief. However, Andreas immediately barked at his soldiers to remind them of something serious. "We're not out of the woods yet. We need to get to the extraction point before they can get on horseback and follows. Quit your cheering and start rowing." Just as Andreas had said, the Mongolian warriors of the Golden Horde doubled back to their camp, where they got a hold of their horses. It was a race against time. The Austrians had to make their way downstream to where their mounts were located. If the Mongolians arrived before they did, it was all over. With this in mind, the team furiously rowed the boat into the rapids, where they were propelled downstream at a tremendous rate. After a while, they arrived at their destination, where Andreas picked up Jürgen's body and placed it on the back of his horse. After mounting their horses, the team immediately set off towards the Austrian borders. However, before they could celebrate, they noticed that the advanced force of the Golden Horde was not far behind. Several hundred elite Mongolian riders were closing in and fast. With this in mind, Andreas pulled out his revolver once more and began ejecting its empty cartridges out of its gate. After doing so, he rapidly reloaded the weapon. With the reins in his left hand and the revolver in his right, he stormed off on his horse towards his homeland. The Mongolians rushed their horses towards the Austrians without caring for their mounts' safety. Eventually, they began to close the distance, where they proceeded to fire their arrows towards Andreas and his men. They were not in a good position, as their trench armor did not protect their backs. If an arrow made its way through its exposed area, it could mean death. The Austrians faced their oncoming attackers and fired their revolvers at them. The bullets traveled downrange to limited success. If anything, they were more likely to strike the horse. A .38 special was not capable of entirely stopping a horse with a single shot unless it hit a vulnerable region. However, when their shots did land clean, they managed to either knock down a rider or kill its horse. As the chase continued, things were beginning to look bleak to the Austrians. By now, they had run out of ammo with their revolvers, and they were not equipped with cavalry carbines. However, in their darkest hour, the sound of thunder resounded in the air, and in the very next moment, a plume of smoke appeared from the edge of the forest. As it did, more than a quarter of the approaching Mongols fell dead. It took a few moments, but another volley was fired shortly after, where an exciting sight took place. Men dressed in uniforms that they did not recognize emerged from the treeline with muskets in their hands and triangular bayonets affixed as they loaded quick-loading tubes into the bores of their weapons before firing another volley. With this third volley, every last member of the horde who had followed them was either slain or trapped beneath the weight of their horse. Seeing that their enemies were defeated, Andreas ordered his unit to halt as they watched the unknown men rush forth from their positions and skewer any member of the Golden Horde left alive with their bayonets. Andreas was quite suspicious of this new and unknown force and thus approached them cautiously. However, the man in charge of the company of soldiers who had helped them with their pursers immediately saluted him before speaking in what Andreas would politely refer to as broken German. "Captain Christoph Jillich of the Royal Bohemian Army. We were sent to provide aid. I am glad we arrived on time." Berenger had suspected something like this could happen. With this in mind, he had kept the newly established Bohemian Army on standby to intercept and aid the Jaegers if they found themselves in trouble during their escape. Andreas was stunned to see that there was some form of support for them. However, before he could thank the man and his troops, Captain Christoph immediately began to interrupt. "The majority of their army is still out there, and there are not enough of us to fight them off. Quickly, while you can make your escape, we will be returning to Bohemia immediately. Thus the brief interaction between the Bohemian army and Austria's fledgling special forces group ended. Andreas quickly gave his orders to his soldiers. He was confident he did not want to stick around for the rest of the horde to arrive. Quickly, with haste ride towards the fatherland. His soldiers immediately nodded their heads and followed the path back to Austria. The rest of their journey would be entirely uneventful. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 404-403. Constitutional Convention Part 1. Berenger stood within the halls of the Reichstag. Surrounding him was every prominent political and economic leader within the Kingdom of Austria. After Duke Otto von Graz had openly called for a constitutional convention to amend the current constitution of Austria, the nation was in an uproar. How dare the Duke and father-in-law of the king question the crown's authority for the sake of the upper nobility? However, when Berenger responded in a cordial and welcoming manner, the people naturally calmed their wrath. Berenger had gone a step further and called for every titan of industry, every political representative, every noble of significant standing, to gather together in the Reichstag for a single purpose: to redraft the constitution in a way that worked for all people. Currently, Berenger was addressing the massive gathering with some of his proposed changes to the current constitution. After much bickering from the nobility and common populace, the bicameral legislative that was based upon the United States of his previous life was thoroughly scrapped. The young King of Austria began to recount the changes to the system that had become universally accepted after several days of near-constant debate by those attending this constitutional convention. It is my understanding that we have come to some form of agreement on this matter, so allow me to reiterate for official purposes. As far as the legislative branch is concerned, there shall be 2 chambers of parliament. An electorate comprised of educated common men of good moral character can elect up to 1 member of parliament for every 25,000 citizens who dwells within the confines of the Kingdom of Austria. Every 4 years there shall be an election to elect a member of parliament to fill these positions. No representative shall be allowed to run for office more than twice. The representative must be at least 30 years of age and pass a background check, as well as a written test supervised by the royal crown itself. Their duty, should they be elected, shall be performed with the principle of serving the Austrian crown to the benefit of the people. A member of parliament will have the right to draft bills to be looked over by the King of Austria. This will require at least a 2/3 majority to pass. They shall also have the power to impeach government officials under the condition of a 2/3 majority. In the event of an impeachment of a member of the peerage, the trial will be handed to the House of Lords to handle. Are there any objections to these terms? Berenger gazed around the Reichstag at the gathered men to see if anyone raised a hand or voice in protest to these terms. As he had previously announced, it had become universally accepted at this point, and thus not a single person raised a complaint regarding this portion of the Constitution. Upon seeing that there were no voices of dissent, Berenger cleared his throat before moving on to the next portion of the legislative web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Branch. Moving on to the House of Lords. There shall be 5 members of the House of Lords for every duchy within our great realm. These noblemen shall be elected by a simple majority from the peerage of their respective duchies and will serve a 4-year term, with a limit of 2 terms. The requirements to become a candidate for a position within the House of Lords are as follows. The nobleman in question must be at least 30 years of age, a citizen of Austria for at least 5 years without dual citizenship, pass an intensive background check as well as a written test supervised by the Austrian crown itself. If the duchy in question has not managed to fill its seats within the House of Lords, then the Austrian crown will choose the remaining representatives on their behalf. The King of Austria will also be able to select a total of 5 lords that will represent his interests within the House of Lords. With the greater good of the Austrian crown in mind, the members of the House of Lords will have the power to draft and edit legislature for the king to review, the authority to remove government officials from a position of power with a fair trial, as well as the ability to suggest potential members for the king's court. After reviewing the terms that the Constitutional Convention had agreed upon prior, Berenger once more gazed over to see if there were any dissenting views. Yet again, not a single man present raised a voice of objection to the terms proposed. Having gained the consent of the various members of society present, Berenger began to address the executive branch of government. As for the executive branch of government, I will reiterate the consensus that was previously agreed upon throughout our deliberations. The King of Austria shall be head of the government. He will preside over the House of Commons and Lords, where he will have the power to sign bills into law, declare war, and oversee treaties. The Crown of Austria shall receive the title of Reichsmarschall, where he is the de facto commander-in-chief of Austria's armed forces. The king shall also retain the power to issue royal edicts. If the reigning monarch deems the need to personally pass legislation for whatever reason, he can issue a royal edict to do so. This law will remain in place until his successor is chosen, where the new king will have the power to renew these royal edicts or terminate them. As far as the laws of succession are concerned, the king will have the ability to appoint a successor of his choosing from his dynasty. This successor shall be determined by merit rather than order of birth. Only the most competent of his male offspring shall be chosen to inherit the crown. If there are no male offspring of the king, then the most qualified of his brothers or nephews shall be selected to succeed him. The crown of Austria cannot be passed down to anyone outside the von Kufstein dynasty. As such, only full-blooded German men will be capable of succeeding the reigning monarch. As for the female members of the von Kufstein dynasty, all marriages pertaining to these women must be matrilineal in nature. If, for whatever reason, the king passes away without selecting an heir, the royal court will vote upon the male members of the von Kufstein dynasty for succession. A simple majority will choose the result. If for whatever reason, the need arises to remove the king from office, it can be done so long as a unanimous decision is achieved by both the House of Commons and the House of Lords. The king shall not be able to edit the Austrian constitution unless a 3/4 majority within the House of Commons and House of Lords decide otherwise. Having spoken about the matters pertaining to the King of Austria, Berenger gazed upon the crowd. It took several days of bitter debate to achieve this result. Still, ultimately the people nodded their heads in response to the terms presented. Having seen this, Berenger immediately began to address the role of the royal court. The royal court will act as the personal advisors of the reigning king, as well as the heads of the various federal departments. They will advise the king as experts in their respective fields and control matters pertaining to their department. The members of the royal court will have the power to draft a bill which shall be passed to the House of Lords to review. As for the selection of the members of the royal court, they can either be chosen directly from the reigning monarch or be suggested by the House of Lords. The minimum requirements to be selected as a member of the royal court are as follows. They must be a minimum of 35 years of age and a citizen of Austria for at least 10 years without dual citizenship. They must pass a written exam overseen by the Austrian crown, go through an extensive background check, and have previously held a position as a government official. After saying this, Berenger gazed upon the crowd, who once more nodded their heads. By now, this was merely a formality to ensure that everything they had debated upon over the past few days was still in agreement. Luckily for him, nobody disagreed with the previously mentioned roles of government. It was with this in mind that he moved on to the judicial branch. The judicial power of the Kingdom of Austria shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and such inferior courts as Parliament may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior and shall, at stated times, receive for their services a compensation which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury, and such trial shall be held in the duchy where the said crimes shall have been committed, but when not committed within any duchy. The trial shall be at such place or places as Parliament may by law have directed. Berenger admitted to himself that the judicial portion of his government was copied nearly word for word from the Constitution of the United States from his previous life. He wanted nothing to do with sentencing criminals unless related to subjects such as treason, war crimes, etc. After getting through this final part and seeing the unanimous agreement by the members of society gathered in the Reichstag, Berenger took a deep breath. Now that he had established the three branches of government, he needed to discuss other essential amendments to the Constitution, such as individual rights. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at Chapter 405, 404, Constitutional Convention Part 2. Having established the three branches of government within the Austrian Constitution, Berenger had now moved on to the individual rights and liberties that the people in his society would maintain. Naturally, as a semi-constitutional monarchy, the people would not be given the extent of freedoms that they had during Berenger's past life. Amendment I of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows: unless in the event that such freedoms have been deemed a threat to national security, Parliament shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Amendment 2 of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows: unless in the event that such action is deemed necessary for national security, no soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house, without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. Amendment 3 of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows: unless in the event that such freedoms have been deemed a threat to national security, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects, against unreasonable searches and seizures, shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched, and the persons or things to be seized. Amendment 4 of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows: unless in the event that such freedoms have been deemed a threat to national security, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime, unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces, or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property, without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use, without just compensation. Amendment V of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows: unless in the event that such freedoms have been deemed a threat to national security, in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial, by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Amendment 6 of the Austrian Bill of Rights is as follows: unless in the event that such freedoms have been deemed a threat to national security, excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted. Berenger had once again simply copied several aspects from the United States Constitution that he deemed to be necessary. However, for the purpose of future stability of his empire and to combat the potential threat of dangerous ideologies, Berenger had ensured that there was an exemption to these individual rights under the guise of national security. With these amendments spoken, Berenger searched around to see if any member of the Constitutional Convention disagreed with any of the terms presented. However, such things had already been thoroughly debated over the past few days, and thus not a single person rejected these notions. Having established the three branches of government and the people's individual rights, there was one final article of the Constitution that Berenger wanted to establish. Thus, he spoke in an authoritative tone as he addressed the convention. There is one final addition that I wanted to add to our Constitution, and thus I will present it now where it will be open to the floor to decide whether it is contained within or not. All men who are between 18 and 30 years of age must serve a minimum of 4 years in active duty to the armed forces of Austria and another 4 in the reserves. Exemptions shall be issued under the condition that one may be deemed unfit for service. However, if one is in fact deemed unfit for service without a proper disability, they will be forced to pay an additional 3% of income tax until the age of 37 for a maximum of 11 years. After saying this, Berenger gazed around at the gathered people expecting some form of fierce debate to erupt, thus causing this constitutional convention to continue for another few days. However, only silence remained. That is until one man, in particular, stood up. This man was well respected within the Kingdom of Austria as its most outstanding general. As Eckhard stood up, he threw a Roman salute towards his monarch while shouting a patriotic slogan, "For King and Fatherland." Upon seeing the fervent response from the man responsible for many of their kingdom's victories, everyone else in the room stood up and followed in his footsteps. "For King and Fatherland." Berenger gazed upon the men gathering before him with a sense of pride as he returned their salute with one of his own, and with it the phrase he commonly used in response, "Hail Victory!" After doing so, he allowed the commotion to calm down before addressing the members of the Constitutional Convention. "If there are no disagreements, then I will conclude this Constitutional Convention, and we will hereby ratify this document as the basis of our government." With this said, the crowd erupted into cheers. After several days of agonizing debate, they had finally come to a unanimous agreement on the roles of government and the liberties of the people. While this government may appear restrictive to the people of Berenger's past life, it was undoubtedly the most liberal that had ever been seen in this medieval world. Of course, in the end, under the guise of national security and the power of royal edicts, the royal crown of Austria still held significant authority to do as it pleased with the country. Thus, in reality, Berenger's power was not limited in any meaningful capacity that might prevent him from instituting the reforms he deemed necessary for society. What this constitutional convention managed to create was a sense of belonging by all members of society, as if all classes were represented in the creation of this new form of government, rather than having the king draft it by himself. As Berenger returned to his palace, he began to wonder if a true liberal republic would ever present itself in this world that he had so drastically altered. After all, with the overwhelming power and technological superiority of the future German Empire, would the other nations seek to emulate his semi-constitutional monarchy? Would the Age of Enlightenment and its ideals ever come to pass? When he considered the fact that his society would one day be the envy of the world, with principles based upon the ideas of collectivism, militarism, meritocracy, and autarky, how would the ideas of liberty and individualism ever sprout when his people realized that under the reign of their monarchs, they had been uplifted to a state where the average man lived a better life than that of foreign nobles? He thought of these questions as he opened the door to his palace and entered inside. As he had suspected, his family was waiting for him, with different expressions. Linda was concerned that he may have ceded too much power from himself in an attempt to appease the masses, while Adela was happy that he was taking steps to ensure the rights of the common people. On the other hand, Anuria simply did not care about the constitutional convention as it would not affect her or her children. Instead, she was just happy that her husband was home so that she could fool around with him. Thus she was the first to approach him and plant a kiss on his lips while whispering in his ear. "Welcome home, Daddy." Berenger by now had become accustomed to the intimate expression that the young princess used to refer to him and stroked her purple hair as he embraced her. Following this, his other wives followed suit in an attempt to one-up one another, each kissing him, before referring to him by their affectionate nicknames. However, in the next moment, something unexpected happened. Henrietta ran up and hugged him before planting a kiss on his cheek. After doing so, she rested her head in his chest before saying the words contained deep within her youthful heart. "Welcome home, big brother." Berenger was confused. His sister did not normally behave in such an overly affectionate manner akin to his lovers. In fact, for a while now, she has been purposely instigating conflict between his wives, yet now all of a sudden, she followed the way they welcomed him upon returning home. He was just thankful that she didn't kiss him on the lips, or else he would have to have an awkward conversation with the girl about boundaries. Due to how intoxicated he was, Berenger had forgotten entirely what he witnessed during the time he had played poker with his sister. Thus he could not rationally think of why her behavior was so sporadic throughout these past few months. However, he decided not to dwell on it and quickly pet her golden hair before shifting the subject. "So, what is for dinner?" While Berenger may not know what was going on in his little sister's mind, Linda had begun to gaze at the young girl with suspicion. Henrietta had single-handedly stolen the spotlight as she gained the majority of Berenger's affection. The veteran spymaster began to consider that quite possibly Henrietta was not the little rabbit that she had always thought of her as, but instead was a sly fox. Berenger was a rational and logical man. Because of this, he had never considered the possibility that maybe Henrietta was beginning to develop feelings for him. After all, she had been cooped up in the castle her entire life. Because of this, the girl had limited interaction with people outside her family, and they were all the girls from her school. Her two brothers were the only males she had ever interacted with in any significant capacity who was remotely close to her age. With Lambert dead and Berenger being the only man in her life, naturally, as she entered her teenage years and began puberty, she had started to entertain some taboo ideas. One thing was certain: if Berenger did not find a proper suitor for his sister soon, she was bound to act upon her incestuous fantasies, which was something that could only bring trouble for the young monarch. However, he did not know any of this, and as such, he brought his family to the dining area, where they enjoyed a meal in peace. The only person in the room who had begun to suspect Henrietta's intentions was Linda, whose gaze never left the young girl's sight. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 406-405. In the name of God, with the disastrous defeat that the Kingdom of Aragon and its supporting Crusader armies had suffered outside the city of Granada, the Catholic world was practically turned on its head overnight. Adelbrand did not stand idly by and led his into the occupied Granadon territory to liberate it from the Catholic oppressors. Battle after battle, the superiority of his artillery and the individual soldiers under his command had utterly massacred the Iberian forces. In doing so, he had successfully rescued Arnulf and the remainder of the Granadon royal guard from their pursuers. While the King of Aragon had successfully fled the site of his soldiers' slaughter, he was far from unscathed. Physically, he was fine. However, mentally, the man could not get over his fear. Every time he closed his eyes, he could hear the roar of the Austrian artillery and the fiery explosions that resulted from its shells. His men being turned into nothing but meat paste had a particularly chilling effect on his mental state. If Austria had such fearsome weapons, when the crusade arrived, he knew that only death awaited those who embarked on such a foolish venture. Despite this, he sent a warning to the papacy about what he had witnessed on the field of battle. Pope Julius had just finished reading the letter written by King Felipe of Aragon. His hands were trembling in rage as he tore the document to pieces in a fit of fury. The King of Aragon had requested the Pope to gather all faithful Christian men and send them into Iberia. He believed there was no conceivable way for the Iberian Union to achieve victory. The very idea that the King of Aragon felt that defeat was inevitable without sending countless men into the meat grinder brought an overwhelming sense of wrath to the Vicar of Christ. Just when the Catholics were about to win the centuries-long Reconquista, Berenger the Accursed had deployed his forces in defense of the Moorish invaders. Austria blocked its path no matter what ploy for power the papacy sought to achieve. God damn you to hell, Berenger von Kufstein. You are always one step ahead of me, no matter where I seek to strike. It is simply intolerable. What kind of devil are you to torment me in such a manner? If Berenger could hear the Pope's words right now, he would be smiling with a vicious grin genuinely befitting of the devil. The papacy's greatest military supporter was on the verge of collapse. With the loss of northern Italy and Switzerland, the Holy Roman Emperor was cut off from the rest of his empire, which was currently fighting among themselves over a meaningless title. After a humiliating defeat to the Austrian army, Balsamo Corsini had outright refused to aid the papacy in its attempts to counter Berenger's rise in power. The man was too frightened even to risk the slightest chance of having the might of the Austrian military at his gates once more. With the ongoing construction of the major naval base on Malta, Berenger would soon have a prime location to strike at any power within the Mediterranean. The very idea that Austria controlled the land and seas with domineering fashion was enough to make the Pope wish death and damnation upon its entire populace. Julius was so worked up that he could no longer think straight. He somehow gained the brilliant idea of issuing a decree to all of the Catholic world in a state of mental turmoil. Thus he put on a calm facade as he walked out onto his balcony and announced to the people of Rome the supposed word of God. Any man who gives his life in pursuit of Reconquista shall surpass the depths of purgatory and directly enter through the gates of heaven. To kill an infidel is to gain a higher status in the Lord's kingdom. Go forth, righteous men of Christendom, and drive the Moors and their Austrian allies out of the Iberian Peninsula. God wills it. After saying this, the Pope immediately withdrew from his balcony. He returned to his papal throne as he began cursing his enemies out loud, utterly unaware that the cardinals were nearby watching his erratic behavior. I don't care how many men must bleed to achieve it, but make no mistake, Berenger von Kufstein, your wretched army shall be driven from the lands of Iberia, and the Catholics shall achieve their victory over your heresy. You will not replace the Church as the major power of the West. Weeks passed since the Pope's announcement calling upon all men of faith to march to Iberia in an attempt to eradicate the Granadans and their Austrian allies. At this time, the various kings of Europe reacted to the message differently. Like the King of Hungary, some were eager to gain vengeance on Austria for past grievances and thus sent not only a detachment of their military, but also tens of thousands of their peasants into the conflict. Others, like the kings of England and France, were far too busy with their petty squabbles to bother sending troops to the Iberian Peninsula. Despite this, many of their peasants who sought glory in the afterlife picked up whatever weapons they could manage and voluntarily traveled to the land that was supposed to guarantee a spot in the kingdom of heaven. After all, an eternity in the Lord's domain was far better than the life of a serf. Even Poland-Lithuania was affected by this decree. Believing they were on the verge of victory with the Teutonic Order, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth sent 10,000 soldiers to the Iberian Peninsula and another 20,000 peasant levies. They had no idea that Berenger had set his sights on the rump state that was the Teutonic state and the lands that belonged to Prussia in his past life. Hundreds of thousands of Christians had taken up the cross in an attempt to reclaim the lands that belonged to the Emirate of Granada. In response to this, Hassan al-Fadl, the Sultan of Granada, began to panic as he stood within the war room of his royal palace. By his side were 3 generals of note, 2 of which were Austrian. General Arnulf von Thierse, the commander of the Austro-Granadan coalition, spoke with confidence as he tried to assure the young sultan that he need not worry. "Your Majesty, you must remain calm. Even though hundreds of thousands of hostile forces will be marching upon these lands, you still have the support of the 1st Division. I am certain that His Majesty King Berenger is already planning to dispatch additional troops to Granada as we speak." Adelbrand scoffed in response to this before commenting on his own. "His Majesty will probably lead the charge himself after hearing that such a massive army is on its way. You know how King Berenger is. He likes to be in the thick of combat. I doubt he will miss such an opportunity to entertain his endless bloodlust." Upon hearing that his ally would likely send further support, Hassan began to calm down a bit. To aid his nerves, he took a sip from the fortified wine that he had acquired from his trade with Austria. The man nearly choked on the liquid when he heard Adelbrand's further speculation. "His Majesty may request the aid of the Byzantine Empire. After all, he has close ties to the Emperor, and our army is still in the process of being equipped with the newest weapons. Perhaps he will even bring the Bohemian forces with him. After all, they have yet to be truly tested in battle." Adelbrand nodded his head in agreement. Berenger did not form the Bohemian royal army so that they could sit back and defend its borders. As for the Byzantines, it was a bit of a stretch to get them involved considering their history with Muslim nations. However, if anybody could convince the emperor to send an army to Granada to fight against the Catholics, it was Berenger. When Hassan heard this, he immediately began to inquire how many troops would come to his support. "Just how many men do you think Berenger will bring with him?" Upon hearing this, Adelbrand and Arnulf looked at each other with complicated gazes, as if they were trying to figure out how their liege's mind worked. Ultimately, it was Arnulf who sighed before revealing his thoughts on the matter. "His Majesty doesn't like to simply win wars. He aspires to dominate in every conflict. I wouldn't be surprised if he brought another division with him, and however many troops he has managed to raise in Bohemia. So most likely an additional 30,000 troops, which should be more than enough to handle the enemy." After hearing such a response, Hassan felt relieved and no longer worried about his future. He had seen the level of destruction that a single Austrian division had done to an army twice its size. Thus, if another were to arrive in Granada, he need not worry about the war any longer. All that was left to do now was drink and wait for the storm to arrive. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 407. 406. State Funeral. Berenger stood at the funeral procession within the cemetery that was established for fallen soldiers and field agents. He had a downcast expression as he stared at the closed coffin which contained the corpse of one of his bravest field agents. Though he had sent the best soldiers at his command to liberate the captured field agent known as Jürgen Speck, by the time they arrived, the man was on the brink of death and only lasted long enough to inform his comrades that he had never revealed any information to his captors. Because he had died in service to the fatherland and had resisted his cruel torment at the hands of his captors until the very end, Berenger had set up a massive funeral service for the man. Various heads of state, including the king, the chancellor, the director and deputy director of royal intelligence, and the director of covert operations, were all present to send this man off to the afterlife. Due to the condition of his corpse, it was a closed casket funeral, and at the moment Ludolf, head of the German church, was saying Jürgen's last rites as his coffin was interned in the earth. Berenger felt a hand attached to his own as he listened to the priest's words. Upon looking over, he saw the gloomy expression of his second wife and director of intelligence, Linda von Kufstein, as she gazed into Berenger's one good eye. For this special occasion, Linda wore a uniform that proudly displayed her status as director of royal intelligence, It was a Steingrau-colored uniform in the style that one might see in use by the Stasi of East Germany during Berenger's past life. The primary difference was that the collar was downturned in style used by the Wehrmacht, and all communist symbolism was replaced with the imperial symbols of Berenger's Kingdom of Austria. Berenger felt that his wife was quite attractive in her uniform, and if not for the fact that they were currently at a funeral, he would have pinned her to the ground and ravaged her then and there. However, now was not the time for such things, and thus as Ludolf closed his speech, Berenger let go of his wife's hand and approached the podium where he began to address those who had gathered. My fellow Austrians, we are gathered here today to mourn the loss of a great man who gave his life in service of his king and fatherland. I cannot go into exact details of the operations that Jürgen Speck had conducted that resulted in his untimely demise, but know that his efforts were not in vain. Jürgen was a man I did not personally know, as I have little contact with the Department of Intelligence, aside from regular communications with its director. However, from what the soldiers dispatched to rescue the man has told me, he was a man of great conviction. I know that he has left behind a widow and 2 young children, and make no mistake for his sacrifice to this kingdom, his family will be taken care of at the expense of the crown. After saying this, a man stood before Berenger with a small wooden case, where Berenger grabbed a hold of it before approaching Jürgen's widow. She struggled to contain her tears as she watched her loving husband be interred into the ground. After standing directly in front of her, Berenger placed a hand on her shoulder in comfort and expressed his sympathy. I am sorry for your loss, for your husband's conspicuous gallantry, extraordinary heroism, and courage in the face of a significant and known risk above and beyond the call of duty. I hereby award him the highest honor a man of his position can achieve, the National Intelligence Cross. Berenger opened the small wooden case to reveal a solid gold cross patee. This cross had a wreath surrounding its center with a black enamel filling. Inside of this filling was a golden Austrian double-headed eagle. The ribbon attached to the metal and mirrored the pattern of the United States National Intelligence Cross from his past life, with the difference being the colors were in black, white, and gold. Berenger handed this award to Jürgen's widow and embraced her in a platonic hug as she cried into his shoulder. It was not every day that Berenger had to fulfill such depressing responsibilities. As such, he kept a stoic facade in the face of the gloomy atmosphere, conducting himself with the dignity that monarch should have towards his people. After the funeral procession was over, Berenger returned to the palace, where he locked himself away in his study and began to drink from a bottle of whiskey that he had saved inside his desk for special occasions. Not caring about the possibility of intoxication, Berenger filled his skull chalice to its edges with the amber liquid before slowly drinking from it, reflecting on the cost of his ambitions. Linda did not return with Berenger. She was needed at the headquarters of Royal Intelligence to oversee some critical matters regarding the status of the Golden Horde. Luckily for them, the team had managed to retrieve Jürgen's equipment and body before his captors could identify him as an agent of the Austrian crown. In fact, after the destruction of the force that chased Andreas and his team at the hands of the Royal Bohemian Army, the Golden Horde had wholly disregarded the loss of the previous Khan. With his death, and that of the man most likely to succeed him, the Golden Horde was in a state of turmoil, as the various warlords among their ranks fought for control. They had gone from rampaging through Teutonic territory to killing each other in pursuit of power. Thus Berenger was not exaggerating when he said that Jürgen's actions were not in vain. However, Berenger had a new headache to do with. While his agents continued to hamper the Eastern Coalition, the Pope had done something incredibly foolish and turned the might of his proxies towards the Iberian front. Desperate for a victory against Austria before he could gather his forces to march on its kingdom, the man had implored hundreds of thousands of men to go out and die in the Iberian Peninsula. A single division of Austrian soldiers may be equipped with the most modern weapons available to them. Still, they were not enough to single-handedly fight off hundreds of thousands of hostiles. Thus Berenger would have to push back his plan to annex the Teutonic state and personally lead the 2nd Division into Granada. After all, a war of this caliber was something that Berenger was compelled to take part in. The young King of Austria took another sip of his whiskey as he thought about this. While conscription had been introduced into the Constitution of Austria and was currently undergoing implementation, it would be months before any of the hundreds of thousands of young men being thrust into the armed forces were adequately trained and outfitted for war. Thus he could only rely on his current army of 100,000 men and the fledgling force he had established in Bohemia of roughly 15,000. Of course, Berenger did not plan to send all his soldiers into Iberia and leave the fatherland defended solely by the garrisons. Thus he planned to dispatch the 2nd Division alongside the 15,000 Bohemians for a total of 40,000 additional men to enter the Reconquista. When combined with the 1st Division and the roughly 10,000 Granadans who remained in its armed forces, he would have close to 75,000 men in the field. Despite this, they would be heavily outnumbered by their enemies. Thus Berenger was left with one option: to call upon the alliance he had made with the Byzantine Empire and ask for their aid. With this in mind, he took another sip of his whiskey before drafting a formal letter to the Emperor of Byzantium requesting military assistance in Iberia. By the time Berenger finished all of this, it was well past midnight, and he was both exhausted and heavily intoxicated. Thus, when he left his study and entered the hallway searching for his quarters, he stumbled upon a young woman he believed to be his wife, Adela. After all, she looked awfully similar, and it wasn't easy to make out her features in the darkness. This girl had her golden blonde hair tied up in twin tails and wore a frilly white nightgown as she gazed at the King of Austria with an embarrassed expression. Berenger instantly stumbled forward and grabbed a hold of the girl before kissing her passionately on the lips. After doing so, he whispered something in her ears, which caused her appearance to flush, followed by a silent nod. Berenger then led the girl into the penthouse suite where he lay her on the bed. He proceeded to get undressed before pouncing on the girl, who appeared as if she was a frightened little rabbit about to be devoured by a hungry wolf. Just when the girl was sure that her chastity would be taken, Berenger collapsed on top of her. He was truly and utterly asleep. This girl then began to pout while stuck beneath the weight of her elder brother, with a single phrase escaping from her luscious pink lips. "Stupid big brother." Berenger would never realize how close he came to making a horrible mistake on that night. By the time he awoke, Henrietta would be gone, and he would have no memory of what had transpired. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 408. 407. Negotiating Byzantine intervention into Reconquista. The young Austrian king took a sip from the tea contained in his ceramic cup. Sitting across from him was none other than Vetrani's Palaeologos. With a simple letter, Berenger was able to summon the mighty Emperor of the East to his humble abode. Thus, the two men were currently within the confines of the Austrian royal palace, specifically in its study discussing important matters of state. Berenger placed his teacup down on the coaster as he gazed at the man sitting before him. By his side was Strategos Palladius Angelus, who had become the chief advisor of military matters to the Byzantine crown after Aretha's untimely demise. The stark contrast between Berenger's modern fashion and the medieval attire that his guests wore signified just how much more advanced Austria was compared to the next most powerful state within the Mediterranean. Though their alliance had not been in effect for long, the King of Austria and the Byzantine Emperor were now engaged in a fierce negotiation over military action in Iberia. Berenger, who had already pledged support to his ally in the West, attempted to persuade his father-in-law to join the anti-Catholic coalition and annihilate the vast armies who had begun to march to their deaths. "I have dispatched the 2nd Division of the Austrian Royal Army to Granada, where they will unite with the 1st Division and what remains of the Royal Granadan Army. From there, they will push the Catholics out of Granada. Before long, I will join them and lead my troops into battle as I have always done. The problem at hand is that there are now hundreds of thousands of zealous Catholics marching on Iberia in a foolish attempt by the Pope to beat my armies via proxy. What the Pope should be doing is saving these bodies for the so-called crusade he has declared against me and adequately outfit them to invade my lands. However, I won't complain. If I can slaughter a few 100,000 would-be crusaders in Iberia, it simply means the incursion into my kingdom will be weaker. While my soldiers will likely be able to handle the situation, I would feel safer knowing that I have more men in the field to combat the enemy's numerical advantage. Without this support, I fear the conflict could go on for many months, perhaps even a year. I have 3 children on the way, and I would prefer to return home in time so that I can welcome them into this world. So, I request that you send one of your armies as an expeditionary force into Iberia to fight alongside Austria and Granada to drive the Catholics out of the Moorish lands. More men with more guns is always a bonus on the battlefield. After hearing this request, Palladius whispered something into Vetrani's ears which caused the emperor to nod his head. After doing so, he began to speak in an authoritative tone that resembled what Berengar would expect from a man of his position. After driving the Catholics from Granada, what is your plan then? Do you intend to keep arming the Granadans to resist any further incursion into their lands? Berengar took another sip from his tea before responding to Vetrani's comments. After several moments of introspection, the young Austrian king revealed his plan for the Iberian Peninsula. After I have crushed the Catholic armies of Iberia and the fanatics who flocked to their cause, I will begin rebuilding the Granadan army and navy from scratch. My intent is not to spend years of my life fighting their wars. Instead, I plan to outfit them with the means to reclaim much of Al-Andalus by themselves. A unified Catholic Iberia is frankly unacceptable for my plans. While Hassan may not be the most competent ruler or even a half-decent strategist, he has something far more valuable, in my opinion. The young Sultan of Granada has a degree of tolerance for those with different views than himself. Suppose that Al-Andalus were to somewhat resurface under the control of his dynasty, it is possible that we will see a reformation in the Muslim faith, which would make them far less hostile to those of different religions, thus strengthening cooperation between our people. At the end of the day, a cooperative and moderate Islamic state in Iberia is a far better alternative than that of a fanatical and militant Catholic one. A wide smile formed on Palladius' face as he heard this. Such grand ambitions for establishing a powerful ally in the west of the Mediterranean reassured the man of his ploy to place Berengar and Honoria's heir on the Byzantine throne. Though Vetranis may not be aware of Berengar's intent, Palladius had a very tacit understanding after listening to this conversation. The young king of Austria intended to create an economic and military alliance between several powerful states that could dominate the politics of Europe, the Near East, and North Africa, all with Austria at its head. While Palladius did not desire for his empire to play second fiddle to the Austrian kingdom, he was rational enough to realize that there was not much he could do to prevent this fate. It had been half a year since he last visited Austria, and in his absence, the fires of industry had been introduced to its capital and had even begun to spread across the entire realm. The veteran strategos also knew that Berengar would never give the supreme weapons that he had begun to manufacture to anyone but his own army. However, the use of older models and the means to manufacture them was something Berengar had already shown interest in equipping his allies with. With this in mind, Palladius whispered his thoughts on the matter at hand into the ear of the emperor. After hearing what Palladius had to say, Vetranis nodded his head in agreement afterward. He sighed heavily before making his demands. If you wish for us to assist you in this conflict, then there are some demands that I would like to make in compensation for the blood that my men will naturally shed. A smile etched itself upon Berengar's immaculate appearance as he nodded his head while responding with a single phrase. Go on. After hearing this, Vetranis cleared his throat before making his demands of Berengar. After this conflict is over, you will supply us with the technology needed to replicate the weapons you have already begun to sell to us. We will not consider joining this alliance with the Moors in Granada unless this condition can be met." Contrary to what the Byzantine emperor expected, Berenger silently took a sip from his tea before uttering a single word. "Done." After hearing this, Vetranis gazed at him with shock. He could not even think of what his second demand was at this point. He was simply astonished that Berenger would quickly give away such valuable technology. However, he had no way of knowing that Berenger had already planned to do such things in due time. Berenger even planned to sell the technology behind his frigates and clippers to the Byzantines after he had replaced them with his proposed Adela-class light cruisers and Dominion-class cargo ships. It was as Palladius had suspected. Berenger wanted his allies to be powerful enough to hold their own against their enemies while still being technologically inferior to his realm. After all, he wanted Germany and its future empire under his dynasty to rule this powerful alliance. The only way to ensure such a thing was to maintain a vastly superior state. After silence prevailed for a while, Berenger raised his brow before asking the question on his mind. "Is there anything else?" After discussing it with his advisor for a few moments, Vetranis shook his head, realizing that asking for anything more was likely to jeopardize the progress he had already made. As such, the emperor reached out his hand to seal the deal. In response, Berenger firmly grabbed a hold of his father-in-law's hand and shook it as he said the following words with a smile on his face. "A pleasure doing business with you. I expect you to send a sizable army into Granada within 3 months. When the war is over and we have won, you will get the technology behind the 14-17-18 rifled muskets and the 14-17 12-pounds field guns, as well as the knowledge behind the tools to produce them." Berenger had no intention to equip the Byzantines with the Bessemer converter. Instead, he would give them the technology behind the puddling furnace, which could be used to create the steel necessary to make the springs in the flintlock action. Albeit in a severely limited supply, aside from this small amount of steel, such technology would significantly increase the iron that the Byzantines could produce. With this agreement made, the Byzantines had secretly entered the Reconquista. They would soon enough be fighting alongside the Austrians and Granadans for the sake of repelling the Catholic armies from the Moorish kingdom. After finalizing their agreement, Vetranis and his advisor departed from Berenger's study. The Emperor of Byzantium would spend some time with his daughter over the next few days before returning to Constantinople. As a man who ruled over a vast empire, his time was severely limited, especially now that he had much to prepare for. As for Berenger, he would get his affairs in order in the coming days before departing for the war zone himself. He was not the type of man to hide away at home while his soldiers fought on the front lines of a dangerous conflict. With this in mind, he stretched his back before getting back to work, for he too had much to prepare for. Chapter 409. 408. A particularly difficult farewell. Berenger stood within the courtyard of his royal palace. Today was the day he was most excited for and yet dreaded dearly. Why did he dread this moment? Because saying goodbye to your family as you march towards a theater of war thousands of miles away from your home is never easy. This goodbye was more brutal than the last. Maybe it was because his 3 wives were months into their pregnancy, and the possibility of him returning in time to witness the birth of his new children was small. Or perhaps it was because this was the first proxy war he had personally entered. After all, before today, he had only ever fought in conflicts directly related to his lands and the growth of his territory. But what was there to gain in the Reconquista for this young king of Austria? Perhaps only the creation of a stable and powerful ally that could secure his access to the Atlantic. Such a thing was important beyond measure to his plans for exploration and colonization of the New World. Yet his family did not know of such grand ambitions, nor were they even aware that such a faraway place existed. Thus when he said goodbye to his wives, his children, and his sister, they were not the most cheerful bunch. Hans looked up at his father, who was dressed in his field uniform with a questioning gaze. The young boy latched onto Berenger's legs as he asked the question on his mind. "Must you go to war?" Berenger immediately knelt and patted his young son's head as he affirmed his actions. "When you're older, you will come to realize that there are times where a man must take up arms to defend his family and his nation. I know it may not seem like it now, but this conflict in Granada is essential to our kingdom's long-term power and stability. In a few years, I am certain that you will comprehend why this campaign in Iberia is necessary. Trust me when I say that if not for the degree of resistance my soldiers currently face, then I would not leave you and your sister behind so soon after returning from my last campaign. A king must lead his men into battle. That is my responsibility as monarch to my people." Tears began to form in Hans's eyes as he heard his father say these words. Berenger responded to this by wiping the tears from his young son's eyes with his thumb before hugging him. As he did so, he whispered some much-needed fatherly advice into the young boy's ear. "As a man, you must never cry in front of others. It is a sign of weakness, and those with ill intent towards you and our family will take advantage of this. So stiffen up that upper lip and put on a show of strength even if you are at your weakest." Upon hearing this, Hans immediately stopped crying and put on a stoic facade. He immediately let go of his father and saluted the man. Berenger returned his emotionless gaze with a proper salute of his own before shifting his attention to Helga. The girl was close to 2 years old now, yet she did not have her brother's exceptional brain. Instead, she was rather average for a child her age. Berenger picked the girl up in the air and kissed her on her forehead before placing her in her mother's arms. He told the girl something he had seldom said as he did so. "Remember, whatever may come to pass, that Daddy loves you." After handing off his daughter to her mother, Berenger kissed his second bride on the lips, whose tears were flowing from her beautiful sky-blue eyes. Though she was confident that Berenger would return home unharmed, she always had a difficult time dealing with the worry that would inevitably arise within the depths of her heart whenever her man marched to war. Berenger held onto Linda as he whispered in her ear, "Take care of the kids when I'm gone." Linda nodded her head silently in response as she struggled to contain the tears in her eyes. After saying this to Linda, Berenger latched onto Honoria as if he were a lamprey and kissed her passionately. After their tongues unbound from one another, he whispered words of encouragement in her ears. "Fret not, you carry my child, and that is far more important than engaging in piracy. I promise you that future glory awaits you and our child. Besides, I'm not that easy to kill. You have not gotten rid of me just yet." Honoria laughed bitterly as she heard this poor joke. After saying this, Berenger patted her on the head before turning his attention to Adela, who could not wait any longer. She immediately grabbed a hold of him and kissed him as if she would never see him again. After spending much time in each other's embrace, she released her lips and gazed fiercely into his eyes with a stern expression while saying the words contained within her mind. "Be safe. I swear if I lose you, I will never forgive you." Berenger stuffed the girl's head into his chest as he kissed her forehead. After doing so, he released his grip over her and hugged his younger sister. A nervous expression appeared on the girl's face as various ideas collided within her head. As her elder brother hugged her goodbye, a single thought resounded throughout her mind. "If you don't tell him now, you may never get another chance." Thus, right when Berenger was about to pull away, Henrietta grabbed a hold of his handsome face and pressed her lips against his own, which greatly shocked everyone gathered in the courtyard. With a flushed appearance, Henrietta let go of Berenger and admitted her feelings in an embarrassed tone. "I love you, big brother. When you come back, I will fight for you." After saying this, She was too timid to stick around for her elder brother's response and immediately ran back to the palace, leaving Berenger, his wives, and his children in an utter state of confusion. Berenger's heart thumped rapidly as his brain tried to process what just occurred. After a while, a single thought escaped from his lips. Well, now I hope I die on the battlefield. Berenger shifted his gaze over to his three women, who were glaring at him with unbridled fury contained within their eyes. They did not know what he had done to charm his younger sister, but there was no way they were going to let such an unspeakable relationship come to pass. Henceforth, the three young women who were constantly at odds with one another formed a pact to safeguard Henrietta from the grasp of her lecherous big brother. Of course, at that moment, Berenger genuinely felt that he would rather die than deal with the landmine that was his sister's incestuous feelings for him. Marrying a cousin was one thing, but taking your sister as a mistress? That was a line that even a pervert like him was unwilling to cross. Berenger figured he would have to introduce a proper suitor to the girl when he returned, or things were only going to get worse. Upon seeing how viciously his women stared at him, Berenger sighed before announcing his departure. Well, I am off. I will see you all later. Of course, he didn't mention that he would need a stiff drink after this whole debacle. Thus he climbed into his royal carriage, where he would be traveling to Trieste over the next few days before sailing to Gibraltar. He was slightly perturbed that his railway was not completed yet, but he could only do so much about that. Thus Berenger opened up a bottle of whiskey stashed away in his carriage and gazed out at the countryside as he inched ever closer to his direction. The only thought on his mind was how he could face Henrietta after this war was over. As such, he took a large swig from the bottle before sighing heavily. Damn it, Henrietta. Why the hell would you do such a thing before I ship off to war? What the hell is wrong with you? How am I supposed to handle this? After several days and a bottle of whiskey later, Berenger found his way to a frigate departing for Granada. The young king had a massive headache, and it was not just because of the booze he had consumed. Thus he would spend the entire journey to Granada avoiding his problems by drinking them away. When he finally arrived at his destination, he would be eager for blood. After all, violence was the only way he could vent his frustrations at the predicament he now found himself in. Historians would scratch their heads for generations trying to figure out the reason behind the young king of Austria's particularly brutal actions during this campaign. Chapter 410, 409. A Tempting Offer Part 1. The frigate carrying the King of Austria arrived within the port of Gibraltar after several days of travel. During these past few weeks, thousands of Austrian men had gathered in the area, waiting upon their monarch to appear so that he could lead them into battle. Berenger was dreadfully hungover after nursing away his worries with the sweet taste of liquor. Having stepped onto the beach of Gibraltar, the radiant sun shone down upon him, its warmth increasing his urge to vomit. One thing was sure, it would take him a few days to be fit for combat. Thus, he stepped forward and rallied his forces around him. Realizing that he would require a few days of rest, Berenger had altered the plan. He would lead the 2nd Division to Granada, where they would regroup with Sultan Hassan al-Fadl within the city before advancing north and aiding their line of defense at the northern borders of the emirate. It took several days to arrive within the capital city. However, when the 40,000 soldiers from Austria and Bohemia entered the gates, they were practically greeted as saviors by the local Moorish and Arabic populace. After all, these citizens had witnessed the might of the Austrian army's 1st Division as they ruthlessly slaughtered the Aragonese and Crusader forces who had foolishly marched upon the city. Berenger and his royal guard ultimately made their way to the royal palace to meet with the young sultan in person. As they approached the magnificent stone building, Berenger dismounted from his horse, where he glanced upon Hassan, who had a broad smile on his face. The two young men shared a brief moment of friendship as they hugged before letting each other go. Berenger was the first to comment on the situation as he greeted his friend from the west. Hassan, it has truly been too long since we last met. The young sultan nodded his head in response as he led Berenger and his royal guards into the depths of the palace. Indeed it has, though I must say your complexion is paler than normal. Are you all right, my friend? Berenger instantly nodded his head in response, with a smirk on his face, revealing that he had overindulged on his journey to the Iberian Peninsula. I'm fine, just a little too much alcohol, you know how it is. After a few nights' rest, I will be ready to deploy to the front lines. Hassan chuckled as he heard this before making a sly comment about the Austrian king's condition. Well then, I guess we will not be celebrating your arrival too fiercely. However, I do have something arranged for you that I think will be to your liking. Berenger was instantly curious as he heard this. Just what did Hassan have in mind for tonight's entertainment? Nevertheless, he smiled in response and nodded his head. Well, then you have my thanks in advance. After walking through the halls of the Granadon Royal Palace, Berenger and Hassan arrived in the dining hall, where the two men sat down. While waiting for food to arrive, Hassan began to question Berenger about how he planned to wage this war against the Catholics. I've got to ask, we are heavily outnumbered, and the Iberians have begun to field arquebuses and falconets. Though I have personally witnessed the destructive power of your army, I must admit I am not hopeful for victory. Berenger smiled as he drank from the glass of wine in his hands. Sometimes, a bit of alcohol was the perfect cure to a severe hangover. After taking a sip from the glass, he quickly revealed his intentions to win this conflict in the most efficient manner. The answer is simple. We form a trench line across your borders and outfit it with men and artillery. No matter where your enemies approach, they will have to cross through barbed wire and trench warfare to make any significant gains. This conflict shall be primarily defensive. We must bleed the enemy dry and force them to the negotiating table. Such action will buy us time and allow me to aid in the reconstruction of your army so that you can take the defense of your nation into your own hands. Hassan was surprised when he heard this. He expected Berenger's armies to march all the way to the borders of France. Hearing that they were fighting a defensive war brought great concern to the young sultan. So we will not be invading the enemy kingdoms? Berenger shook his head as he further instructed on the vision of this conflict. I did not necessarily say that. While a portion of our army defends your borders against your neighbors, a force of 10,000 men, which I shall lead, will march into the neighboring kingdoms and wreak havoc upon the enemy cities and townships. I will bring what little infrastructure these barbarians have to ruins and rout their cowardly kings out from their castles. Hassan was shocked that Berenger was willing to take such a stance. Nevertheless, Berenger was confident in the combined forces of Austria, Granada, and the Byzantines to defend a trench line from hundreds of thousands of their enemies. After all, the weapons his army wielded were far greater than that of his enemies. The two men discussed the exact tactics and plan Berenger intended to use in order to bring their enemies to their knees over the next few months. After a few hours, the sun began to fall from the sky, and in its place, the moon rose. Having properly feasted within these hours, Hassan eventually led an inebriated Berenger to a secluded room where he spoke with a smile on his face. Wait right here, my friend. There will be someone here to entertain you shortly. After saying this, Hassan immediately departed from the area through its silk curtains, leaving Berenger by his lonesome. The young Austrian king chuckled to himself as he thought of who could possibly be entertaining him. He knew he would have to decline the Sultan's offer if he brought out a prostitute for Berenger to enjoy. Nevertheless, he stayed put as he sat in silence and took part in the wine sitting on the table before him. He was anticipating what kind of surprise his friend had planned for him. Before long, a gorgeous young woman dressed in a Tyrian purple and gold belly dancer costume parted through the silk curtains and entered the room. Though she wore a matching gossamer veil, Berenger immediately knew who this woman was, as he would recognize her magnificent F-cup-sized breasts anywhere. However, after seeing them outside of a regal caftan and instead contained within a skimpy belly dancer's top, Berenger's jaw had practically dropped as drool pooled up inside his mouth. He could not believe just how impressive this woman's chest was. It was better than even Linda's. He had a severe urge to suck on her nipples the moment he gazed upon her bountiful cleavage. He was quite shocked as the woman stared him in the eye with her pair of beautiful amber irises and began to dance sensually. Though Berenger knew that Hassan had intended to establish an arranged marriage between their two houses, he had never thought much of it until now. However, as Yasmin's substantial bust and plump rear jiggled as she danced before him, Berenger found himself growing ever more enticed by the woman's beauty. As if a spell was cast upon him, the young king began to consider the fact that this woman was just the thing he needed to take his mind off of Henrietta's confession. He became visibly excited as he enjoyed the show. Berenger witnessed the amorous dance with excitement as he watched the woman prance away, ultimately. In the end, she halted her actions and climbed atop Berenger's lap, staring intensely into his one good eye. He could feel the breath escape from beneath her veil as she whispered in his ear. "Name your desire. My husband and I shall fulfill it." Upon hearing these words, Berenger was incredibly conflicted. Should he take the woman up on her offer and sleep with her? After all, she was as beautiful as any of his wives, and what man wouldn't want to sleep with such a woman? Or should he reject her, and in doing so, escape from the trap that Hassan had laid for him? For if he had sex with Yasmin now, the likelihood was he was taking her purity, or at the very least, such a thing could be pinned on him. If such a thing occurred, there could only be three potential outcomes: compensate Hassan and Granada for stealing the princess's virtue, take responsibility and marry the woman, or go to war. After dwelling upon these options for several moments, Berenger stared at the beautiful woman in silence as she asked the question one more time. "How shall I serve you, husband?" Chapter 411. 410. A Tempting Offer Part 2. Berenger sat in the middle of a room, closed off by translucent silk curtains. Sitting atop his lap was a lovely maiden who was a few years older than himself. She was dressed in a skimpy belly dancer's outfit and wore a gossamer face veil. Through some difficulty, he could make out the delicate features of her gorgeous face as her shining amber eyes stared into his own. She had just asked him a question that put him in a rather tricky position. Quite obviously, this was a trap set by Hassan to force Berenger's hand into marrying his sister, and if he did not play his cards right, he would undoubtedly be bringing another bride home from this war. While such a thing did not frighten Berenger, after all, he was the man of his house and by law was allowed up to 5 wives. The fact of the matter was he did not like the idea of falling into Hassan's trap. If he were to marry Yasmin, it would be under his terms, not someone else's. Ultimately, he came to the logical conclusion to control his urges and not submit to his friend's will. Thus, despite every instinct of his body telling him to indulge in the foreign beauty sitting atop his lap, after careful consideration, Berenger sighed and pushed Yasmin aside, where he began to decline her offer. "Though nothing would help me take my mind off my current troubles more than sleeping with a beautiful woman like yourself, I fear that if I were to fall prey to such a trap that your brother has set for me, then it would only invite future turmoil." Yasmin was greatly surprised by Berenger's actions. She had never expected that the Austrian king would be able to resist her charms, especially after considering how erect he was. She gave Berenger a curious gaze as she asked the question on her mind. "You will not lie with me?" Berenger shook his head and responded with a smug expression. "It is a tempting offer, and if you truly wish to do so, then I would have no qualms about enjoying the night with a foreign beauty such as yourself. However, I have a nagging suspicion that you do not desire such an outcome. Rather, you are simply fulfilling your duty as a member of your household." Upon hearing this, Yasmin began to smirk beneath her face veil, which did not go unnoticed by Berenger. She had not expected him to be such a shrewd man, though she had heard rumors of his brilliance as both a ruler and a military commander. She had also come to know that he was infamous for being easily swayed by beautiful women. Yet, here he was, controlling his urge to push her down and take her virtue. Seeing the woman gaze at him with a sense of fascination, Berenger began to grin before asking a question he already knew the answer to. "So what do you say? Want to fool around? I'll have you know that I am packing heat." Yasmin began to giggle at this response before shaking her head. As she did so, she responded with a playful tone of voice. "Oh, I can very much see that, though. I am afraid I will have to pass for now. However, if you continue to impress me in such a manner, then I might find you worthy of being my husband." Berenger smirked as he heard this response. He immensely enjoyed the witty banter with this woman. After declining each other's offers, Berenger stood up and began to leave the room. Before he departed, he left one final phrase for the woman. "Thank you for the dance. It was impressive, to say the least. I will make sure to think of you later tonight while I am in the tub." Yasmin had a sultry smile on her pretty face, concealed beneath her veil as she responded in a coy manner. "Be sure that you do." After hearing this, Berenger returned to his room, where he planned to get some much-needed sleep after taking a bath. At the same time, Yasmin reflected on what had just transpired. They say that capable men rarely live up to the hype, but she was not disappointed in the slightest. She was prepared to sleep with Berenger and even marry him to fulfill her familial obligations. However, she never had imagined that he would turn her down. Nor did she believe she would develop an interest in the man. Instead, he surprised her and had managed to draw her attention. For the first time in her life, she had become intrigued by a man. Before she realized it, the Princess of Granada found herself in her chambers, underneath her silk sheets naked, playing with her tight slit, while thinking about what could have transpired on this night if either of them had given in to their base desires. As for Berenger, as promised, he took a long bath, thinking about the sensual dance that Yasmin had displayed for him. Despite the fact that he initially did not have any plans to make the woman his own, after everything that had happened on this night, he could not deny that his interest was piqued. She was a different breed than his other girls and was just as attractive. He did not know where things would lead, but he looked forward to their future encounters. Eventually, the night came and went, and Berenger awoke as fresh as an apple the next day. All he needed to overcome his dreadful hangover was a good night's sleep. After arising from his bed, he quickly got dressed, where he entered the dining hall to receive breakfast. Both Hassan and Yasmin were already at the table waiting for him. When Berenger arrived, he acted as if nothing had happened the night before. Though Hassan had become aware that his plan had failed, his elder sister could not help but glance at the Austrian king now and then with a seductive expression. As for Berenger, he noticed the princess's flirtatious gaze and returned it with one of his own. These actions did not go unnoticed by the young sultan, who smiled as he realized that though his plot may not have worked as intended, there seemed to be some form of romance budding between his sister and his greatest ally. Eventually, Berenger killed the mood by announcing to the sultan and his elder sister the following words: "I will be marching off to war with my 2nd Division shortly after breakfast. I thank you for your hospitality, but war waits for no man. The sooner I arrive at the front lines, the sooner I can end this conflict and return home to my family." Both Hassan and Yasmin were shocked to hear this. After everything had happened, they were sure he would stick around for a few more days to improve relations with their family. After all, he said he would need several nights to recuperate just the day before. The young sultan immediately began to panic as he tried to convince Berenger to stay within the palace for just a few more days. "You're leaving so soon? You should stay and rest for a few more days before departing. There's no reason to hurry to the front lines. Since we have taken back the territory north of here, we have had no difficulties holding the line." However, Berenger shook his head in response to this offer and spoke. "I am quite well rested after last night. However, hundreds of thousands of men will soon be marching upon your position. If I want to bring our enemies to their knees, I need to dispatch my force to their positions and construct the necessary fortifications as quickly as possible. I promise that after I have forced the Iberians to surrender, I will return here for a proper celebration." Berenger quickly finished his meal before washing it down with a glass of milk. After doing so, he raised from his seat before making his intentions clear. "After I have won your war for you, there are things that we will need to discuss as monarch to monarch. I would very much appreciate the presence of your beautiful sister when that time comes." Having said this, Berenger departed from the royal palace of Granada with his royal guard following behind. He spent the next hour rallying his army before marching north of its position. When Berenger left the dining room, Hassan immediately began to question his sister for exact details on what had transpired the night before. "Just what happened between the two of you last night?" The Granadan princess merely smiled before shaking her head. After doing so, she cryptically responded to her younger brother. "Nothing important, however. If he keeps acting this way, I'm afraid I will fall head over heels for him." Though Yasmin wanted to spend more time getting accustomed to Berenger, she was well aware of the urgent position she and her family had been placed in. Berenger would pack up quickly and march to the front lines, which greatly impressed her. She would have immediately lost interest if he stayed around to enjoy time with her while a war was being waged. With this in mind, she quickly got up from her seat and departed towards the balcony where she witnessed Berenger lead an army of 40,000 Austrians and Bohemians north. As she did so, she gazed fondly upon his back in the distance. A single thought escaped from her luscious lips. Come back safe. Chapter 412, 411. Angels are falling. Berenger gazed into the distance, where he saw the rear lines of the Austro-Granadan trench system. Since the 1st Division had arrived, they had seized most of the territory that would one day become known as Andalusia. Even the grand city of Córdoba was retaken in the name of Granada. Since the territory had been reclaimed, the Austrians and their Granadan allies had begun fortifying their defenses with an intricate trench system, not unlike what would have been seen in the Great War of Berenger's past life. There was simply one problem: a complete and total lack of machine guns. Because of this, Berenger's army would have to rely heavily on artillery barrages and the mass employment of needle rifles. Thus, Berenger and his 2nd Division entered the trench line, where they were swiftly dispatched to various sectors to enlarge the defensive perimeter. As Berenger entered into the muddy trenches, he was greeted by both of his generals whom he had placed in the field. Generals Arnulf and Adelbrand were quick to greet their king as they saw him and his soldiers enter the massive trench system dug into the Andalusian border. The two men immediately saluted their king and Reichsmarschall before welcoming him to the front line. "Your Majesty, we were not expecting your arrival so soon. I must say it is good to have some reinforcements." Berenger returned their salute before gazing off into the distance. Far north of the front lines, an army was on the march, displaying multiple banners that Berenger did not recognize. Upon seeing their leader's interest, General Arnulf handed him a pair of binoculars to gaze at the oncoming forces. He caught the young monarch up to the situation at hand as he did so. "The enemy approaches. They have split into a total of 5 armies consisting of nearly 100,000 men each. A prominent Iberian nobleman leads each army. The forces consist of Iberian Catholics, Crusaders, and foreign volunteers. Their objective is to crash against our lines of defense, hoping to break through our thinly spread forces." With the arrival of the 2nd Division and the soldiers of the Bohemian Army, we will now have 140 of the 7.5 centimeters FK-22 guns in place along our defensive perimeter. The rest of the artillery pieces will be from Bohemia and Granada, so a mixture of about 101-pound falconets and surplus 14, 17, 12-pound field guns. I'm not sure how many rifled musketeers and arquebusiers we have, but it is definitely in the tens of thousands. Berenger immediately began to speak of his plan as he spoke to his generals with a voice filled with determination. My plan is simple. The bulk of our army will hold the line until our Byzantine allies arrive. At the same time, I will lead the cavalry, mounted infantry, and a single artillery battery to pierce through the enemy lines and lay siege to their capital cities. Once I have their monarchs and their families in my hands, I will demand the Catholic forces to withdraw from Granada and the land they've seized in this conflict or face the execution of the royal families. Arnulf and Adelbrand looked at Berenger with a worried gaze. The plan was risky, to say the least. It could easily result in his capture or death. As the ever-loyal subjects of the king, Generals Adelbrand and Arnulf immediately began to protest Berenger's current strategy. Your Majesty, such action is reckless beyond measure. We should hold the ground we have until our reinforcements arrive and do our best to slaughter as many of the enemies as possible. Berenger immediately frowned upon hearing this before speaking about the reality the Austro-Granadan alliance was about to face. 500,000 men will be marching upon the Emirate of Granada. They will come in waves, and we lack the firepower to cut them all down effectively. Some of them will make it into these trenches, where you and your men will be forced to fight them in melee combat with your bayonets and your spades. Allow me to clarify the situation further. You currently have 75,000 men at the most, spread out across the entire Granadan border. If I do not force the enemy to capitulate by some unconventional means, then we are in for a hell of a fight. I will not concede defeat simply because my enemies outnumber me. If the Catholics do not surrender when I capture their royal families, I will slaughter them down to the last child. If they do not capitulate when I seize their capitals, I will massacre every living being who dwells within them. If they do not concede defeat when I have taken their fields and infrastructure, I will burn them to the ground. If they do not kneel before me and wave the white flag when they die of disease and starvation in the trenches, I will rain poison gas upon their position. I will destroy this entire godforsaken peninsula in a fit of fire and fury if I must. Adelbrand and Arnulf stood there in silence. This was not the usual behavior of King Berenger. Something must have happened to invoke his ire severely. Various ideas formed within their minds as they thought about what could have made Berenger so enraged. They would never guess that he was venting his frustration about Henrietta's confession onto the Iberian people. Having thoroughly discussed their plans, Berenger and his soldiers decided to rest in the trenches for the time being. Hours passed and eventually the sun fell from the sky. In its place, the clouds blocked out any form of illumination that would normally be provided by the moon and stars. Seeing that they were completely lacking in illumination, Berenger decided it was about time to use one of the inventions he had put in place before arriving in Granada. Thus he pulled out an exciting new device. It was a short-barreled flare gun based on Lucht Pistol 34 from his previous life. The primary difference was that it was made entirely of steel since Berenger had yet to invent aluminum. After opening the breech and sliding in a flare, he closed it before raising the flare pistol into the air and firing it into the sky. As his flare gun went off, so too did dozens of others in the hands of various Austrian troops, creating a bright illumination as if stars were falling from the sky. By now, the advance force of the enemy army was unknowingly camped within range of the Austrian artillery. They gazed upon the sight with horror as they mistook the scene for angels falling from the heavens. Immediately, the Catholic soldiers dropped to their knees and began to make the cross sign as they said their prayers. In the next moment, the thunderous echoes of hundreds of 7.5 centimeters FK-22 field guns resounded through the illuminated night sky. Then, the shells landed on the targets. Tens of thousands of men were caught unaware as the Austrian munitions landed upon their encampments, blasting everything contained within to shreds. Bodies exploded as the shells landed nearby, and limbs were hewn apart by the shrapnel. Blood splattered the dirt as the men accepted their fate in fear of further invoking the wrath of the heavens. In the distance from the advance force, the Castilian commander gazed in horror at the scene. Angels fell from the sky, and death was wrought upon his men with their descent. There was no mistaking it. This was a sign of the apocalypse. Frightened out of his wits, Duke Lorenzo de Benevente, who was tasked with leading the Castilian army, trembled in trepidation as he witnessed the fantastic scene. His lips wavered as he struggled to find the words to issue a full retreat. After several moments, he began to scream to his forces in a hysteric voice. "Retreat! Angels are falling! Retreat!" He had no way of knowing that the disaster thrust upon his advance force was solely the doing of modern science, not superstitious belief. However, how could medieval noblemen know of the existence of flares or rifled breechloaders firing high-explosive shells? He genuinely believed that angels were falling from the sky above Granada and onto their men, resulting in massive explosions. The Castilian army, which consisted of many foreign volunteers, immediately abandoned their camp and supplies as they fled from the chaotic battle scene in the dead of night. Berenger, who was in the rearmost trench, gazed upon the stage with a wicked grin upon his face. Did these fools believe he would allow so many of them to flee alive? With the blowing of a whistle, the cavalry who were on standby immediately began to charge after the routing Catholics. For them, there would be no mercy on this night. Only those blessed by the heavens would manage to escape the Austrians' wrath. Berenger himself hopped upon his mount and charged towards the direction of the cowardly Iberians. He supposed now was as good as a time as any to enact his plan for this war. With this in mind, 10,000 cavalry of various forms, alongside mounted infantry and an artillery battery, marched off to fight as they chased down the frightened Iberians numbering in the tens of thousands. For Berenger, the war for Iberia had just begun. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at Chapter 413, 412, Next Generation Weapons Part 2. While Berenger had begun his campaign in the Iberian Peninsula, rule over the Kingdom of Austria, and the efforts to oversee its industrialization were taken over by his father-in-law Chancellor Otto von Grass. At the moment, the man was sitting at his study within his chateau inside the upper-class district of Kufstein. He was staring at a series of weapons blueprints that would be vital to Berenger's future conflict with the Church. These blueprints were designed to operate alongside the previous weapons he had already begun testing for use in his special forces. The first design was a water-cooled machine gun chambered in 7.92 by 57 mm LP, Berenger's version of the 7.92 by 57 mm Mauser cartridge. Unlike the Germans of his previous life, Berenger did not have to worry about the patents of the Vickers machine gun. Thus he decided to use such a magnificent weapon as his primary heavy machine gun for the time being. The Vickers machine gun was, in all honesty, just an improved Maxim machine gun with its action flipped upside down. This allowed it to save substantial size and weight. The Germans were unable to outfit themselves with this improved version of their machine gun due to business disputes, such as patent infringement. A water-cooled machine gun was exactly what it sounded like. It was essentially a heavy belt-fed machine gun that had a barrel shroud that contained water. As the barrel heated up, the water would cool it down. While this made for virtually unlimited volumes of fire, it also made the gun exceptionally heavy to the point where it would need to be used as a static weapon. In fact, during Berenger's previous life, when the British Army retired this weapon from service, a crew of armorers tested a single Vickers gun to its limits by firing roughly 5 million rounds of ammunition over 7 days without stopping the gun. By the time they were finished, they had taken the gun apart and gauged its pieces, only to find that the weapon was still within functioning parameters. Because Berenger currently lacked the technology to mechanize his forces, static defensive tactics would inevitably play a large part in waging war against his enemies. Thus, there was no weapon suited to the task better than the Vickers machine gun. The primary difference between this machine gun and the Vickers used by the British in Berenger's past life was that it was chambered in this world's equivalent of 7.92 by 57 mm Mauser and utilized a metallic belt much like seen in use by the Russian M1910 Maxim guns during both world wars of Berenger's previous life. Ultimately, Berenger decided to designate this variant of the Vickers as the MG-22. Otto looked over the document and stamped his seal of approval to begin production and testing in the armed forces. If what the notes Berenger left behind were true, they would need to build as many of these weapons as possible over the next few years. After approving this design for manufacture and testing, Otto looked over the next blueprint. This was another machine gun from Berenger's past life. However, it was neither a heavy machine gun nor a belt-fed machine gun. This was a magazine-fed light machine gun based on the Czech ZB-30 machine gun. The MG-22H, as it would become known by in this timeline, was a machine gun that was considered by many in Berenger's past life to be the pinnacle of the interwar-era light machine guns. It had a rate of fire up to 650 rounds per minute and was the weapon used as the basis for many light machine guns across the world, including the British BREN gun and the Japanese Type 99 light machine gun. The Waffen-SS used the weapon in World War II due to the competitive nature of the Wehrmacht and the various branches of the Third Reich's armed forces and political factions. The Waffen-SS was excluded from the primary supply chains that the Wehrmacht had access to. Thus, they had to source guns from some unconventional manufacturers such as occupied countries like Belgium and Czechoslovakia. The only real difference between this gun and the ones issued to the Waffen-SS in Berenger's past life was instead of a 20-round box magazine, Berenger designed it for use with a 30-round box magazine. The use of a light machine gun among his soldiers was not only necessary, it was a requirement. Since a single man could not carry a Vickers machine gun into battle, he needed his squads in the future to have some form of automatic fire readily available on a unit basis, and the MG-22H filled that role perfectly. Otto could not believe how Berenger had come up with such intricate designs. Still, with the industrialization of Kufstein and Austria as a whole, they now had the precision manufacturing equipment to make such advanced weapons. Thus, he stamped his approval on this design and would later have it sent over to the National Armory to produce prototype samples and extensive testing. Finally, there was one other weapon design in Otto's hands, and he looked over it carefully as he decided whether or not to approve of its use as well. This weapon was a submachine gun chambered in 9 by 19 mm parabellum, the same round that was undergoing testing with the prototype P-22, which was based upon a later design of the Mauser C-96 from Berenger's past life. This submachine gun was based upon the Steyr Solothurn MP-34 from the interwar period. The history behind this weapon was complicated. It was manufactured by the Rheinmetall Company via proxies in Switzerland and Austria to avoid the limitations placed upon them from the Treaty of Versailles. As far as most were concerned, it was the best machine gun designed and manufactured in the interwar period. In fact, the only reason it ceased production in 1940 was that it was too costly to manufacture during the German war effort. The MP-34, or MP-22 as it was known in this timeline, was a side-feeding submachine gun with a 32-round double-stack magazine. It was capable of semi-automatic or automatic fire via a selector switch on the left side of the weapon. The automatic setting was capable of a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute. After looking over these weapons, Otto approved them all, only to find a list of squad-based tactics that Berenger had left behind so that his soldiers who were equipped with such weapons could train with them appropriately. Berenger practically followed the same route of the Wehrmacht's squad tactics from his past life. The squad leader would be issued the submachine gun, while one member of the squad would be given the light machine gun. As for the rest, they would be issued the bolt-action rifles. When it came to a platoon-sized unit, one squad would be dedicated to using the heavy machine gun. As such, Otto sent these documents over to the proper departments. With these weapons, by the time the Crusaders arrived in their lands, they would have the means to defend against many times their army's numbers. After approving these documents, Otto sighed heavily before hearing a knock on his door. A familiar voice resounded from the other side as they asked for permission to come in. The very presence of this voice greatly shocked Otto, as he was not expecting her visit. "Can I come in?" Otto immediately rested his forehead in the palm of his hand before collecting himself. After doing so, he allowed the entry of his uninvited guest. "It is open." After saying this, a buxom beauty entered the scene. She had long golden hair and blue eyes like much of her family. This young woman was none other than Adela's eldest sister, Eva. She had a pouting expression on her face as she entered her father's study. Seeing his most mischievous daughter enter the room, Otto quickly concealed the documents on his desk. If such knowledge were to be seen by the woman, he had no idea what she would do with it. Eva immediately broke out into an outcry as she saw her father. "Daddy, little Adela won't let me into the royal palace. I have come all this way to see how she is doing now that she is pregnant, and the bitch won't even let me in. Can't you convince her to let me stay in the palace?" Otto immediately frowned when he heard this. His eldest and youngest daughters had never gotten along, and he knew whatever brought Eva to Kufstein was nothing good. As such, he shook his head and sighed before declining his daughter's request. "Adela is the High Queen. If she does not want you in her home, then that is something I can't change. At most I can speak with her when I next see her. However, she is dreadfully busy introducing cultural reforms at the moment. The people seem to love her and her efforts. If only you were more like your sister, I wouldn't have to look. However, and your family these days." Upon hearing this, Eva wanted to throw a fit, but she knew better than to do so in the presence of her father, who now held a powerful position in the new kingdom of Austria. Eva regretted more than anything that she had not established an affair with Berenger when she had the chance. If she knew what she knew now, she would have invited him into her bath and taken advantage of his inexperience to make him her own. However, she now no longer had such options. Thus she had decided to do everything she could to mend the relationship between her and her youngest sister. After all, if Adela put in a good word for Eva and her husband, then they would thrive much like the rest of her family. Thus she put on a distressed facade as she once more tried to convince her father to aid her in her efforts. "Daddy, please. I know I messed up, but Adela is my sister, and I want to fix our relationship. Please help me get in touch with my darling little sister." Seeing his daughter's sad expression, Otto sighed once more before acquiescing to her demands. Maybe it was because he spoiled Eva so much that she turned out this way. However, there was not much he could do about that now, and he hated seeing his two daughters at each other's throats. With a heavy heart, he begrudgingly accepted Eva's request. "The most I can do is set a time and place for you two to discuss your differences. However, if you screw this up, your sister will likely never want to speak to you again, so be sure to mind your manners. Adela is no longer the little girl you used to bully. She is the High Queen of Austria." Upon hearing this, Eva immediately smiled once more and hugged her father before thanking him for his efforts. "Thanks, Daddy." After saying this, she left the room, leaving the older man in his seat with a confused expression. He had no idea how he was going to pull this off. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 414. For 13, Senseless Slaughter in the Dead of Night. The cavalry of the 1st and 2nd Divisions of the Austrian army rode out through no man's land into the fray as the Iberian forces and their foreign volunteers fled from the field of battle after witnessing the supposed fall angels from the heavens. In reality, this chaotic sight was nothing more than Austrian flares illuminating the Iberian positions and artillery fire falling upon them. However, the superstitious medieval people of Iberia had no way of knowing of such military advancements in the hands of their enemies. Despite this, the Iberian Catholics were so frightened from the horror they witnessed that they began to abandon their encampments and supplies as they fled for their lives, turning their backs to the Austro-Granadan alliance. Berenger ordered his cavalry to run down the survivors in response to this. Thus he charged into the fray once more. With a revolver in one hand and a saber in the other, he began to fire upon the fleeing Catholics as he neared their position. A loud bang went off as the 1422 service revolver fired its .38 SPC projectile downrange and into the back of an unsuspecting Iberian crusader. His white surcoat was immediately stained with his blood as the projectile blasted through his armor and into his chest, reaping his soul in the process. Immediately following this shot, Berenger's mighty steed strolled past another rotting soldier where he cut down his saber and into the man's unarmored neck, where the head flung off his shoulders in a merciless decapitation. By the King of Austria's side were the veteran forces of his royal guard, as well as the Austrian hussars who unleashed their advanced weapons upon their foes as they charged forth on horseback. Those who did not use revolvers were issued with needle carbines specifically intended for cavalry use. The overwhelming volume of fire from the 10,000-strong cavalry forces as they advanced upon the tens of thousands of fleeing Iberians was enough to cut them into ribbons. Bodies fell into the muddy terrain where they either bled out or were crushed by the weight of the war horse's hooves. To the Castilian duke who had just recently engaged in conflict against a brutal guerrilla campaign waged by the Granadan Royal Guard, it was as if hell itself had ascended from the depths and swallowed the Iberian Peninsula. As he fled on foot from the Austrian cavalry, a member of the Royal Guard rapidly caught up to his position, where he noticed the tabard on the man's torso. Realizing that the cowardly man fleeing before him was none other than Duke Lorenzo de Benevente, the cuirassier quickly pulled out his pistol and aimed for the man's leg, where he fired a shot. The first shot missed entirely, but the cuirassier remained undeterred. He quickly fired another shot which once more missed. It was not until the fifth bang had resounded from the revolver's muzzle that the bullet penetrated through the Duke's shin, fracturing the bone in the process and crippling the man. Lorenzo immediately fell into a pool of mud as the cuirassier dismounted his horse and arrived before the once proud Duke. As the cuirassier approached, Lorenzo surrendered his arms and admitted defeat. As a nobleman, he was afforded the privilege of ransom. No matter how advanced the Austrian army may have become, he was sure that his feudal rights as a nobleman would be respected. The cuirassier bound the nobleman in ropes before dragging him off to the trench line. As for Berenger and the other members of his cavalry, those who managed to escape were fortunate enough to have seized a horse from the encampment before withdrawing. The others were killed in battle or captured, much like their previous commander. Over tens of thousands of men from the Iberian army were disarmed and led back to the trench line, where they were destined to become captives of the Austro-Granadan alliance. After arriving at the trench line, the cuirassier laid the Duke down before Berenger and his generals, who gazed upon the man who had tormented Arnulf and the Granadan Royal Guard for some time. Arnulf was so thoroughly enraged at the losses he had suffered over the past few months that he immediately backhanded the Castilian Duke, who had a smug expression on his face. "You bastard, what is so funny?" Lorenzo chuckled before announcing his perceived immunity. "I am a duke and am afforded ransom by the laws of men. You cannot harm me." Berenger's lips curled into a wicked smile as he heard this claim before pulling out his revolver, which was now reloaded and pressing it against the man's skull. What remained of Lorenzo's army gazed in horror as they witnessed their liege's rights be violated. The young Austrian king pulled back the hammer of his weapon and began to mock the man, who immediately lost all confidence in his smug statement. "Is that so?" Berenger laid his finger upon the trigger as he slightly pulled it back. However, before the gun could go off, Berenger grabbed a hold of the hammer and slowly laid it back down to a double-action position, where he looked upon the Duke a kind gaze as he lowered the firearm. "You are right. You're afforded ransom." Duke Lorenzo sighed in relief as he witnessed Berenger's smile and merciful words, whereas Arnulf immediately began to protest this course of action. However, Berenger immediately raised his hand, silencing him in the process, where his warm expression shifted to that of a demonic gaze. "Let's play a game, shall we?" The moment Lorenzo heard these words, he immediately felt as if his soul had been plunged into the depths of hell. His lips began to waver as he struggled to find the words in his mind. "What? What do you intend to do to us?" Berenger began to stride back and forth with confidence as he began to express his evil plan. "It is quite simple. I will cut you and your army loose, where you shall be allowed to run north, back to your homes. However, when you have reached a certain distance, I will order my artillery to open fire on you all. If God is truly on your side, then you will survive the barrage and make your way to freedom. If not, well then may the Lord have mercy on your soul." Arnulf gazed upon Berenger's back with a look of shock as he heard these words, whereas Adelbrand had a cruel smile etched upon his face. He felt that this game of Berenger's would be genuinely entertaining. As for Lorenzo, he could not fathom what he was hearing. He had personally witnessed the destructive display of the Austrian artillery and immediately began to shiver in fear. "And if we refuse?" Upon hearing this, Berenger kneeled in front of Lorenzo, so he was at eye level, and spoke with a chilling tone. "Then my army shall execute you all." After saying this, Berenger stood up and turned around so that he was facing his troops. After a few seconds of hesitation, Lorenzo swallowed the saliva pulled up within his mouth with an audible gulp before nodding his head in affirmation. "All right, we will do it." After hearing this, Berenger turned around with a smile on his face as he began to speak in a cheerful tone. "Wonderful. Remember, not one step back, or I will shoot you myself." After saying this, Berenger turned back towards his army, giving them their orders. "Release the prisoners." Those who had not heard Berenger's plans gazed upon him with shock, but they refused to disobey. As such, they cut the Iberians loose, where they marched forward on foot towards Castile. Two of his underlings supported Lorenzo as they helped the crippled Duke march along. After the army of prisoners was out of earshot, Berenger immediately issued an order to his artillery brigades. "Load the guns and prepare to fire once they have reached a safe distance. Do not stop firing until every last man has been obliterated. We will see who God truly favors in this conflict." After hearing the king's words, the Austrian artillery began to make range adjustments before loading their field guns with the 75x200 mmR shells. Only after the Iberian prisoners had reached a distance of over 600 m, the thunder of the field guns echo in the air. The moment the familiar sound of the sound barrier breaking crackled in the sky, the prisoners gazed in horror as they began to panic and sprint north as fast as they could muster. Lorenzo had not informed them of their fate, for it was far too cruel to say. The first shell to land upon the Catholics directly fell upon Lorenzo as he made the sign of the cross and said one final prayer. In the next moment, he was blasted to bits. Berenger looked upon the army in the distance through his binoculars as the shells continued to fall upon them. By the end of the barrage, not a single man remained standing. In his cruelty, Berenger had wiped out an army of tens of thousands of men who had already surrendered. As for those who managed to escape the senseless slaughter made up but a fraction of the force that initially consisted of 100,000 strong. With this victory, 1/5 of the Iberian forces had been slaughtered. If not for their fear of the flares and artillery, they may have managed to put up a better fight. Yet, Berenger's military technology was so far advanced over his enemies that they believed it to be an act of demonic sorcery. The very thought that Berenger had caused angels to fall from heaven was enough to force their retreat before they had even begun to fight. As for the remainder of the Iberian armies, they would come to know of this change in a few weeks, as the survivors of this conflict would report everything they had witnessed to their superiors, and thus the Catholics would be prepared for such unfathomable sights. The war for Iberia had only just begun. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 414, Conference of the German Dukes. As the war in Iberia continued, an important meeting was taking place in the Scandinavian city of Oslo. The various dukes and margraves of Germany had temporarily called a ceasefire and gathered in the neighboring realm, which was neutral ground, with the purpose to discuss the greatest threat to their continued existence. There was one German duke who had declared himself king and had risen to his position through sheer overwhelming force. Every day Austria advanced with new, Faustian technology that caused many to believe that its king had sold his soul to the devil in exchange for limitless knowledge. Though the Catholic Church refused to recognize the legitimacy of Berenger's claim to be a king, many of his neighbors used such a title out of respect for his power, for if he were to be called a duke, then what exactly did that make them? Duke Dieter of Bavaria spoke of their southern neighbor, whose power and rapid expansion had become a significant threat. The Pope has declared a crusade against Austria and its so-called German Reformation, which has now spread to every corner of our lands. It is not just Austria who will suffer in this conflict. Our lands will burn in the flames of fanatics who want nothing more than to appease the papacy. Meanwhile, Berenger further invokes the ire of the Church as he has dispatched tens of thousands of men into Iberia to prop up the Emirate of Granada as a puppet state. My spies cannot even infiltrate Austria without being discovered. I have little doubt in my mind that this proxy war of his will become a disaster for the Catholic world. Nearly 500,000 men have marched from all corners of Christendom in an attempt to eradicate the Austro-Granadan forces, and I fear they will be obliterated. Out of all the men present, Dieter was the most familiar with Berenger's forces, as he had been thoroughly swept aside in Austria by a small number of what were then Tyrolean troops. He had no idea that the equipment of the Austrian army was rapidly being modernized and that the weapons used to defeat his forces so thoroughly were already being replaced. Dieter concluded his rant with words of caution as he addressed his peers from the German-speaking regions. If we do not unite together and march on Austria now, then we will have no chance of victory when the Pope finally manages to march his crusaders against our enemy. Though Dieter was correct in saying this, the other dukes looked at him as if he had gone mad. Thus one man, in particular, the Margrave of Baden, spoke out against his paranoid delusions. Though Berenger has managed to defeat the forces of Italy and Switzerland, I do not believe he has the power to repel the near 500,000 men who have marched on his allies in Granada. He has sent half of his army into their lands and will undoubtedly face a disastrous defeat. If the so-called King of Austria does manage to escape from his inevitable loss in Iberia, then he will be left with half his army to contend against the same force who beat him. Not only that, but the additional crusaders prepared for this conflict will be marching alongside them. Despite this, I understand your fears as his neighbor and will concede that this self-titled Kingdom of Austria is a grave threat to our continued existence. Thus, rather than unite to march upon Austria immediately, I propose we conduct a ceasefire, which will allow us time to build up our forces to contribute to the upcoming crusade against the Berenger heresy. Only after we have wiped this heretical menace from our lands should we continue our petty disputes over the title of King of Germany. What the Margrave of Baden said made sense to the remaining German dukes and margraves. However, it was ultimately up to the two potential successors of the throne to agree. Thus all eyes gazed upon the man known as Duke Hartmann von Luxemburg, or as his rivals referred to him as the bastard of Luxembourg, to see if he would be willing to declare a ceasefire for the time being. After careful consideration, the young man, who was currently engaged in a brutal stalemate with the Bavarian pretender, sighed heavily before nodding his head in affirmation. Under these circumstances, I can allow for a ceasefire to exist between our camps. Until the Berenger heresy and its leaders are routed out and destroyed, I swear that my forces and that of my allies shall not aggress further upon Dietger or his faction so long as they agree to the same conditions. Dietger was upset that his warning was not taken seriously and knew that such efforts would ultimately be vain. He believed that Berenger would further rise in power over the next few years, and with it, he would quickly sweep aside the Crusader army, no matter how large it grew. From there, he would use it as an excuse to invade the German realm and unite it under his banner. Dietger may be a proud and ill-tempered man, but he was wise enough to see the writing on the wall. As such, he hung his head in defeat before nodding his head in agreement. After doing so, he spoke his piece. Very well, I shall agree to your ceasefire, but mark my words, by the time we invade Austria alongside the Crusaders, it will be too late. After saying this, he stood up from his seat in the conference and stormed out of the room where he was flanked by his ministers. It was not until they were in a secure location that he began to speak in secrecy. Send a letter to the Chancellor of Austria. Tell him that Bavaria is willing to cooperate with their realm in the upcoming crusade and is even willing to pay back our debts immediately. If they are willing to forgive our previous intrusion, then I, as Duke of Bavaria, am willing to aid them in their efforts. The ministers gazed at Dietger in shock as he said this and immediately began to question his words. I thought we were here to convince the other realms to unite against Austria. How did we get to the point where we must grovel before them? Dietger immediately slammed his fist upon the stone wall in rage as he enlightened his ministers about what doom he perceived would follow in the near future. Those fools think Berenger and his army will be trounced in Iberia and the upcoming crusade. However, they do not know what I know. If they wait that long, then defeat and annexation is inevitable. We might as well submit ourselves now and gain some advantages as loyal followers while we still can. It goes against every fiber of my being to submit to another man, but I see what lies on the horizon and am willing to put aside my personal pride for the sake of my family and my realm. Do as I say and make sure the other dukes do not find out about this. Dietger's ministers immediately bowed their heads in respect. Even they feared the ever-increasing threat of their southern neighbor. If the Duke was willing to submit to the Austrian crown, then they believed it was indeed a wise decision. With this in mind, they quickly got to task as they silently dispatched a messenger to Kufstein to inform the Chancellor of Germany of their decision. Their choice to kneel before their southern neighbors would turn out to be a wise one, and Dietger would one day consider it the wisest decision he had ever made as a ruler. As for the remainder of the German high nobility, they had no way of knowing that their entire meeting was observed by Austrian royal intelligence. For one of the ministers present in the conference was a devout believer of the German Reformation and had long since been recruited by the Austrians as a spy. Thus, before the Bavarian delegation reached Austria, Linda would already know what had transpired and began making preparations to sabotage the German rearmament. With this, a new war of intrigue was about to begin. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 416, 415. Sacking of Toledo Part 1. The dust had settled after the army of tens of thousands of prisoners had been rendered into meat paste by the Austrian artillery brigades. Many of the young and veteran soldiers gazed upon the destructive scene with expressions of both trepidation and pride. Fearful of what could occur if they should ever make the mistake of taking up arms against the crown, and yet proud of the military might their nation possessed. They had single-handedly wiped out an army over twice their numbers without the enemy even getting in range of firing their weapons. Such a feat was only achieved due to the use of flares and artillery. which had a combined effect on the superstitious feudal men of the Iberian army who genuinely believed that the Austro-Granadan alliance had somehow managed to force angels to fall from the heavens. If the enemy had kept their wits together, they might have been able to advance upon the first trench line and engage in melee combat with the Austro-Granadan soldiers. However, such an overwhelming display of advanced technology was no different than magic in the eyes of the primitive armies of Iberia and Christendom. Thus they were frightened to their wits and exposed their backs to their enemies, who cut them down with ease. Berenger gazed upon the carnage that he had inflicted on this field of battle with a wicked smile on his face before stepping back into the trench line, silent as he did so. This sinister appearance led many among his ranks to believe that their king was a man of great cruelty to his enemies. After approaching the rear trench line, Berenger laid down in his command bunker where he quickly found himself sleeping without a care in the world. Hours passed and morning came. With it, Berenger was up bright and early, rallying his cavalry forces to prepare to set off in an attempt to wrestle control of the capital of Castile. With the main army of their enemy defeated, Berenger did not have to worry about fighting more significant numbers as he advanced upon the city of Toledo. Berenger was standing in front of 4 generals who had gathered before him. Generals Arnulf and Adelbrand represented the Austrian divisions. General Ziad was responsible for what remained of the Royal Granadan army, and finally, General Alexej Kasper was here to lead the Bohemian Expeditionary Force. The Bohemian Royal Army was equipped with apparel and armor similar to the Austrian army. The primary difference was that it resembled the Steingara M1917 field uniforms used by Austro-Hungarian forces during the Great War Berenger's previous life. Of course, they were equipped with surplus weapons from the Austrian Royal Army, such as 14-17-18 rifled muskets and 14-17 12-pound field guns. Nevertheless, they were provided with vastly superior equipment when compared with their enemies. With the quick-loading tubes at their disposal, they were still capable of firing roughly 5 rounds a minute from the entrenched positions. Berenger was dressed in his field uniform, with a cavalry saber attached to his belt, along with his 1422 service revolver, contained within its holster. He quickly began to give the generals their instructions as he prepared to set off. While I march off and secure our victory, you will all continue to conduct warfare as we have done so thus far. Maintain a perimeter around the borders of Granada, and ensure that any army that advances on your position is met with artillery fire the moment they enter firing range. If the time comes that you must retreat from an entrenched position, do not be afraid to do so. The survival of our troops is the most crucial factor of this conflict. Care for each soldier under your command as if he was your beloved son, and he will follow even into the gates of hell. The general saluted Berenger as he hopped onto the back of his mount, where Berenger returned their salute. As he did so, he yelled the long-established battle cry of the Austrian armed forces. "God with us." After saying this, he regrouped with his cavalry, awaiting his arrival, where they set on that path towards Toledo. By the time they arrived, the Castilian king was sure to be aware of his primary force's disastrous defeat. Whether he had the stones to stay within the confines of his city and defend it had yet to be seen. For several days the Austrian cavalry, followed by its attached artillery battery and logistics unit, trotted forth through the Castilian landscape before finally arriving at the city of Toledo. As they entered firing range of the artillery, which was roughly 5 miles away, Berenger gave his order to the artillery officer who had accompanied them. "Set your men to task and focus your bombardment on the main gatehouse. I want that section of the wall brought down before my force's arrival within the proximity of your shelling." The artillery officer suppressed his internal laughter as he heard such a ridiculous order. Of course, the wall would be brought down before they arrived within the proximity of the shelling. With the power of the 7.5 centimeters FK-22 field guns, the wall was likely to be brought down by a single barrage. After that, they would focus their guns on the castle within the center of the city. However, out of respect for his monarch, the officer merely saluted the young king and nodded his head before responding in the affirmative. "Yes, Your Majesty." After saying this, the artillery battery of 6 field guns began to deploy their weapons. Upon doing so, Berenger issued his cavalry to advance forth. 5 miles was quite a long distance, and a horse could only gallop at full speed for a distance of roughly 2 miles before becoming exhausted. As such, they trotted forth towards their target while the artillery battery, supported by a logistics unit, began shelling the city, which was utterly unaware that the enemy had gathered in the distance. The echo of 6 guns resounded throughout the air as a single battery landed perfectly onto the main gatehouse. The detonation from the 6 75x200 mmR shells was enough to bring it to ruin. The unfortunate men inside the gatehouse were immediately crushed by the rubble of the stones above their heads. Having succeeded in their objective, the artillery officer in charge of the battery immediately fired upon the castle in the distance. It was only after a section of its wall was brought to ruin that he ceased fire. After all, they had limited supplies and wanted to take down as many cities as possible without having to withdraw and resupply. After roughly an hour, the 10,000 cavalry reached the ruined gatehouse where they waited upon the orders of their sovereign and Reichsmarschall. Berenger did not hesitate and immediately bellowed his decree with a stern tone. "Charge!" With this command, 10,000 cavalry comprised of hussars, uhlans, cuirassiers, and mounted infantry rushed into the city with weapons in hand and ruthless intent. The path to victory was cleared by the artillery. All they had to do was cut down anyone who got in their way. The city's few defenders were quickly cut to ribbons by the advancing cavalry. Those who were not shot with revolvers or needle carbines were ruthlessly torn apart with swords and lances. The mounted infantry had dismounted from their horses and advanced into the city with needle rifles in hand and bayonets affixed as they fired upon any man clad in armor or carrying arms. Blood now stained the streets and corpses lay piled atop one another as the Austrian forces rapidly made their way through the city, which was filled with panicked citizens, and towards the castle where the King of Castile was sure to be hiding. With the castle walls brought down, it was a simple matter of rushing through the courtyard where Berenger's cavalry quickly gunned down the royal guards of Castile. Afterward, Berenger stashed his blade away where he dismounted from his horse and raised his pistol, cocking back the hammer so that it was in single-action mode as he advanced toward the castle's entrance. Surrounded by his royal guard, who were outfitted with needle carbines, Berenger pulled out a stick grenade where he pulled the pin before chucking it towards the front gates. The wooden doors immediately shattered into splinters as the grenade went off with an explosive blast. Afterward, Berenger and his royal guard advanced into the castle as the vanguard. The moment the smoke cleared, Berenger saw a knight of Castile rush towards him with a blade in hand, yet the young monarch did not even flinch. Instead, he aimed down the sights of his revolver, which was contained within his left hand, and squeezed the trigger. In doing so, a .38 caliber projectile propelled down its barrel and into the skull of the heavily armored knight. Blood and gray matter splattered out the massive exit wound of the steel helmet and covered the walls. While Berenger killed his opponent, his royal guard quickly raised their carbines and gunned down any other knights within its entrance in ruthless fashion. The access to the Castilian royal castle was now secure. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at Chapter 417, 416, Sacking of Toledo Part 2. Having secured the entrance of the castle within the city of Toledo, Berenger waited for his mounted infantry to arrive. When the men finally caught up to the cavalry, they immediately advanced down the narrow stone halls with rifles in hand and bayonets affixed. Berenger proceeded calmly behind them with his revolver safely stashed away in his holster. The mounted infantry swept through the halls, ruthlessly gunning down any man to get in their way. After every shot fired, they would lift the bolt handle and rack it back before placing another paper cartridge in its chamber. After seating the round, they would push the bolt back home and prepare to fire on the next target that got in their path. The Knights of Castile bravely defended their master's abode as they tried to hide behind the corners and ambush the oncoming mounted infantry. Still, it was to no avail. The moment they slashed their blades forth, they were easily deflected by the 10-inch bayonets fixed to the side of the infantry's bores. After the swords were deflected, a round was fired through the torso of the knights, and their insides were torn apart before being spewed out the other side of their armor, mercilessly reaping their souls like wheat to the scythe. The soldiers confidently reloaded their weapons as they led their monarch across the castle's vast interior. Despite conflict appearing in every corner of the castle, the Austrian soldiers found themselves well protected with their armor and sustained few, if any, casualties. Instead, piles of heavily armored knights riddled the halls as their blood flowed onto the cold stone floor. Eventually, Berenger and his soldiers reached the great hall where the King of Castile sat upon his throne. Oddly enough, there was not a single hint of fear on his face. Instead, it was tranquil, as if he had come to peace with his fate. Berenger and his soldiers cautiously approached as they secured the room from the few remaining bodyguards of the Castilian king. Upon seeing the devil in the flesh, King Francisco de Trastamara gazed upon Berenger with disdain as he boldly spat upon the floor in front of him before speaking his mind. "So you're the Austrian upstart who challenges the authority of God. I did not expect you to have such a regal appearance. I suppose it is true what they say, Lucifer was indeed the most beautiful among the Lord's creation." Berenger immediately felt sickened upon hearing such a remark and instead stepped closer to the King of Castile before making his demands. "Your army is defeated, yet the people of your city remain intact for the most part. I suggest you surrender, or else I will be forced to engage in unnecessary cruelty towards you, your family, and your people." However, the King of Castile's expression did not change. There was no hint of dread or fright in his eyes, only disgust. As if the very existence of Berenger was an insult to his pride as a natural-born monarch. Thus it was no surprise when he began to insult Berenger to his face. "You are no king, Berenger von Kufstein. You are a lowly baron who does not know his place. Without your advanced technology, you would be nothing. I wonder what the price was for you to obtain such limitless knowledge. Tell me, did you sell your soul to Satan? For what? Temporary power on this mortal plane? I pity you. No matter what you achieve in this world of ours, ultimately, you are destined for an eternity of hellfire and torment. Whereas I and my family will enter the kingdom of heaven, through his divine will, we have led our people in this life and will do so in the next. The right to rule is not determined by your strength but by God himself. Do with us as you please. You will only be ensuring greater damnation for your wretched soul." Berenger had a twisted expression on his face as he heard such insults to his power and authority. He knew that in history, the Spanish were among the most fanatical Christians on the planet, who were willing to destroy valuable knowledge if they believed it had offended their God. Yet to meet such zealotry in the flesh was genuinely irritating. With this in mind, a malicious grin spread upon his lips as he decided to toy with the religious fanatic sitting in front of him. Berenger slowly stepped closer to the throne. With each foot gained, the sound echoed throughout the stone corridor as if it was thunder. As he finally reached the Castilian king, Berenger grabbed a hold of the man's neck and slammed him to his knees before stepping on his skull and forcing him to kowtow before him. He began to taunt the religious monarch with the anecdote of his personal experience with this so-called afterlife as he did so. "I am sorry to be the one to inform you, but there is no God. Heaven does not exist, nor does hell. There is only life and death. Thus, I hope that you remember when you find yourself in the next life, that I, King Berenger von Kufstein, was the one who sent you there. I truly hope that you are born in the lowest rung of society as an impoverished member of the common people who you claim to have divine rule over, so that you will know the pain and suffering of your people firsthand. After saying this, Berenger kicked the man onto the floor, where the King of Castile gazed upon him with bitter hatred. As the man struggled to his knees, he then looked up to the heavens and performed the sign of the cross, saying one last prayer before he embraced the cold hands of death. As he did this, Berenger circled to the man's back and pulled out his revolver, where he pressed it to the back of the man's skull. Before the king could finish his prayers, Berenger pulled the trigger and sent him to the afterlife. Blood and gray matter sprayed onto the floor as the man's body collapsed. With an indifferent expression, Berenger holstered his pistol before giving out an order to his nearby troops who witnessed his speech and vicious manner. Find the king's family and eliminate them after you have done that. Sack the city for all it is worth. Anyone who attempts to resist is to be killed on the spot. After saying this, Berenger sat upon the Castilian throne with a look of disgust on his face towards the corpse that lay before him. He began to mutter under his breath a single sentence, which sent chills down the spines of the few men of his who were near enough by to hear it. 1 down, 2 to go. It was exactly as Berenger had said. The young king of Austria planned to eliminate all 3 kings of Iberia and their families. In doing so, he would be plunging the Catholic realms of the peninsula into utter chaos, buying him the much-needed time to arm and train his Granadan allies so that they would be capable of winning Reconquista without further intervention from Austria and Byzantium. Throughout the rest of the night, cries echoed throughout the city as the army of 10,000 men tore it to pieces, taking every bit of gold, silver, and precious stones they could find, mercilessly skewering anyone who resisted with their bayonets. The royal family of Castile was found hiding in a secret room and were gunned down where they stood. As for Berenger, he gazed upon a map of the Iberian Peninsula where he stuck a boot knife into the location that marked the city of Zaragoza. His next target was the Kingdom of Aragon. After all, the House of de Trastamara ruled over both Castile and Aragon. With King Francisco de Trastamara and his family dead, his relative Felipe now had a claim to his territory, and Berenger intended to execute him before he could seize power for himself. With the army and royal house of Castile annihilated, Berenger had dealt a mighty blow to the Iberian Union in the initial stages of the war. He suspected that the Portuguese and Aragonese kings would pull back at least one army that pressured Granada to defend their territory. Thus he would have to move swiftly to eliminate his next target. A messenger hawk was sent back to the front lines of the Granadan defense, informing them of the swift victory that Berenger had achieved over the Castilian crown and the result that had occurred. In the coming days, the various forces throughout Christendom would come to learn of what had happened to Castile and begin to fear the power of the Austrian army and the brutality of its monarch. For if Berenger did not even treat the lives of his peers with the respect and dignity they were afforded, who would he not eliminate in his pursuit of power? For now, the war in Iberia continued to wage, and it was far from reaching its peak intensity. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 418, 417, Clandestine Operations in the Kingdom of France within the confines of the Duchy of Burgundy. A meeting was held within the Duke's castle. The man who had begun an open rebellion against the French crown due to the promiscuous behavior of his former lover, the Crown Prince, was sitting upon his ducal throne. Standing before him were a group of diplomats dressed in the attire of belonging to the upper class of the Iberian Peninsula. The man at the forefront of the delegation began to speak French with a heavy Iberian accent as he addressed the man before him with a sign of humility and respect. I understand that you are doing the Lord's work by exposing the sinful nature of the royal family. Prince Aubry de Valois' behavior is truly disgusting, and the boy is destined to burn in eternal hellfire. Thus my master King Francisco de Trastamara, ruler of the great kingdom of Castile, has ordered me to deliver these weapons to your grace as a sign of our support." After saying this, the diplomat whistled, which signaled the men beneath his employ to bring forth the crates filled with weapons. Upon opening the wooden cases, various handheld firearms in the form of the arquebus appeared. Unlike the guns Berenger had given to the French crown, these were crude knockoffs of local Iberian manufacture. They were made of inferior materials and lacked a standardized caliber. They were hardly the same quality of weapons issued to Berenger's allies. Despite this, the Duke of Burgundy had a wide grin as he witnessed the numerous crates that filled his great hall. With these weapons, his armies would be able to do significant damage to the loyalists who backed King Gillis and his rotten dynasty. Upon witnessing the new weapons, the Duke raised from his seat before addressing his guests with a warm smile. "I thank you for traveling all of this way to deliver such magnificent weapons. I promise you, I will make great use of them in my future conflicts with the royal family." The lead diplomat nodded his head in response. As he did so, he began to speak further about the ongoing conflict in France. "The Iberian Union supports you. We will make sure to bring in more weapons when we are next available to do so. As for the gunpowder and munitions, it can be sold for a reasonable price." The Duke of Burgundy nodded his head in agreement. He found these terms acceptable. As such, he quickly sat down upon his seat before playing with a golden coin as he twirled it through his fingers. This coin was none other than the Austrian gulden, whose silver counterpart had rapidly begun to replace other forms of currency as the international standard. After a few moments of thought, he tossed the coin down to the diplomats below, who quickly caught a hold of it. As he did so, a smirk appeared on his face before responding to their statement. "Consider this the first payment for your services. I look forward to doing further business with you." The diplomat bowed his head with respect before responding to the Duke's statement. "I thank your grace for your generosity." After hearing this, the Duke dismissed the Iberian diplomats who returned to the quarters that they were granted within his keep for the duration of their stay. After they arrived in their quarters, the delegates waited until they were confident that none outside the room could hear their whispers before speaking. The moment they began to converse, it was no longer in the French tongue with a Castilian accent, but rather perfect German. "For now, we shall maintain appearances. Later at night, I will dispatch an encrypted message to headquarters, letting them know that the first stage of our operation has been successful and that we will maintain contact with the Burgundian host for some time before we begin the next phase." In reality, this was not a delegation from the Iberian Union, but rather undercover operatives from Austrian royal intelligence who had begun to conduct the beginning stages of Austria's covert operations within the Kingdom of France. Upon hearing this, the other agents nodded their heads in response to their commander's orders. One of the men in question immediately began to inquire about the second phase of their objective in a hushed tone. "What exactly is the second stage of this operation?" The agent in command immediately began to inform his subordinates of their plans for the near future with a cautious tone. "After we have finished establishing ties to the Burgundians, we will withdraw from their castle under the ruse that we are returning to Castile. Instead, we will enter the borders of the Kingdom of France and begin encouraging dissent against the royal family." Upon hearing this, the agents nodded in silence before their commander gave them their remaining orders. "All right, get some rest. In the coming days, we will maintain our current identities as foreign dignitaries until after we have withdrawn from the keep." The subordinate agents nodded their heads before doing as they were told. Weeks passed, and Linda sat within the confines of the royal palace within the city of Kufstein. By now, her belly had grown quite large, as she was several months pregnant. Despite this, she never ceased her responsibilities as the Director of Intelligence, even though much of her work was adequately delegated to the appropriate branches. In front of her was none other than Deputy Director Hema, dressed in her full uniform, reporting information regarding their ongoing operations in France. Our agents have infiltrated the rebellious duchies of Aquitaine and Burgundy and have successfully supplied their leaders with the weapons and munitions necessary to inflict more significant casualties upon the French armies. Their aliases are intact, and the rebels genuinely believe they have the backing of the Iberian Union. Your plan of having our soldiers in Iberia capture the Union's knockoff arquebuses and distribute them to our field agents for use in our covert operations was absolutely genius. If we were to use our supply of such primitive weapons, it would be much more difficult to conceal our identities. Linda had a smug smile on her beautiful face as she heard this compliment. It was indeed nothing impressive. After all, she was the one who created Berenger's spy network from scratch, and with very little assistance from her husband, was capable of reforming it into a modern intelligence agency far beyond the capabilities of their rivals. In comparison to this feat, the small details of their current operations in the neighboring kingdom to the west were mere child's play. She had an arrogant tone of voice as she began to inquire about the next phase of their work in France. With arquebuses in the hands of the rebels, it is only a matter of time before they use them on the field of battle. When that happens, the French loyalists will be forced to employ the arms we have already given them. When the French people realize that their monarch has accepted military aid from Austria, it will cause a massive scandal. Thus, with our hidden agents' support in the field, France will soon find itself embroiled in a far greater conflict than they have seen thus far. When this happens, the English will be sure to capitalize on it. As such, we must work swiftly to ensure that these new rebellious groups have anti-English sentiments so that they too have their work cut out for them. Gemma nodded her head as she heard Linda's train of thought before commenting on the situation. I will make sure to relay your orders to the field. Before long, the entire kingdom of France will be one giant war zone. I do not doubt that such a thing will spark a refugee crisis. What should we do about this potential outcome? Linda's smile went from smug to cruel as she sipped the tea in her cup. After drinking from it, she responded to this question with a bold statement. Seal the border, and give our soldiers orders to open fire on anyone who tries to enter the Kingdom of Austria illegally. I highly doubt Berenger would want a bunch of filthy French peasants entering his kingdom. The deputy director of Austrian Royal Intelligence immediately saluted her superior officer before responding to this order in the affirmative. It will be done, Your Highness. After saying this, Linda placed down her teacup filled with tea and dismissed her subordinate. If there is nothing else, then you may leave. I have many things to prepare for. Gemma nodded in silence before departing, leaving Linda by her lonesome as she drank from the rest of her tea in silence. Truthfully, she was not that concerned with the outcome of the 100 Years' War, at least not in comparison to her husband. Instead, she was apprehensive about Berenger's safe return from the war in Iberia. As such, she spent some time in silence praying for his well-being. While Berenger continued to wage war against his enemies, his second wife was hard at work, overseeing the various operations of Austrian royal intelligence. After all, it was not just France that had garnered Austria's attention. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 419. 418. Cat fight v within the city of Kufstein. Sitting in a popular cafe were two young women. Adela and her eldest sister Ava were seated across from each other, while the younger of the two siblings had a scowl on her face. It had been some time since she had seen her elder sister, and as usual, the relationship between the two sisters was far from cordial. Since Adela had become engaged to her cousin Berenger all those years ago, her relationship with her eldest sister had continuously worsened. By now, it had become abundantly clear to Adela that her sister Ava was envious of her marriage to Berenger. Thus, like a childish brat, Ava had repeatedly acted out against her in numerous fits of jealousy. Now, the mother of three and former Countess of Salzburg was begging for an opportunity in an attempt to rescue her husband's place in the Austrian social hierarchy. After all, Due to his cowardly actions during the Bavarian occupation of Austria, Wolfgang had been stripped of his land and titles and been thoroughly disgraced in the eyes of his peers. Chancellor Otto and his wife grew weary of looking after their eldest daughter and her dullard of a husband. Thus, Eva had no option but to convince Berenger to allow her family back into his good graces. Of course, the only way to achieve this was through her sister, the first wife of the King of Austria. After all these years, Eva still could hardly believe that the sickly boy she had grown up with was now the most powerful man in the Western world. With each passing day, she lamented her past actions, though Berenger was unaware. When the two of them were both small children, they were engaged to be married when they reached adulthood. However, as Berenger's sickly condition progressed to a near-death state, Eva became disillusioned with the boy she once loved and convinced her father to break their betrothal. Surprisingly, years later, this resulted in Berenger and Adela's engagement, which greatly shocked Eva. After all, her youngest sister had become engaged to her first crush. However, it was not until Berenger had begun to rise in power that Eva truly began to regret her decision and become filled with envy towards her sibling. Of course, Berenger had no memory of this, as the original inhabitor of his body had not been involved with family politics in his youth and just thought of Eva as a good friend in their childhood years. If he knew he was once engaged to Adela's older sister, he might take her as a mistress to lay claim to what could be perceived as his original wife. This was the most significant reason Eva often sought conflict with Adela in the past. She had come to realize that she had thrown away a diamond in return for a polished turd. Now, Adela was the High Queen of Austria, and Eva was the wife of a disgraced, landless nobleman. With this in mind, Eva began to break out in tears as she began to speak to her youngest sister about the hardships she had to endure as the wife of Wolfgang. "You are so lucky to be married to a man like Berenger. Wolfgang is an absolute idiot. He has no idea that those around him are openly mocking him. Everywhere we go, people treat us as pariahs with their backhanded comments, and he thinks they're being genuinely nice to him. Daddy won't even pay for my kids to get a private education, so they have to sit with those filthy commoners in the new public schools. Without our parents, my family wouldn't even have a thaler to our names now that Adele Brand has seized control of his house and their fortune." Adela was not the least bit sympathetic to her sister. Unlike Berenger, she was aware of the arranged marriage between Eva and Berenger when they were kids. In fact, if anything, the young Queen of Austria was quite spiteful to her elder sister. The very thought that her husband could have been married to her bitch of an older sister brought out the worst inside her. Luckily for Adela, Eva threw it all away for a numbskull like Wolfgang, simply because his family was at the time wealthy and powerful. As such, the young queen did not even hesitate as she spoke with firm determination to her spoiled eldest sister. "Eva, what exactly do you want from me? If you have come to ask for money, it is out of my hands. Berenger has invested most of our wealth into the royal treasury, which acts as the funds for the entire kingdom. I regret to inform you that I do not have the authority to withdraw from it. As for our savings, I will need to discuss with Berenger personally whether or not I can loan your husband money. Since the king is currently in Iberia waging war against our enemies, it will be some time before I can make that request." Eva bit her lip as she heard this news. She suspected that Adela could grant her some money, but refused to do so. As such, her heart was filled with resentment as she thought about the degree of luxury that Adela lived in and the fact that if she had not been so foolish in her youth, it could have all been hers. Despite this growing fury, Eva calmed her inner wrath before putting on a gentle facade. "Little Adela, I'm not asking for money. I simply want some land for my husband so that we can earn a decent living. Surely there is some factory somewhere that your husband doesn't need. Even if it is just a small production facility, your husband has so much wealth generated from the rent that he charges the business owners for using his land. Can he not spare some of this for his family? Adela's brow raised slightly upon hearing this suggestion as she glared at her sister in disbelief. She immediately asked for clarification as to what Ava was suggesting. Are you suggesting that I use my authority as High Queen to usurp a private business which has been granted the power to operate within the Kingdom of Austria by the royal crown itself, solely for your husband's benefit? If I were to do such a thing, I would be committing multiple crimes under the anti-corruption laws that are in place. Not only would you and I be punished severely for such actions, but the prestige of the Austrian crown would be forever diminished in the eyes of the people. You don't understand how things work nowadays, do you? The nobility no longer can take whatever they please from the common people. There are punishments that can be applied to all members of society, including the royal family, for engaging in such corrupt behavior. No, Ava, I will not give you land, even as though you are a member of my family. Suppose you and your husband want a business to run. In that case, you will have to build it from the ground up like everyone else. You will have to purchase or rent the land from whoever owns it, build the factory, pay your employees a decent wage, and have a product of high enough quality that people wish to purchase it with their funds. You will also have to pay the necessary taxes to the royal treasury that apply. If you and your dullard of a husband can figure out how to achieve all of this, then maybe, just maybe, I can give you a loan from the crown with a fair interest rate. However, until such a presentation can be made, I will not assist you. After saying this, Adela reached into her purse and pulled out a few silver thalers that acted as the price to pay for the meal they had shared and as the tip to the server. After doing so, she leaned in and whispered something to Ava. It is funny, isn't it? In your youth, you wanted nothing to do with Berenger and even broke your betrothal because you believed he was worthless. Now he is the King of Austria, and I am his queen. I guess your loss is my gain. After saying this, the young Queen of Austria departed from the cafe and returned to the protection of her guards, where they proceeded to ride in the carriage back to the royal palace. Ava was left stunned in the cafe by her lonesome. She had no idea how Adela had found out about her previous engagement to Berenger so many years ago. However, Adela was wrong about one thing. Ava did not break her betrothal with Berenger because she thought he was worthless. Instead, she did so out of fear that he would die before they could get married. In her childhood, she deeply cared for Berenger. In fact, he was her first crush. However, when he became sickly, she did not have the emotional strength to stick by him and thus ran away from her responsibilities. This misunderstanding between the two siblings was because they were separated in age by nearly a decade. The engagement with Berenger was broken up long before Adela was old enough to understand what such a thing was. If Adela knew that even now, Ava still had some feelings for her Berenger, then the young queen would have been far more ruthless in how she dealt with her sister's request. Eventually, Ava sipped on her tea before sighing in silence. Even though she deeply regretted her past actions, she had no way to change the outcome. As such, she could either do as Adela had advised and begin the arduous process of building a business from scratch or continue to mooch off her parents for the rest of her life. After careful internal debate, Ava sighed before taking a sip from the tea in front of her once more. Since her husband was all but useless, she would have to rely entirely upon herself. After all, she was reasonably clever. How hard could it be to start a business? If only she knew the difficulties she would face in the long path set before her. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 420. Last Man Standing Part 1. It was early morning in the mid of summer within the southwestern borders of Andalusia. Sitting within a fortified trench line was a regiment of landwehrers comprised roughly 2,000 men. Merely 2 artillery batteries supported these infantrymen as they gazed off across no man's land, bored out of their minds while they guarded a portion of the border that was deemed the least likely to engage in combat. At the moment, the Austro-Granadan alliance comprised of roughly 75,000 men deployed to the borders of Andalusia. Because of this, their forces were spread thin throughout the area. As they waited for the attack of the Iberian Union, who had now gathered 4 separate armies of roughly 100,000 men, each in different locations. While the King of Austria led the cavalry to eradicate the royal families of the Catholic Iberian kingdoms, regular soldiers such as the ones in this trench line drank their coffee and entertained themselves with card games. Colonel Johann Weilinger was drinking from a stainless steel field cup as he fulfilled his duty by gazing, watching over his men, and ensuring that their defense area remained under Austrian control. The man had graduated from officer training with high marks. However, he never believed he would be sitting at the rear lines in a hardly noticeable section of the Andalusian border while the rest of his comrades were fighting off waves of medieval soldiers. He was in a state of depression as he thought about how mundane his life as an infantry officer had become. As the man lamented his current position, he decided to fulfill his obligations. As such, he peered his head over the sandbags to look into the distance, where he saw a sea of shimmering iron, though its reach was far off. One could tell this was no natural structure. Instantly alerted by this discovery, the man pulled out his binoculars to get a better glimpse of what he was looking at. In the distance, an army of roughly 100,000 men flying various banners, especially that of the Kingdom of Portugal, were clad in various forms of armor. The glance of the sun reflected towards the colonel's position as he gazed upon the sight of tens of thousands of ironclad warriors. At the same time, they marched towards the entrenched regiment of Austrian soldiers. The moment this colonel realized what he was looking at, he lost control over his grasp, and the stainless steel cup fell onto the mud beneath his feet, splashing it with hot coffee. In a moment of fear, the colonel's hands began to shake as he struggled to withdraw his flare gun from its holster. Johann's mind was filled with dread as he firmly grasped his flare gun with 2 hands before breaking its action open. He fumbled through his leather web belt, reaching for a flare that sipped from his grasp and fell into the mud below. Immediately the man knelt into the trench, covering his uniform with grime, and dug through the dirt to retrieve his fallen flare. Having wasted precious moments doing so, Johann quickly shoved the flare into his gun and fired it off into the air. As the red projectile lit up the blue sky, the sight caused the half-asleep soldiers in the Austrian trench line to panic as they immediately looked over the edge of their fortified position and gazed in horror at the massive army heading in their direction. After confirming that nearly 100,000 men were marching towards their position, another 9 flares were fired off from within the trench line, signaling the nearby forces that a full-sized army was marching on their position and that reinforcements were needed at their location. This caused a chain reaction of the various infantry placements to fire off their flares until they reached the central portion of the Austro-Granadan army. The need for reinforcements was urgent. After all, there was no way 2,500 men could defend against an army of 100,000. Despite the inability to hold the position, the Austrian colonel gritted his teeth before screaming out his command to his regiment. "Load your weapons and get into your positions. The enemy is upon us, and we must halt their advance until reinforcements arrive. If we falter here, then Granada will be overrun, and the Catholics will cut off our retreat from Gibraltar. If such a thing were to occur then, our entire army would be stranded in this godforsaken land with no way out. For the sake of your king and fatherland, you must hold the line. Hold the line even if it means your death. God with us." The moment the colonel gave the speech, the 2,500 men who comprised the Landwehr Regiment and the 2 artillery batteries lifted their weapons into the air and chanted back the battle cry of the Austrian army. "God with us! God with us! God with us!" After saying this, any trepidation contained within the hearts of the Austrian soldiers was forced out by a fearless resolve that only a warrior can know within their hearts. 2,500 men loaded their weapons as they fixed their bayonets before aiming over the edge of the trench line, waiting for the enemy to get within firing distance, committed to holding the ground until the last man was standing. Before long, Johann could see through his binoculars that the enemy army had approached the range of the Austrian artillery. He immediately cried out to the men responsible for using such weapons to fulfill their duty. "Open fire. Rain hell upon these bastards." Upon saying this, his message was conveyed to the artillery officers, who began to do as instructed. Before long, the echo of the 7.5 centimeters FK-22 field guns resounded in the air as the colonel gazed through his optics to see the shells land upon the Iberian position. A wide grin appeared on his face as the first barrage of 12 shells pounded the front lines of the enemy army. Before long, the subsequent thunderous explosion filled the air as the shells continued to land upon the advancing Iberians in the hundreds. Yet despite this, the soldiers of the Iberian Union and their foreign volunteers continued to march through the barrages unaffected, with looks of grim determination on their faces. The scene of the fields in the distance was wholly scorched by artillery, and corpses lie blasted apart in the ruined landscape. Tens of thousands of men had already perished, and yet it was as if they had not even made a dent in the massive army. Before long, the Iberian soldiers passed through the artillery and entered rifle range, where Colonel Johann immediately pulled out a nearby needle rifle and loaded its breech with a paper cartridge. As he did so, he commanded the soldiers in the trench line, "Fire at will." As Johann fired his first shot, and those around him did the same, his ears rang from the volley of gunfire. Despite this, he quickly pulled back the bolt of his needle rifle and loaded another paper cartridge before firing downrange once more. His bullet hit its mark. Web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. As it pierced through the unarmored torso of the peasant levy charging towards him with a spear in hand. However, they dropped to the ground dead on the spot. His comrades rushed forward through the bullet's volley, utterly undeterred by the barbed wire and needle fire as they ran towards their deaths. After firing one more shot, Colonel Johann immediately ordered to retreat to the following trench line. Their position was about to be overrun, and he did not want to be swarmed by the enemy army. "Fall back to the next line. Fall back." After saying this, he quickly climbed over the trench wall and ran through yet another no-man's land towards the second trench line. His men promptly followed his lead, where they immediately slid into the trench alongside the rear guard who had their rifles loaded and ready for the oncoming Catholic warriors. Johann immediately said a silent prayer as he prepared his weapon to fire. The battle at the Portuguese border had just begun, and though they had not lost any soldiers yet, eventually the Austrians would run out of trench lines to hide within. When that happened, it would be all-out melee combat with tens of thousands of their enemies. As the front lines of Iberian soldiers and their foreign volunteers reached the first trench line, they immediately began to charge over its fortifications and into the line of fire. While this was happening, the King of Portugal sat back safely, gazing upon the battlefield with a sneer on his face. He gave a single order to the thousands of heavily armored men at arms and knights at his side. Now that the peasants have soaked up their bullets, it is time to advance upon their position. Leave no heretic alive. God wills it. With this said, the heavy infantry and the cavalry forces of the Portuguese army began to charge into the fray. The battle for the Andalusian border had only just begun. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 421. Last Man Standing Part 2. Johann squeezed the trigger of his rifle, causing the needle to protrude through the paper cartridge, thus striking the percussion cap embedded within. This reaction ignited the gunpowder, propelling the .451 caliber projectile downrange and into the skull of an oncoming crusader. Crusader would be the most appropriate word, as these men were fighting a holy war against the Granadan army and their reformist Austrian allies. Despite being mere peasants who had picked up a weapon for the first time in the name of God, these fearless warriors of Christ were genuinely deserving of the term. The colonel of the Austrian regiment continued to fire upon the advancing enemy alongside his soldiers. However, no matter how many bullets were sent down or how many crusaders they killed in combat, the Catholics never seemed to run out of troops. If not for the entrenched positions and their protective helmets, the volleys of arrows fired upon their location likely would have caused far more casualties than they currently had suffered. However, right as Johann thought about this, the crackle of gunfire and the smoke of gunpowder spewed into the air as lead balls fell downrange and onto the Austrian positions. From the other trench line roughly 100 feet away, the Crusader arquebusiers had begun to unleash a volley of fire. A single lead ball clanged against Johann's Stahlhelm as he fell back from his position and hit the floor. He was heavily dazed as a nearby soldier checked on his condition. Ultimately, the steel helmet was removed from his head, where he gazed upon a massive dent on its surface with awe. If not for this standard-issue helmet, his life indeed would have been taken at that moment. After regaining his clarity of mind, Johann placed the dented helmet back upon his skull, where he shook off the soldier who was checking on his condition. "I am all right. Don't worry about me. Continue to fire on the enemy position." With this said, the soldier immediately saluted his commanding officer and returned to combat. Johann quickly unscrewed the lid to his canteen and took a sip of the purified water within before stowing it back on his belt. After doing so, he checked to see if his rifle was loaded once more and poked his head over the trench line. By the time he was back in combat, another volley from the arquebusiers was fired on his position. Though it was woefully inaccurate at this distance, it was in such a volume of fire that it was not uncommon for the Austrian defender to be hit by the projectiles. Luckily, they wore advanced steel armor, which defended their vitals from the primitive weapons that their enemies used. With this in mind, Johann aimed down his iron sights onto the nearest arquebusier. He fired his shot, the .451 caliber cylindrical projectile propelled downrange and through the kettle helm of the arquebusier, splattering his brains across the nearby sandbags. Unfortunately for the enemy, their medieval armor was no match for the advanced weapons of the Austrian army. Having fired his shot, Johann immediately pulled back the bolt on his gun and reloaded another paper cartridge before firing once more on the advancing enemy. Under cover of arquebus fire, the Iberian infantry rushed towards the trench line. Before long, Johann found himself engaging in melee combat with a peasant levy, armed with a spear as he ran into the Austrian trench. Johann immediately lifted his rifle in the air where he deflected the oncoming spear before shifting his balance and thrusting his 10-inch steel blade bayonet into the peasant's gambeson armor, piercing directly through it and into his flesh. After doing so, he retrieved his bayonet and no longer paid attention to the corpse in front of him. Instead, he loaded another shot and fired on the next wave of crusaders who charged towards their deaths like madmen. Before long, the peasant levies were spent, with only a few hundred of them remaining. However, just when the Austrians thought that victory had arrived, the knights and men at arms of the Kingdom of Portugal as well as their crusading allies rushed across the no-man's land and into the trench. These men were heavily clad in iron and steel armor, and thus the bayonets would not be nearly as effective on them. The Iberian heavy infantry unleashed their swords and maces upon the defending Austrians without fear of death. Unfortunately for the average landwehr, they were not as well trained in melee combat as those who had trained their entire lives in such arts. Bodies of Austrian soldiers began to collapse around Johann as he struggled to fend off a knight of Portugal. Before long, he felt the hot sting of steel penetrating through his flesh as a longsword stuck through his back. Luckily for him, it had missed all of his vitals. However, it was enough to cause him to drop his weapon. In response to this, he quickly withdrew his revolver and fired a shot through the torso of the knight before him before turning around and firing another through the man who had backstabbed him. He had 4 shots remaining as he collapsed against the wall of the trench, firing off another shot at a nearby man at arms who was about to slay one of his soldiers. The bullet pierced through the man's helmet and claimed his life, causing his ironclad body to collapse on top of the wounded Austrian landwehr. Johann struggled to his feet as he tried to rally his surviving men against the oncoming attackers. "Hold your ground. Reinforcements are on their way. Hold your ground." As the Austrian defenders heard this, they began to fight with every fiber of their being, yet by now, only a few hundred of them remained. With this in mind, Johann reached onto his belt and pulled out his spade, which was sharpened for close-quarters combat. With a revolver in one hand and a blunt weapon in the other, he began to walk through the trench line while bleeding out his back. Johann began to fire upon nearby Iberian soldiers with his revolver while striking others across the helm, concussing them in the process. He did not stop bashing their skulls in until their helmets had been completely cut through by the sharpened steel edge of the spade. Upon seeing how effective the spade was, his remaining soldiers tossed away their needle rifles and unleashed their entrenching tools, which proved to be lethal within the tight confines of the trench line. The Iberian knights were forced to half-sword their weapons as they struggled to kill the Austrian defenders. Steel clashed with steel as the Austrians fought with everything they had. Johann parried an oncoming blade with his entrenching stool as he fired his last shot directly into the forehead of his attacker. After doing so, he tossed his revolver aside, where he began to batter away at the Crusaders. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the Austrian landwehrers fought on, desperate to defend their position until reinforcements arrived. By now, Johann had lost a lot of blood from his back wound and began to slow down. The adrenaline and endorphins in his system began to fade, and he struggled to move his limbs as he engaged in combat with the enemy. Eventually, he collapsed into the mud, struggling to retain his consciousness. The Crusaders disregarded him as a corpse and continued to cut down the remaining Austrian soldiers. Eventually, only one soul remained alive within the Austrian trench line. The Crusaders had killed all of its defenders, except for Johann, who was now struggling for breath as his body was kicked over to reveal a heavily armored knight wearing the royal arms of Portugal on his tabard. This man was a member of the Portuguese royal family. The man gazed down upon Johann through his bassinet with a look of disdain on his face as he uttered his contempt. "Fucking heretic." Right when the man was about to bring down his sword, the echo of gunfire resounded in the air, and his skull was blown apart. Johann could roughly make out the sound of Austrians screaming the battle cry for king and fatherland as a wave of 10,000 Germans opened fire upon the Crusaders contained within the trenches. As the colonel faded into unconsciousness, the last thing he saw the sight of muddied puttees belonging to an Austrian soldier who had climbed into the trench and rushed into battle against the Iberian forces. When he awoke a few days later, he would come to find that he was the lone survivor of his regiment who successfully managed to defend the Granadon border until reinforcements could arrive. Roughly 2,500 Austrian men died in the trenches, while the reinforcements successfully annihilated the Portuguese and Crusader forces. Though, as they arrived, the Portuguese king had escaped the battlefield and fled back to his home in Lisbon. The aftermath of this battle would be considered a heroic last stand by a group of Austrian landwehrers against overwhelming odds. King Berengar would later posthumously award every soldier who died in this battle some variant of the Iron Cross, as a symbol of bravery for the men who gave their lives to secure the Granadon border. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 422. A day in the life of Linda. Chancellor Otto was standing within the confines of the royal palace. One might think he would be visiting his daughter, the High Queen of Austria. However, if one were to observe his actions, they would be surprised to see that instead, he was meeting with the second Queen of Austria, Linda von Kufstein. The reason for his visit to the second queen was entirely because of her job as the director of Austrian royal intelligence. Recently, he had received a letter from Duke Dieter von Wittelsbach about the willingness of Bavaria to submit itself to the Austrian crown, and some valuable intel about what the other German realms were planning. While Berenger was away at war, it was up to his uncle and father-in-law to run the country. Thus far, he had done an exemplary job of it. Therefore, as this essential matter came to his attention, naturally, he desired to verify the contents of the document. With this task, there was only one person he could trust, who was his daughter's greatest rival in love. Linda read through the contents with a stern expression on her face as she paid attention to every little detail, checking to see if anything was written in code. Oddly enough, it was a relatively concise letter without any encrypted content. After coming to a conclusion, she sighed heavily as her substantial bosom heaved in the air before revealing her thoughts on the document in her hands. According to my spies in the Luxembourg royal court, everything on this document is legitimate. Luxembourg's forces halted Bavaria's mercenary army within Brandenburg. As a result, Duke Dieter attempted to rally the German realms against us while Berenger was at war in Iberia. They rejected his notions, and he likely realized that any hope of getting his vengeance on us was null. He may be an incredibly proud and short-tempered man. Still, he is not a fool. He likely realizes that we will decimate the peasants' crusade to Iberia and annihilate the more professional force that marches on our borders in the next few years. Thus, I think his willingness to submit to our rule is an attempt to avoid Berenger's wrath when he finally brings the German world to heel. For now, I will task my agents in the Bavarian royal court to keep an eye on Dieter and his confidants. This is just my advice, so take it with a grain of salt. However, I suggest you write back to him informing your intent to work alongside Bavaria for the near future and that we will accept their payments in installments as was initially agreed upon. Remind him that the only reason Berenger hasn't marched upon his realm with the full might of the Austrian army at his back is that there is still some time left on the treaty until he is forced to pay the reparations back in full. After doing so, hint to the Duke that such a deadline could be extended if the Bavarians were to begin paying their installments immediately. If they start paying their reparations in installments, it can be seen as a sign of their sincerity towards Austria and its king. Rest assured, if Dieter tries anything foolish, royal intelligence will be aware of it, and I promise you we will stop it before it becomes a problem. So, by all means, proceed as you see fit. Otto bowed his head in response to the second queen. Though he was never a fan of Berenger's polygamous lifestyle or the fact that the king had cheated on his daughter with this woman, the Chancellor must admit that Linda was a fearsome and intimidating woman. The look in her sky-blue eyes brought chills to his spine as he watched her read the contents of the letter with a severe expression on her flawless face. After listening to Linda's opinion on the letter, Otto sighed in relief before taking it back. He only raised his head from the bow after Linda had seemingly permitted him to do so. I thank you, my queen, for your guidance. I will be sure to negotiate a favorable alliance with the Duchy of Bavaria and pave the way for Berenger's annexation of their realm shortly. Linda nodded her head in response to this before commenting on his statement. Be sure that you do. Now, if there is nothing else, I have things that I must attend to. I am sure that you know your way out of the palace. Otto bowed once more before bidding a second queen farewell. I thank you for your time, your majesty. I will be taking my leave. I pray that you and your children are healthy and happy. After saying this, Otto left the area and returned to his chateau to get to work. As for Linda, she returned to the main bedroom and sprawled out on the bed while sniffing the scent Berenger had left behind on his spot. As she did so, she noticed one of Berenger's other wives approach. It was none other than Anuria. The Byzantine princess had a slightly worried expression on her face as she asked the question on her mind. "Have you heard?" Linda stared at Anuria with a mocking expression before making fun of her. "I hear lots of things. It is part of my job. You're going to have to be specific." The purple-haired beauty immediately began to pout as she clarified what she meant. "Did you hear that Berenger executed the King of Castile and his family? He plunged the entire kingdom into chaos." A wide smile spread across Linda's face as she sprawled out on the large feather mattress. As she did so, she spoke playfully. "Oh, yes. That. Yeah, I heard about that." "What of it?" "Castile is our enemy. Who cares what happens to their monarch and his pitiful family?" Anuria scoffed as she crossed her arms and began to complain to her rival. She could not believe that Linda was so lax about the whole ordeal. Who cares? Berenger has broken international etiquette. For centuries, every king has known not to outright massacre a rival monarch and his family. What if the Catholic world does the same to us? The strawberry blonde-haired vixen spread across the bed, further exemplifying her curves. Though she was visibly pregnant, she was as beautiful as ever. As she did so, she began to laugh at Anuria's comment. After a few moments of collecting herself, she finally revealed how foolish the princess of the Byzantine Empire was being. "I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. You might not be aware, but as director of royal intelligence and Berenger's favorite wife, I have access to the weapons designs he and the research and development team of the Royal Armory have been working on. Let's just say that in a few years, the entire Catholic world and all of its residents could unite against Austria, and the Royal Austrian Army would still massacre them before they ever step foot in our land. Not to mention this secret border defense project our husband is working on." Anuria stared at Linda in disbelief. Since when did she have access to such top-secret information? More importantly, did she just claim that she was Berenger's favorite? Anuria instantly began to pout as she questioned the second queen on this part in particular. "Who says you are Berenger's favorite? If that were so, wouldn't you be the High Queen?" Linda immediately got up from the bed and walked over to Anuria with a coy smile on her face. After a while, she kissed the Byzantine princess on the lips slightly before whispering in her ear. "You were cute when you were jealous. Unfortunately for you, I don't have time for this." Anuria's cheeks began to flush with embarrassment as she endured Linda's harassment. After the second queen began to walk towards the door, the Byzantine princess and third queen of Austria began to call out to her. "Where do you think you are going? This isn't over." Linda merely turned around and smirked before responding to Anuria's question. "I am going to review some important information at the headquarters of Royal Intelligence. Some of us have more important roles to play in Berenger's life than merely appealing to his fantasy of a pirate queen." After saying this, Linda left Anuria behind to steam in her inner fury. Sometimes that woman knew just how to get under her skin. As such, she sat down on the bed and began to pout. She refused to listen to that vile woman's words of provocation. As she thought about this, she decided to visit Adela and inform her of just what Linda had said. After all, as High Queen and Linda's greatest rival, she would indeed have something to say about all of this. As for Linda, she did exactly as she said she would, despite the fact that the Department of Intelligence had essentially become self-sufficient without a need for her input. She was still technically its director. Thus, Linda intended to oversee some ongoing issues in the three regions of interest, which were Iberia, France, and the Baltic. As for the rest of the Western world, though Austria had long since spread its web of agents across it, there was little concern over those regions for the time being. Thus, while Berenger was away at war, things within Austria continued to advance at a steady pace. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 423, A Day in the Life of Adela within the Royal Palace of Austria. Two young women were having a conversation. Since Henrietta had confessed her feelings to her older brother, she had been alienated by most of the women in Berenger's life. The only exception to this rule was the High Queen Adela, her cousin, and her close friend. As the two young women stood next to each other, it became increasingly clear how closely related they were, as they shared many similar features. If one was unaware of their background, they might even assume they were sisters. Despite being 2 years younger than Adela, Henrietta had grown more significant in stature than her elder cousin. By now, the teenage girl was taller and caviar than Adela, which brought a frown to the High Queen's face as she noticed this. She had no idea what Berenger had been feeding his sister for her to grow so much bigger than herself. However, she quickly turned her face away from this noticeable difference and instead returned her attention to the event she was planning. As the years passed, the first batch of recruits from Berenger's armed forces who were now hardened veterans would be retiring from active service and entering the reserves, leaving the nation's defense to the younger generation. Considering Berenger had time and again expressed the importance of honoring the nation's soldiers and preserving its militant culture, Adela had taken it upon herself to organize a grand ceremony for the thousands of soldiers who had perished in battle and the many more who were now seeing the end of their days in combat. Without the king's advice, Adela planned to hold the first annual Veterans' Day parade when the soldiers stationed in Iberia returned from their exhausting campaign. With this in mind, she had opted to involve the king's sister in the planning as Henrietta needed to fulfill her duty as a member of the royal family. The High Queen of Austria pointed at the replica of the city of Kufstein that lies on the table before her. Specifically, she was aiming her dainty finger at Main Street, which would be sectioned off and used as the area for the parade. As she did so, she expressed the thoughts on her mind. We should have the surviving veterans of each conflict stroll out one at a time in chronological order of their wars. Upon hearing this, Henrietta nodded her head before coming up with an idea of her own. However, she struggled to express her opinion out of fear that it would be rejected due to her meek nature. Maybe, if it is not too much, we can have them wear replicas of the uniforms they wore during that conflict. Upon hearing this, a gorgeous smile appeared on Adela's luscious lips as she listened to her cousin's input. That's a wonderful idea, Henrietta. We will start with the peasant militia at the Battle of a mining town and move on to the mixed uniforms of the veterans from the Kitzbühel border war. After that, we will honor the soldiers who fought in the conquest of Tyrol, and so on. Henrietta's lips curved into a pretty smile as she heard the praise from the High Queen. Her confidence in her role began to skyrocket as she began to suggest another idea. Perhaps we can dust off some of the old weapons in storage and have them refurbished to be used in the parade? Adela nodded her head in response to this before moving on to the next point of the event as she moved a small wooden figure used to represent Berenger into position at the head of the formation. Our beloved king will be leading the parade atop horseback, in whatever uniform he desires. After it is complete, he will give a speech about the veterans and their efforts towards this kingdom. Henrietta smiled warmly at the thought of her precious big brother leading the parade in all his glory. This smile did not go unnoticed by Adela, who felt frustrated. She did not know how to broach the subject without making it awkward. After all, Henrietta's feelings for Berenger were most definitely taboo, and Adela did not support them. Eventually, the young queen mustered the courage to ask about the topic. So, Henrietta, there are sure to be many prominent young noblemen in attendance for this event. After all, military service is considered a civic duty, and there are bound to be a few exceptional young lads who have proven themselves on the field of battle. Is there anyone in particular who might have caught your fancy? The young Austrian princess flushed with embarrassment as she thought about the question. In her mind, there was only one man she adored, and as such, she felt uneasy speaking about it even though she had kissed her brother on the cheeks and professed her intent to fight for him. Now that she was being asked about the question directly by one of his wives, she did not know how to react. Upon seeing Henrietta's innocent and sheepish reaction, Adela felt a need to protect her from Berenger. After a few drinks, the man was liable to lay his hands on any woman who he deemed attractive, even if that woman might be his younger sister. More importantly, the High Queen felt the need to keep a distance between the two siblings, considering that it was Henrietta, not Berenger, who was the most interested in such a taboo affair. Adela gritted her teeth and clenched her fists at the thought of such a sinful relationship. Such a fate could never be allowed to exist. She swore in her mind then and there that she would do whatever necessary to stop Berenger and Henrietta from progressing beyond the point of siblings. After all, it was her life's goal to save Berenger's soul, and incest was not something easily forgiven even by the Lord God Almighty. After a while, Adela calmed her nerves before placing her hand on Henrietta's shoulder, which caused the girl to react in fright. She was not used to being touched by anyone, as she was usually timid. Upon witnessing her cousin's intense glare, Henrietta's heart became filled with dread. Adela forced a smile on her face as she gave a fair warning to her younger cousin. "I know what you're thinking, but I assure you that it will never come to pass. Even if you have gotten some twisted ideas about your brother in that pretty little head of yours, I will make sure that he never engages in such a wicked sin. You should let go of your incestuous thoughts and find a man more suitable for yourself." However, despite the Queen's fierce pretense, Henrietta did not back down like Adela believed she would. Instead, she gathered all the strength within her heart and lifted the arm from her shoulder as she returned Adela's frightening gaze with a determined expression. "You do not get to determine who is right for me, cousin. My love for my brother is as pure as the driven snow, and just because you and the others may disapprove of it does not mean that I won't fight for us to be together." After saying this, Henrietta began to depart from the room with a smug expression. As she did so, Adela called out to her from behind with a challenge. "We will see about that." Adela was practically fuming as she stomped her foot on the ground in a fit of rage. She could not believe the girl would be so stubborn even after being confronted about her sinful thoughts. This task would be more complicated than she initially thought. If Henrietta could not be convinced to cease her abominable pursuit, then Adela's only choice was to focus on monitoring Berenger's behavior and prevent him from doing something that would permanently tarnish his soul. With the gauntlet laid, Adela was prepared to return to her work of planning the upcoming Veterans Parade. However, a knock on the door immediately garnered her attention as she looked over to see the purple-haired beauty that was Honoria standing by the door. A second later, she could hear her rival's voice resound throughout the air. "We need to talk." Adela sighed before putting on a friendly facade. As she forced herself to smile, she spoke the words most appropriate for a woman of her position. "Honoria, pray to tell what is so important that you must interrupt my work?" Honoria had a solemn expression on her face as she spoke the thoughts on her mind. "It is about Linda." Upon hearing this, the friendly smile that Adela presented instantly collapsed and was replaced with a frown. She began to speak with a voice filled with contempt. "What did that bitch do now?" Honoria chuckled when she heard such harsh language from the supposedly pious High Queen of Austria and decided to instigate conflict between her two rivals. "It is not much. I just thought it was necessary to inform you that Linda claims she is Berenger's favorite, and that she is asserting her claim by rubbing in the fact that she knows top-secret information about Berenger's plans for the defense of Austria." Adela's frown instantly soured further as she began to speak her mind about her oldest rival. "Of course, she knows classified information about the defense of our kingdom. She is the director of intelligence. That has nothing to do with being Berenger's favorite at all. That bitch is always talking smack behind my back. First, I have to worry about Henrietta trying to snatch Berenger away in an unholy union, and now I have to deal with Linda's snide comments. You tell that whore that if she were actually Berenger's favorite, then he would have chosen her to be his High Queen. She knows damn well that our husband is not the type of man who abides by obligations such as engagements if it gets in the way of his whims. Honoria had a devilish grin on her face as she heard Adela's response to Linda's claim. She had successfully baited the girl into open conflict with her rival. While these two bitches were at each other's throats, she could reap the spoils. All she had to worry about now was the dark horse in their household. After all, Honoria also did not trust Berenger to be alone with his little sister at the moment. Having fulfilled her plot to divide and conquer, Honoria put on a friendly facade as she responded to Adela's comment. "I will be sure to inform Linda of your words." After saying this, she departed from the room, leaving Adela in an increased state of fury. As usual, Berenger's wives' relationship was far from cordial behind the scenes. Each of them struggled to gain his affection and secure the future of their progeny. Even though Honoria's marriage to Berenger was matrilineal, there was still much to be gained for her future son by having the King of Austria's support. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 424. The cowardly King of Aragon Berenger sat upon horseback as he gazed into the distance towards the city of Zaragoza through his binoculars. He would never have guessed that the main Portuguese army would be defeated at the southwestern border. It was because of this event, as well as the ruthless attack on Toledo, that the two remaining monarchs had grown cautious and withdrew half of their forces to defend their home territory, the result of which would have massive consequences for the Reconquista as a whole. Upon seeing an army of 100,000 men gathered within the vicinity of the city of Zaragoza, Berenger knew that he had no chance of rooting out and destroying the Aragonese king with the 10,000 men under his command. Having come to this realization, he stored his binoculars away before issuing the orders that would change the course of history. Fall back to the main defensive line. We do not have the manpower necessary to take the city. The men of Berenger's advanced force sighed in relief as they heard their king's orders. If he had insisted on taking the city with so few men, they truly believed they would be entering the gates of heaven. As such, the small force of roughly 10,000 men began to depart back to the main defensive line established on the borders of Andalusia. King Felipe de Trastamara gazed upon the retreat of the Austrian forces and sighed heavily. He felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. Though it was only 10,000 men, he could not deny that his heart was filled with dread. After personally witnessing the destruction of one of his armies at the hands of the Austro-Granadan alliance not long ago, the devastation he saw that day had forever imprinted itself upon his soul. In doing so, he had resorted to hiding within the illusionary safety that his castle's walls provided. With the King of Castile and his family now deceased at the hands of King Berenger the Accursed, Felipe truly believed that he was next in line to embrace the Angel of Death. In fact, he no longer had the will to fight against his enemies. Castile was in a state of chaos as its noblemen fought among each other for the right to rule, and Portugal had just suffered a humiliating defeat. Out of the roughly 500,000 men gathered to fight in Iberia, 200,000 or so now lie dead at the hands of their enemies. The fact that one of the 5 armies of the Iberian Union was held off by a single regiment numbering no more than 2,500 Austrian soldiers was a shocking truth. Though all but one had perished in the attack, the brave warriors of Austria had managed to hold their ground long enough for reinforcements to arrive and annihilate the remaining crusaders. Even the Crown Prince of Portugal was killed in battle. As for King Luís de Avis of Portugal, he swore to avenge the loss of his son and heir. By now he had called upon Felipe to combine their forces and assault the weakest point in the Austrian defensive line. However, King Felipe of Aragon dreaded the idea of leaving his castle and entering the fray once more. By now, reinforcements from Austria and its allies were bound to have arrived in the Strait of Gibraltar, and the defensive line would no longer be spread so thin. Despite having 300,000 remaining soldiers, most of which were peasant levies from foreign lands, Felipe was not confident in Iberia's chances of winning this war. His wife approached him as he watched the Austrians return to their defensive line. He would not rest easy until he could no longer gaze upon their backs. Seeing her husband frightened out of his wits and biting his nails like a child, the Queen of Aragon grasped a hold of his hands and asked the question on her mind. "Will you not fight? These heretics and infidels have already caused so much destruction to our lands. You have lost so many men. How can you sit here like a frightened child and do nothing?" Felipe immediately became enraged upon hearing his wife's remarks. She had not seen the horrors of this war. It was unlike any other fought in history. So few men could easily defend Granada from the massive army the Catholics had raised. The longer they waited, the more troops would arrive, and the more powerful the Austro-Granadan alliance would become. As such, Felipe freed himself from his wife's grasp and began to berate her for her ignorance. "You do not understand. We cannot win this war. The enemy is more powerful than the Iberian Union. No matter how much support we receive from our allies, they will overcome it. I have seen the weapons they use and the destructive power they are capable of. There is no hope for victory, no matter how much Luis thirsts for the blood of the men who killed his child. With Francisco dead, we now can usurp the kingdom of Castile and increase our power if we can only buy some time from our enemies. Thus, I have no choice but to sue for peace. Even if the Portuguese wish to fight on their own, I will not send my men to their deaths against the Austrian armies." The wife of the King of Aragon looked at him with utter disgust as she made her thoughts known. "You are a coward, Felipe. The enemy is at our doorstep, and yet you do not ride out to meet them. You merely hide away in your castle praying that they will leave you alone." Upon hearing this insult, Felipe became enraged, resulting in him backhanding his wife across the face with a vicious slap before raising his voice to her. "And my prayers have been answered. Reconquista is a failure. With the backing of Austria, Granada will never fall into the hands of Catholics. We must sue for peace or we will all be destroyed." Upon hearing this, the Queen of Aragon looked at her husband with complete contempt as she left the cowardly King of Aragon to wallow in his misery. As for Felipe, he truly believed his actions were more out of wisdom than cowardice, for what man could face such horrifying weapons and expect victory? King Louis had reported that the enemy had a mere 6 cannons at the Battle of the Andalusian border, and yet they were capable of killing tens of thousands of the crusading forces before they even reached the trench line. Estimates from Iberian scouts had put the number of these new weapons that were deployed to the Iberian Peninsula in the hundreds. Against such overwhelming might, only a madman would dream of victory. With this in mind, the King of Aragon began to draft a letter towards King Berengar and Sultan Hassan in an attempt to establish fair terms of surrender. It was better to sue for peace now than suffer the same fate of Francisco and his family. King Louis of Portugal was determined to continue the fight against Austria and Granada. However, for the remainder of this war, he was destined to fight by his lonesome. Of course, he would not be fighting empty-handed. Felipe would ensure that the foreign volunteers that made up the bulk of his remaining forces would be dispatched to Portugal before his terms of surrender could be agreed upon, giving the Kingdom of Portugal a fighting chance. Though it was unlikely for them to achieve any significant victory, it was the least Felipe could do to aid his former ally. As for his troops, they would be used to unite the kingdoms of Aragon and Castile under his banner. From the ashes of this failed Reconquista, a new kingdom would rise in Iberia, a Spanish kingdom. How long would it endure throughout the test of time? That was uncertain. After all, the Granadans would not simply sit by and allow their enemies to grow stronger. It was only a matter of time before they struck back against their Catholic neighbors, for the centuries of bloodshed between the two people could not be overcome peacefully so long as they both inhabited this land. As for Berengar, he and his army would return to the front lines in time for Felipe's messenger to have arrived. While the Kingdom of Portugal planned its next attack, Berengar and Hassan would meet in Granada to establish appropriate conditions for Aragon's surrender. Berengar would take advantage of the situation to buy Granada enough time with its neighbors to grow and prosper to the point where it could become self-sufficient. The Austrian intervention in Reconquista was far from over. Still, with Aragon's surrender, tens of thousands of Austrian and Granadan soldiers could be moved from its borders and focus their sight on Portugal. After all, King Louis was far from finished with his conflict. He would not rest until he had made Berengar pay the price for his son's untimely demise, or he would die trying. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 425. Naval warfare off the coast of Portugal. Emmerich gazed into the distance while standing upon the bow of the SMS Berengar, which was the lead ship in its class of frigates. Flanked by his sides were two other frigates that were fully armed and prepared for conflict. At the moment, he led a small fleet of 5 ships as he patrolled the coasts of Portugal with a single purpose: destroy all enemy vessels. If so much as a fishing ship left the coast of Portugal, it was considered a valid target within this ongoing conflict. As such, Emmerich had been using small fleets like this to ravage the Iberian coastline and prevent any form of commerce or fishing from occurring within the lands of the Iberian kingdoms. He had gone so far as to order a complete blockade of the Iberian Peninsula, which only the vast armada that belonged to the Kingdom of Austria was capable of achieving in this current day and age. After the destruction of the Genoan and Venetian navies at the hands of the Austrian navy during the previous war, there were few naval forces with more than 100 vessels within their ranks. The Austrian frigates were used extensively in this current conflict to ensure that the economy of the Catholic Iberian kingdoms suffered immensely. However, by attacking fishermen, he also cut off a significant food source for the people who dwelled within the Iberian kingdoms. Through his spyglass, Emmerich spotted a fleet of Portuguese ships. Until now, the Portuguese crown had kept its navy docked within their ports and refused to come out to fight. It would appear they were now desperate enough to break this blockade that they had sent their ships into conflict. The Portuguese fleet sent to intercept his frigates numbered roughly 30 in total. Emmerich was not afraid despite facing an overwhelming numerical advantage. Instead, a giddy expression was on his face, almost like a child at Christmas. Thus, he shouted with excitement as he ordered his sailors to prepare for battle. Load the cannons and intercept that fleet. I want it at the bottom of the ocean within the hour. Upon seeing their Grand Admiral filled with such enthusiasm, the sailors on board the SMS Berengar quickly got to their tasks and began loading the muzzle-loading cannons on board the vessel. Despite the protests of the Admiralty, Berengar had refused to outfit the navy with breech loaders until after the entirety of the Austrian Royal Army was fully equipped with them. In the eyes of the king, the army took priority over that of the navy when it came to implementing new technology. Thus, Emmerich had to make do with the same tools that he used to decimate the imperial fleet of the Holy Roman Empire. As he thought about this minor inconvenience, the guns on board his fleet were loaded, and the frigates were quickly on the path to intercept the hostile fleet. Emmerich looked through his spyglass once more as his vessel rapidly approached the Portuguese sailors. He could see the looks of fear on their faces as they prayed to their God for the safekeeping of their souls when they finally entered the afterlife. Such a sight amused the Grand Admiral of Austria as he gave the order to open fire on the hostile vessels. Send these bastards to the depths of hell. With that said, the frigates quickly sailed within the formation of the Portuguese caravels. The moment they made contact with the enemy, they began unloading their cannons onto the enemy vessels. Hundreds of shells flew through the air and exploded among the ranks of the Portuguese fleet. As a result, the surviving enemy sailors dived into the water in the hope of escaping their perilous situation. For if they stayed on board their sinking ships, then they were sure to die on this day. Immediately, several vessels were torn apart as the outnumbered frigates engaged in combat. However, oddly enough, something strange happened as the Austrian ships leisurely passed by. Shockingly, the Portuguese fired back with their own broadside cannons. Though they were few per ship, when combined in total, well over 100 cannonballs fired towards the 5 frigates. Though many of the projectiles missed their mark, some of them tore through the thin sheet of galvanized steel surrounding the Austrian frigates and punched through the wooden hulls beneath it. Though it was not enough to immediately sink the vessels, it did cause some damage, resulting in the crews of the Austrian Navy being forced to bilge out the excess water and repair the hulls for the first time since they had entered service. The Portuguese had learned from Italy's defeat in the Adriatic and had mounted their cannons on the broadsides of their vessels, allowing them to fight against their enemies. Emmerich snarled when he saw minuscule damage inflicted upon his fleet before giving the order to fire upon the enemy once more. The 5 frigates fired their combined total of 220 guns in retaliation, whose projectiles landed upon the enemy vessels in large numbers, sinking most of them in the process. As the ships engulfed in flames sank to the bottom of the Atlantic, Emmerich raised his fists in the air and cried out with a heightened voice, "Wonderful!" As he did so, the crew loaded up the next set of guns while suffering a barrage of their own. The few remaining Portuguese ships refused to relent and sent another volley towards the frigates. Though it caused more damage to their hulls, ultimately, it was not enough to sink the powerful vessels employed by the Austrian Navy. Thus, the moment the frigates had reloaded their weapons, they opened fire yet again on the last few ships remaining among the Portuguese fleet. The resulting explosions caused the poor caravels to be torn asunder upon the moment of impact, leaving no survivors. Seeing how his enemies were so thoroughly defeated, Emmerich smiled fiendishly as he gazed upon the remnants of the brief battle off the coast of Portugal. After taking in the sight and smell of victory, he sighed heavily before turning his fearsome face to his crew and issuing his orders. "Return to the coast of Gibraltar. We need to repair the damage done to these ships." Immediately, the sailors on board the vessel sprung up and saluted their Grand Admiral before replying in unison, "Yes, sir." The small fleet would spend the next few hours returning to the port of Gibraltar, where the Austrian Navy had established a temporary base to ensure the smooth transfer of men and supplies from the fatherland to the field of battle. The slightly damaged frigates docked within the port, where Emmerich departed from his vessel with a broad smile on his face. However, his joy immediately vanished as he gazed upon the sight before him. Tens of thousands of Byzantine soldiers were idling about within the Gibraltar encampment. Evidently, reinforcements had arrived from their ally in the east while he was away. It was not that Emmerich despised the Byzantines, but rather that their arrival signified that the end of the war was near. If that were indeed the case, then, after this war was over, he would have to endure another few years of patrolling the coastline of Austria and attacking pirates. Emmerich was disheartened upon witnessing this sight as a man who enjoyed large-scale naval battles. After all, the war had only been going on for a handful of months now, at least as far as Austria was concerned, and yet they had already come so close to victory. He silently prayed to the Lord God Almighty that he would be able to engage in a large-scale naval battle before this conflict came to an end. However, for now, he supposed he should enter the headquarters that had been established in Gibraltar for the Alliance's naval command and get to know the Byzantine admiral. After all, they would be working together from now on. Thus, Emmerich placed his executive officer in charge of the repairs while he ventured forward to meet with the Byzantine commanders. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 426. The Triple Alliance Berenger sat within the confines of the Granadon Royal Palace in a meeting with both Hassan and his older sister Yasmin. By their side was the commander of the Byzantine Expeditionary Force, which was none of the then Strategos Palladius. For the first time in history, the representatives of what would later become known as the Triple Alliance had gathered in a single room. Their purpose was simple: to discuss the matters pertaining to the ongoing war in Iberia, as well as the request by the King of Aragon to cease hostilities against his realm. However, despite his willingness to end the war, Felipe had made some serious demands in order to ensure his surrender. With this in mind, Yasmin began to read the letter written by the Aragonese king, which outlined the conditions that must be agreed to for his kingdom to surrender without incident. First and foremost, the kingdoms of Austria and Bohemia must withdraw their forces from the borders of Aragon and Castile. They must also agree not to intervene in any conflict between the Emirate of Granada and the kingdoms of Aragon and Castile within the next 10 years. As for the second stipulation, the Kingdom of Austria and its allies must not interfere with the Castilian succession crisis that resulted from King Berengar's actions in Toledo. Any foreign intervention in this dispute is explicitly forbidden, whether that be espionage or direct military action. Thirdly, Austria and its allies must agree to lift their blockade over the kingdoms of Aragon and Castile and allow open access to trade across the Iberian Peninsula. If any of these conditions are violated, then the treaty will be null and void and the fighting shall resume. Berengar sat back and frowned as he listened to the conditions presented within the letter. Though on the surface they may seem like conditions similar to that of White Peace, in reality, they heavily favored the crown of Aragon. As such, he was quick to voice his discontent on the matter to those around him. It is obvious that Felipe intends to buy time so that he may unify the Castilian and Aragonese crowns. After he does this, he will draft a larger army and supply a higher percentage of them with both arquebus firearms and cannons. Once this is achieved, they will pose a bigger threat to Granada. Yasmin nodded her head in agreement as she gazed fondly upon Berengar before adding her comments. Especially the stipulation about Austria not getting directly involved in any dispute between Granada and its neighbors for 10 years. They're practically asking for us to call off the alliance. Palladius gazed over at the busty Moorish princess with a hint of surprise. He did not expect her to be so well accustomed to diplomacy and warfare. His opinion of her instantly increased. Unlike other Byzantine generals, he was not blinded by prejudice. As a matter of fact, he was not opposed to the idea of allying with the Moors in Iberia. Rather, he greatly approved of the plan that Berengar had begun to enact, which would allow a powerful Moorish state to rise in the western Mediterranean. If such an empire could prove to be moderate, secular, and friendly to the Kingdom of Austria and the Byzantine Empire, an alliance between the three nations would prove greatly beneficial to all parties. As he was reevaluating his view of the Granadans, Berengar began to speak up about the pros and cons of the terms presented to them. If we decline these terms, then we will be forced to march on Zaragoza, which will split our forces in two, allowing the Portuguese to take advantage of our thin lines as they have already done so in the past. Though it won't be disastrous, there will still be casualties, and the war will go on for much longer. However, if we agree to the conditions presented to us, we can secure a few years of peace with Castile and Aragon, allowing us to focus our efforts on Portugal. If such a scenario were to occur, we could unite the bulk of our forces and invade the kingdom with the intent of complete and total conquest. By doing this, we will be splitting the Iberian Peninsula into two kingdoms, one Muslim and one Catholic. Though Austria won't be allowed to directly intervene in future conflicts, we can still supply Granada with military advisors and equipment as they rebuild their land and expand their forces. By the time Aragon feels confident that they can take on Granada by themselves, it will already be too late as the Royal Granadan army will be rebuilt and more potent than ever before, and the Granadan economy will become a local powerhouse, capable of fully supporting its own military efforts in Iberia. Upon hearing the Austrian king's perspective, Hassan considered his options carefully. Though Aragon would inevitably prosper and form a powerful state on his borders, Granada would also be able to seize the Kingdom of Portugal and create a powerful state of their own to counter their enemies' efforts. Thus, after careful consideration, he nodded his head in agreement and spoke about the decision he had made. Very well, I will agree to these terms, only if King Berenger does as well. If we can come to an agreement on this matter, then I see no reason to decline Felipe's offer. Berenger smiled when he heard this and immediately voiced his support. I will be more than happy to sign this treaty and support your realm from behind the scenes. Upon seeing that her brother and suitor had come to an agreement, Yasmin smiled gracefully in silence. This was the best course of action since, at the moment, Granada was woefully unprepared to swallow all of Iberia. Instead, they would be able to take a large piece of the pie and prepare for further conflict with their neighbors. Having settled on terms, Berenger and Hassan wrote a combined letter to the King of Aragon agreeing to the terms and setting a time and date within the nearby Duchy of Aquitaine to sign the treaty. Aquitaine was neutral ground and was currently in a war of rebellion against the Kingdom of France. Thus it was the perfect location to sign the treaty. After agreeing to King Felipe's terms, Berenger then shifted his attention to Palladius, where he began to make a request to his ally. Though Berenger was considered the supreme commander of all allied forces within the Iberian Peninsula, he still greatly admired the strategos of the Balkans and thus respectfully asked him to follow his plan. Palladius, if you would not mind, I would appreciate it if you and your soldiers could depart for the Portuguese-Granadan border and hold the line alongside our troops currently stationed there until this treaty can be concluded. Palladius smiled and nodded as he heard this request before responding in the affirmative. If it is as simple as holding the line, I promise my soldiers are more than capable of such a feat. I look forward to the day we can ride into battle together, King Berenger. After saying this, Palladius excused himself and prepared for the long trek ahead, leaving Berenger alone with Hassan and Yasmin. With the departure of the Byzantine representative, Yasmin felt less constrained and immediately walked over to Berenger, where she began to flirt with him. You have only just returned, and yet you are leaving so soon. We should celebrate your victories while you are still within Granada. Berenger smirked as he heard this and returned the Granadan princess advances. I might just take you up on your offer. Hassan, realizing that he was getting in the way, immediately announced his departure, which went unnoticed by the young couple. Well, I have things to do, so I will leave you two be. If you need anything, you know where to find me. After saying this, he left the room, leaving Berenger and Yasmin alone for the first time since she danced for him. Berenger immediately closed the distance between him and the Granadan princess as he began to whisper into her ears. How about we find someplace more private and get ourselves a couple of drinks? Yasmin silently nodded her head and grasped a hold of Berenger's hand as she followed him to a secluded area where the two drank the night away as they discussed various topics. Though nothing serious happened between them, Berenger felt as if he had grown closer to the woman. He knew it would not be long before he was able to conquer her heart, and when he did, he felt as if he would be bringing yet another bride home. Despite this yearning growing inside him, there was a hint of trepidation as he considered how his wives would react if he were to inexplicably return with a beautiful woman's arms wrapped around him. Whatever the future may hold, Berenger chose not to run from it and enjoy the time he had here in Granada. After all, it would not be long before he departed for the Duchy of Aquitaine to sign his treaty, which would immediately be followed by an invasion of the Kingdom of Portugal. The work of a monarch was never truly fulfilled. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at Chapter 427, Conspiracies within the Byzantine Court. While Strategos Palladius Angelus was dispatched to the Iberian Peninsula as the commander of the Byzantine Expeditionary Force, two of the princes of the empire began to conspire against their rivals as they sought to succeed the father as the next emperor. Quintus gazed upon the fields outside of the ancient city of Constantinople as he witnessed the first example of a four-field system being employed alongside advanced fertilizers and new irrigation technology. Since the alliance between Austria and Byzantium had been established, Austria had given a large amount of agricultural technology as a gift to their newfound allies. As the prince most renowned with skill in administration, Quintus was quick to experiment with the technology within the empire's borders. The fields before him had produced a far larger quantity of crops than years prior. After witnessing this, a gentle smile formed on the young man's face as he nodded his head in agreement with the results. Father will be pleased to know that our food stores will be filled to the brim this year. Standing by the prince's side was the strategos of Syria, who had traveled to the court of the empire to provide his support to the candidate that he had chosen to succeed the emperor. At the moment, the political rivalry between Decentius and Quintus was rising to new heights of intensity. This man was shocked to see the results of the new agricultural technology that Quintus had begun to employ. As such, he smiled heavily as he complimented the young prince. Your Highness, I must say that what you have accomplished here in Constantinople is an achievement that overshadows your brother's conquest of Egypt and Libya. If such improvements can be fielded across the entirety of the empire, then our people will never have to worry about going hungry. Quintus frowned as he thought about Decentius's achievements on the battlefield, despite the compliment to his efforts. To many within the ranks of the imperial court, combat achievements were far more glamorous than those performed through administration. If Quintus lacked one thing to solidify his claim to the throne, it was military service. Without it, he would always be seen as a weak and pacifistic leader compared to his hawkish brother. Though Decentius had no mind for anything other than combat, his willingness to fight anyone and everyone was greatly admired by many of the critical members of the Byzantine aristocracy. Despite this harsh reality, Quintus had no desire to achieve victory in battle. According to his philosophy, war should only be used as a last resort when diplomacy fails to achieve its objectives. In his eyes, those who supported his brother were mindless fools hell-bent on the empire's destruction through an endless pursuit of meaningless glory. With this in mind, he sighed heavily before speaking about a more pressing concern. With Aretha's death, Palladius is now the greatest general of our empire. Tell me, Zeno, what news do you have in regards to his loyalties? The strategos of Syria, known by the name Zeno Glycas, shook his head before revealing the latest information he had about this subject. As far as I can tell, that old bastard has not shifted his stance from neutrality. He has never, nor ever will care about court politics. I do not see him supporting either you or your brother for the throne. Upon hearing this news, Quintus bit his lip in distress. Though his power base was currently evenly matched with that of his brothers, if he wanted to tip the scales, then he would need the support of such a renowned general like Palladius. Unfortunately, it looked like the man was still adamant about remaining permanently neutral in court affairs. The Byzantine prince sighed heavily as he reflected upon this before revealing his thoughts on the matter. Very well, leave him be. However, if he shows the first sign of entering Decentius' camp, be sure to eliminate him. Zeno nodded his head before responding in affirmation of his prince's orders. I assure you, we will keep an eye on him. If he does make a move for the throne, we will be aware of it. However, the man is currently leading the expeditionary forces in Granada, so the likelihood of your brother winning him over is slim. Quintus nodded his head upon hearing this news with a smile on his face. He had no qualms with Palladius, but if the old general chose to side against him, then he would not be merciful. Little did Quintus and his allies know that Palladius had already created a tertiary faction to place Berengar and Honoria's future son on the throne. If they were aware of such a scheme, they would do everything in their power to kill the plot in its infancy. However, Palladius had hidden his tracks well, and while Quintus and Decentius focused on each other, this third faction was swelling in numbers. After all, the prospect of a member of the imperial dynasty being raised in Austria and receiving an Austrian education appealed to many of the more humble members of the imperial court. They recognized the benefits of such an upbringing. While Quintus was scheming with his most prominent supporter Strategos Xenoglycus, Decentius was in his secretive meeting. In the city of Antioch, the second prince had gathered his most valuable supporters together as they discussed a more serious topic. Decentius was enraged by the actions of Berenger. Not only had the Austrian king married his sister, but he also impregnated her with his barbarian seed. On top of all of this, Decentius had faced utter humiliation at the hands of the man during that fateful breakfast. With the Byzantines reinforcing the Austrian interference in Reconquista, Decentius was left with few options to strike back against them and who had invoked his ire. As such, he was venting his frustrations with the Austro-Byzantine alliance to his backers. Who does this filthy barbarian king from the West think he is? Does he truly believe he is worthy of an alliance with our great empire? My father has clearly shown his weakness by agreeing time and again to the requests of that king of savages. We must do something about this pitiful alliance, for if we continue to abide by the wishes of King Berenger, then the prestige of our Roman heritage will continue to be defiled. The ruler of Antioch was gathered in this meeting and calmly observed the prince's enraged behavior before making a statement of his own. There is not much that can be done. Your sister has married King Berenger, and an alliance has been firmly established. Though he may be a barbarian, King Berenger has established his realm as an area that is nigh impossible to successfully infiltrate. So long as he remains within Austria, he cannot be harmed. Upon hearing this, Decentius threw his chalice across the room in a fit of rage before uttering the unthinkable. If that is the case, then we are only left with one option. We must kill my slut of a sister before she brings her progeny into this world. If she gives birth to a son with the name of Palaeologos, we will have another contender for the throne on our hands. Though I can take care of Quintus, the barbarian offspring of Anuria and Berenger will be a threat to our power and must be removed. The various members of Decentius' power base shifted their eyes towards one another with hesitation. To assassinate the only princess of the Byzantine Empire was a treasonous move, one that was sure to see their heads on pikes if such a plot was ever discovered. Despite their hesitation, they all knew what a child between Berenger and Anuria that bore the surname of Palaeologos meant. As such, after the fierce internal debate, every man within the room nodded their heads in agreement as they cursed their once beloved princess in their own crude ways. The princess must die. Princess Anuria is nothing more than a common whore who has spread her legs for a barbarian from the west. She gave up her honor as a Roman long ago. If the barbarian child is brought into this world, then the pure lineage of the Palaeologos dynasty will forever be tainted. The bitch must die. Decentius grinned wickedly as he heard the men who made up his power base support his decision with such enthusiasm. Now that he had gotten their agreement to do the unthinkable, it was only a matter of time before the Byzantine princess found herself eliminated. As for Berenger's reaction to her death, that did not matter. Decentius truly believed he would be able to hide his ploy from Austria's agents so that the barbarian king never discovered who was responsible for his third wife's death. With all of this said, a conspiracy to assassinate the Byzantine princess and her unborn child had been established within the confines of the city of Antioch. A faction of Byzantine noblemen and generals had sworn to secrecy as they plotted against the princess of their empire. Chapter 428. Portugal's last-ditch effort. King Luís de Avis sat upon his throne within the city of Lisbon. In his hand was a letter signaling the end of the Iberian Union. King Felipe de Trastamara had issued a letter to his Portuguese counterpart informing him that he would be suing for peace with the Austro-Granadan alliance. With the death of the Castilian king and its royal family, Castile was ripe for the taking, and Felipe had planned to take advantage of this. The Portuguese king was shaking with rage as he read the letter that informed him that his only other ally in the Iberian Peninsula was backing out of their short-lived alliance. He could not believe he would be so utterly backstabbed by the King of Aragon. The very idea that he would be left to fight this war on his own had almost completely dashed any hope of victory within his heart. However, when he read the following sentence written in the latter, he sighed in relief. King Felipe of Aragon had promised to send Portugal the foreign volunteers that he had received from the Pope's call to Reconquista. This meant that despite the surrender of Aragon, roughly 300,000 men would continue its fight against the Austro-Granadan alliance. With this, Luis believed he had a fighting chance. Thus he managed to calm his wrath as he finished reading the document. Just when he was about to order yet another invasion attempt through the sparsely defended lines of Granada, his marshal came storming into the throne room. There was a look of panic spread across his face. This detail caused deep concern to arise in the depths of Luis's heart. His blood began to boil once more as he was forced to inquire to his marshal about the reason for his overtly anxious expression. An irritated tone erupted from the king's voice as he questioned the man kneeling before him. "Speak. What has made you so anxious?" The marshal struggled to utter the words contained deep within the depths of his mind. It was as if every time he came close to uttering what he had learned, the panic would strip him of his ability to speak. After fumbling around with his words for some time, he finally managed to profess the knowledge that had been reported to him by his nation's spies. "The Byzantines have arrived in Granada. I do not know how Hassan has managed to gain their support, but 30,000 Byzantine soldiers now march towards our borders, equipped with weapons more advanced than the ones issued to their Granadan counterparts." Upon hearing this, Luis's expression sank before tearing apart the document in his hands. It was extremely obvious to the man who was responsible for such devastating news. The King of Portugal's face was practically glowing red as he vented his frustrations by screaming as loud as he could. "Damn you, Berenguer! Damn you to the depths of hell for bringing your Byzantine allies into Iberia! What gives you the right to interfere with our centuries-long Reconquista?" The very idea that Berenguer had not only sent his troops into Iberia, but also received the military aid of the mighty empire to the east instantly shattered Luis's resolve to invade the Granadan trenches. Instead, he knew that the tables had turned, and his enemies would soon be marching on his borders. Though he had roughly 300,000 men at his command, the enemy army now had approximately a third of his forces, and they were far more technologically advanced. Such news meant that he would be forced to fight a defensive war to maintain his rule over Portugal. Thus he did not hesitate to do what was necessary to secure his dynasty's reign. "I want our smiths to produce as many arquebuses as possible and outfit every man and child capable of bearing arms with them. We must defend our lands from this foreign menace at all costs." In response to this, the marshal immediately began to protest, for he could not conceive how they would manufacture such a significant amount of firearms in such a short period of time. "But, Your Majesty, we do not have the means to produce such a vast amount of weapons. There are too many men to arm." King Luis immediately threw his chalice at the wall as he began to chastise his marshal. The man was making excuses, and Luis refused to listen to them. As such, he instantly began to make a counterpoint to the marshal's objection. "Then you will work the furnaces day and night until sufficient arms have been prepared. I don't care if you have to burn the Bucaco forest. See it done." The marshal gazed at his monarch as if the man had gone insane. While such drastic action may be able to aid in the manufacture of a small portion of the required firearms, the marshal still believed that creating the necessary amount of weapons in the given time frame was impossible. More importantly, even if they managed to manufacture such a staggering amount of firearms, where would they get the gunpowder needed to utilize them? The Austrian Royal Navy had cut off their trade routes overseas, and Europe severely lacked natural saltpeter mines. Unfortunately for the Portuguese crown, they were unaware of a large concentration of the precious material within the area of Catalonia known as Calvados. Thus, when the marshal brought up this point of contention, King Luis nearly had a stroke. "Your Majesty, Even if we were to be able to manufacture such a large supply of the weapons, how will we use them without gunpowder? In truth, the king was in such a state of fury that he had failed to think about this critical component. All of his plans to arm a massive army of hundreds of thousands of soldiers with arquebuses had come crashing down. Thus, he was left with few options to successfully defend his borders. It took the king some time to cope with the fact that he was completely and utterly doomed, yet despite this reality, he still refused to submit. After all, he would never yield to the man responsible for the death of his firstborn son. With great determination, he clawed his way out of depression and spoke forth his decree. "We will make do with what we have. If we can't smuggle gunpowder and firearms into our kingdom, then we will throw wave after wave of men at the enemy forces until we have secured victory." The moment the king said these words, the marshal beneath his command had lost all hope of victory. He knew that such a tactic would not work against their enemies. Whether or not he believed this mad strategy would succeed, his duty was to fulfill his orders. Thus he kneeled before his king before vocalizing his acceptance of the task set upon him. "Your Majesty, I will fulfill your orders, but know this, even if we manage to survive the onslaught of our enemies, the loss of life will be so severe that our kingdom may never fully recover." Despite the marshal's words of warning, the King of Portugal was determined to get revenge for his son's death. As such, he simply glared at his marshal once more before uttering words that were filled with contempt. "Your opinion is duly noted, Marshal. Now go and fulfill your orders." After saying this, the marshal left the throne room of the castle within Lisbon. As the man in charge of the kingdom's armies, he knew that the king's plan was suicide. Thus he had no intent to go through with it. Instead, he planned to immediately defect with his family and cross over to Morocco to live the rest of their lives in exile. As for King Louis, the moment his marshal had left his throne room, he collapsed onto his throne, mentally exhausted from the ordeal. He gazed upon a crude portrait of his son that hanged on his wall while lamenting his loss. "My son, if I had known that you would have perished in that battle, then I never would have allowed you to lead the charge. I swear to God in heaven that I will avenge your death. Berenger von Kufstein will die by my hands." After making such a bold claim, the King of Portugal passed out on his seat of power. He had gotten too little sleep since the death of his son, and now it had finally caught up to him. While Louis slept upon his throne, various government officials raided the kingdom's treasury, with the intent to flee to North Africa with as much wealth as they and their families could carry. While the leading officials of the Portuguese kingdom fled to Morocco, the Triple Alliance would fortify their position on the border, waiting for the peace accords between Austria, Granada, and Aragon to be finalized. It was only after the peace treaty had been signed between the three nations that the Triple Alliance would march its forces into Portugal with the intent of total conquest. What meager defense could the Portuguese manage without their marshal and the kingdom's treasury? That remained to be seen. One thing was sure, Berenger did not intend to leave Iberia until after the entire kingdom of Portugal had fallen to Granadan rule. Thus the war in Iberia continued in a direction that heavily favored Granada and her allies. Chapter 429. A day in the life of Henrietta. It was a typical summer's day within the Kingdom of Austria. Deep within the Austrian Alps lies the city of Kufstein, and within the city was the royal palace, which acted as the primary residence of the King of Austria and his family. At the moment, the Princess of Austria, Henrietta von Kufstein, was lying on her bed beneath her silk covers as she grasped a hold of her knees and clenched them tightly to her chest. She was currently in a state of depression as she worried about her future. While sending her brother off to war, she had confessed her taboo feelings for him in front of his wives. This had caused a rift between her and the three women she had come to think of as her friends and her family over the years. Linda had outright barred the young princess from seeing her niece and nephew, which she had grown exceptionally fond of over the years. Henrietta believed that the red-headed vixen who had stolen her big brother was being utterly unfair by doing this, but there was nothing she could do. Because of this, Henrietta has been stuck alone within her room for most of the day, struggling to deal with the conflicted emotions inside of her heart. She knew her feelings for Berenger were wrong. After all, they were siblings related by blood, and such a thing was beyond a simple taboo. Yet, she could not deny that she could no longer see any other man as a potential suitor. After everything he had accomplished, what man could compare to her precious big brother? The young princess sighed heavily as she began to think about her kind-hearted brother, who had always looked after her and continued to do so. He was not only her big brother, these last few years he had even been her father figure. Seeing how her mother and father had abandoned her and retired to the countryside, she could not help but see her brother as her caretaker and provider. Yet despite this, she knew that it would not be easy to convince Berenger to break a massive taboo by taking her as his mistress. After all, though he was a bit of a pervert and a playboy, there was no way that he thought of her in the same way she did him. This very concern caused her to rub her pretty forehead in a state of distress in an attempt to calm her growing headache. Ultimately, she could sit still no longer. She needed something to calm her heart, and since Berenger was gone, there was only one thing that could make her feel a sense of relief. With this in mind, the young princess rose to her feet and crept out of her room. She carefully walked down the hallways, making sure not to run into any of her brother's wives who would surely make life difficult for her. After all, they were currently in a state of rivalry. Before long, she found her way to the penthouse which Berenger had commonly referred to as the harem room. After creeping through its entrance, she walked over to the hookah which lay in the center of the room on a small round table. This device had remained unused since her brother had left, thus Henrietta began to place a mixture of hashish and herbal shisha within its bowl. Henrietta sucked on one of the mouthpieces that she knew contained her big brother's dry saliva, making sure to gobble up every last drop. Afterward, the young princess took a long puff before licking her lips as she leaned back and relaxed on the pillows that surrounded the device. If Berenger's wives knew she was in this room smoking hash by herself, they would probably drag her out by the ear and spank her. As the young princess's mind began to drift off into space, she noticed something interesting in the corner of her eye. Stashed away behind one of the sofa's cushions was a pair of shorts that she knew belonged to only one person. How the maids had missed such an item during their cleanup of the area after Berenger's departure, she had no idea. The young princess gazed at her brother's used shorts with a longing expression before shifting her gaze back to the door, making sure that nobody could see her. After careful deliberation, she rushed towards the sofa, where she grabbed a hold of the shorts, which contained her brother's body odor, before pressing them against her nose and taking a deep inhale. The moment she did so, the door to the room opened, and one of the maids witnessed her perverted gesture. Henrietta did not notice her presence until after she heard the sound of the wooden hamper clang against the floor. She gazed over in shock upon hearing this to see the maids staring at her with a flustered expression. The young princess's cheeks immediately began to flush in embarrassment as she realized she was caught in the act of sniffing her brother's used shorts. She immediately stashed the shorts behind her back in a poor attempt to hide the evidence as she began to make an excuse to the maid. "This is not what it looks like." However, the maid refused to listen and shut the door behind her as she left Henrietta by her lonesome. Immediately, the young princess was overwhelmed with dread and embarrassment because of her actions. She could not believe she had done something so scandalous and had been caught in the act. She collapsed against the sofa, losing all hope in life. This maid was bound to spread what she had seen, and her reputation as the Princess of Austria would be ruined forever. Henrietta thus broke out into tears as she cried into the pair of sweaty shorts. As for the maid, She had not gotten far before she rested against the wall. She could hardly believe what she had seen. The princess was sniffing her brother's shorts with such enthusiasm. What kind of scandal was this? She was smart enough to realize that if she spread rumors about this incident, she was liable to lose her head. As such, she calmed her heart before resolving herself never to speak about this affair to anyone, not even the queens. Having made this commitment, she immediately slapped her face a few times to clear her head before getting back to work. As for Henrietta, she eventually recovered and hurried off back to her room with Berngar's shorts bunched up in her dainty hands. As long as she hid the evidence, nobody would believe that foolish maid. She quickly got to work building a secret area in her desk to contain this sacred article of clothing that her brother had once worn. Nobody would ever know that she was hiding these shorts within her room. Thus the Princess of Austria had gained a treasure to help her cope with the stress she felt over her taboo feelings. As for Berenger's wives, they would be blissfully ignorant of this incident, as the maid had lived up to her vow of silence over this matter. Thus things continued within the royal palace of Kufstein as they usually did. The only difference was that Henrietta would frequently retrieve her hidden treasure and sniff it whenever she felt the need to feel comforted by her absent big brother. Chapter 430. Peace accords and Aquitaine. Berenger tapped his finger on the table repeatedly. The sound resounded throughout the air and was the only thing preventing the entire room from being silent. 3 monarchs and a duke were sitting at the table within the Duchy of Aquitaine. Sitting next to Berenger was Hassan, and across from the two of them was King Felipe of Aragon. Mediating this convention was none other than the Duke of Aquitaine, who watched with interest, ensuring that everything remained civil but not taking part in the discussion himself. His role was more symbolic than it was practical. The peace accords had been ongoing for 3 days now, and despite the willingness to cease hostilities between the involved parties, they had yet to come to a comprehensive understanding. Begrudgingly, Berenger was prepared to accept the conditions of Aragonese surrender that heavily favored the enemy. After all, he wanted to end this war as quickly as possible and return to his family. Despite this, King Felipe of Aragon had taken advantage of Berenger's impatience and had begun to make greater demands of him, resulting in an ongoing stalemate within the negotiations. Thus Berenger gazed across the table at the Aragonese monarch with an expression filled with contempt. Ultimately, he decided it was time to break the silence and put his foot down over the issues being discussed. Under no circumstances will Granada return the occupied province of Murcia. From now until the end of time, it shall be recognized as Granadan soil. This is the price you must pay for your arrogance in challenging the Emirate of Granada and her allies. Ultimately, Berenger had the final say in the conditions. After all, though he may not desire to, he had the full capability of invading Aragon and enforcing his demands. To him, it was a simple matter of practicality. Doing such a thing would extend the duration of his campaign in Iberia. King Felipe was visibly flustered when he heard this remark. Though he would be capable of invading Castile and gaining its lands after settling this matter with Granada, he knew that there was a high possibility that Portugal would fall to the Austro-Granadan alliance. If such a thing were to occur, his advantage of gaining Castile would instantly be negated. The loss of Murcia on top of this would be a severe blow in the future efforts of Reconquista. The fact of the matter was that the objective of this peace was not long-term stability, but gaining a reprieve so that both sides could build up their forces in an attempt to re-engage at a later date. After a few moments of awkward silence, Felipe raised his voice as he presented a facade of strength to get Berenger back down. If you do not return Murcia to her rightful place as a part of the Kingdom of Castile, then I am afraid that peace cannot be achieved between our realms. The war will continue and your armies will bleed in Iberia for years. Upon hearing this, Berenger's bored expression did not change. In fact, he sighed in exhaustion before taking a sip from the wine contained within his chalice. After doing so, He placed it down on the table, and with the same disinterested look upon his face, began to clarify his stance on the matter. If you do not agree to the annexation of Mercia by the Kingdom of Granada, then, as you have said, hostilities will continue to exist between our nations. As a result of this, I will be forced to draft tens of thousands of more soldiers and bring them into Iberia with the full intent to march them upon your kingdom. Within a year, your whole kingdom will cease to exist. Allow me to be frank, if such a scenario were to occur, I do not know if I will contain the damage that my soldiers will inflict upon Aragon and its people. Blood will flow in the streets, and entire cities will be brought to rubble. Is that the outcome you desire? Submit to the terms presented or face your reckoning. Those are your two options. Felipe was taken aback by this statement. He did not suspect that Berengar would be willing to move more troops into Iberia. After all, as far as he was aware, roughly half of the Austrian royal army was currently located within the Iberian Peninsula. Increasing the number of soldiers in this conflict would surely leave Austria poorly defended, or so he thought. Of course, Felipe had no way of knowing that Berengar's kingdom was currently undergoing the process of nationwide compulsory military service. Thus, hundreds of thousands of young men were being trained in the art of warfare and being outfitted with the equipment necessary to fight across the globe. Therefore, Felipe made the mistake of believing that Berengar was bluffing and thus called him out on his boast. You would empty the soldiers in your lands in an attempt to end this conflict swiftly? I wonder how the enemies at your borders would react if they saw how defenseless Austria became in a foolish attempt to conquer Iberia for their ally. Berengar sneered in disdain as he heard this comment. With a confident smile etched upon his handsome face, he quickly retorted with a response of his own. If you genuinely believe such a scenario would occur, then I regret to inform you that your intelligence on my forces is severely outdated. Please do not mistake my comments for hubris. Within a year, I will have the full ability to deploy 100,000 men into Iberia. I promise you that I will not be merciful when I bring you to your knees with such an army. I will reiterate, submit to the terms presented or face your reckoning. Whether Berengar was lying or not, Felipe did not know. However, he was unwilling to risk such a scenario. After all, the entire point of these peace accords was to remove Austrian soldiers from Iberia and buy him the time necessary to absorb Castile to rebuild his army. He could not allow 100,000 Austrians to embed themselves in this conflict. Thus, with a bitter expression, the Aragonese king relented. He internally resolved himself to retake Mercia later. Very well, I will allow the annexation of Mercia into the Emirate of Granada. Hassan, who had been silent up until now, smirked upon hearing his enemy relent to this condition. Throughout this conflict, thousands of Granadans had bled to forestall the enemy's advance. If he did not get some land as compensation for their loss, then he would not be satisfied with this temporary peace. The young sultan had no way of knowing that Berengar intended to fully conquer Portugal and incorporate it into the Emirate of Granada. Thus he was happy with this small concession. As for the Austrian monarch, he smiled before making one last condition to the terms of this treaty. Allow me to make one final demand. To put it simply, all I ask is for exclusive mining rights within the region of Calbado. If you give me this, then I will agree to these peace accords in their entirety. Both Hassan and Felipe gazed at Berengar with suspicion. As far as they were aware, there was nothing of value within that province, yet Berengar had specifically made demands for such a small region. Had he perhaps found something of note within its boundaries? Though Felipe was suspicious of this, he suspected this was nothing more than an attempt by Berengar to gain something from this treaty for himself, and that nothing significant was within the region. Thus he foolishly relented to this demand as he sighed. Very well, for the next 10 years, Austria will have exclusive mining rights to the region of Calbado. Is there anything else? Berengar shook his head in response to this. He had gotten what he wanted. The caves of Colbado were filled with saltpeter, and though Berenger no longer needed black powder now that his chemists had invented smokeless powder, to hold a monopoly over such a valuable resource was major strategic play. This meant that his enemies would not be able to get their hands on the gunpowder needed to field firearms en masse, thus ensuring a significant advantage for the Austrian army over their rivals for decades or perhaps even centuries to come. Berenger nodded his head before pronouncing the peace accords concluded with these terms agreed upon. If there is nothing else, then I believe it is time to sign this treaty. After saying this, he waited for a response, and when the silence prevailed, he pulled out a fountain pen from his pocket and signed his name on the document before allowing the others to use his utensil and hence sign this treaty into law. For the time being, peace with Aragon and Castile had been achieved, and the Triple Alliance could now focus its entire efforts on the conquest of Portugal. The effects of this treaty would have long-reaching consequences for the decades to come. Chapter 431. Just following orders within the borders of the Kingdom of Portugal, there was a unit of Austrian Jaegers embedded deep behind enemy lines. While the peace accords between the Austro-Granadan alliance were underway in the Duchy of Aquitaine, the orders the Austrian soldiers had received were quite simple. Hold the line at any cost. With this in mind, General Adelbrand had issued a decree to utilize specialized units such as the Jaeger Regiment and the Grenadier Guards to advance into Portugal and disrupt their operations via sabotage and outright raiding. The company of nearly 100 Jaegers was gazing through their binoculars at the site of the Portuguese village, which had been supplying the enemy with the grain needed to sustain their ranks. However, the scene that the Jaegers witnessed when they entered the vicinity of the village was out of their expectations. With the treasury raided by corrupt officials fleeing the kingdom and the marshal nowhere in sight, the Portuguese military had fallen to a state of complete and total chaos. The only regions with any semblance of a lawful order were the cities, where what remained of the Portuguese army that had not outright deserted contained the last vestige of civilization within the borders of the Kingdom of Portugal. The soldiers of the Portuguese army had deserted en masse over the past few weeks. Those who remained within the borders of the kingdom had begun to act as brigands, forcing the local villagers to give up their supplies and wealth under the guise of protection. As for the local lords, they were abandoning the kingdom and heading towards Castile or Morocco with whatever wealth they could carry with them, leaving their territory in a state of lawlessness, where brigands ruled and might be right. At the moment, a warband of roughly 250 men-at-arms, led by a single knight, was basking within the village. Here, at the end of days, they were kings in their own right, capable of doing whatever and whoever they wanted. These men were aware that the Kingdom of Portugal was coming to an end and were merely taking advantage of the chaos to increase their wealth before following the example of their former masters and fleeing the borders of the collapsing realm. Considering Captain Andreas Jaeger was currently undergoing special forces training, his command over the Jaeger Company had been replaced by an officer named Captain Jonas Gering, who witnessed the abuse and humiliation that the local peasants were suffering as he clicked his tongue in disgust. These ruffians were better off eliminated in their entirety. Unfortunately, as a light infantry unit, they severely lacked any form of artillery to support their efforts. Thus, they would have to rely entirely upon their needle rifles to take down these enemies. It was with this in mind that the veteran captain pulled back the bolt on his weapon before placing a paper cartridge in its chamber. After slamming the bolt home, he rested his finger on the trigger guard, waiting for the opportune moment to fire his shot. He looked back towards the soldiers under his command, who blended into the landscape before ordering a full-scale assault on the village. His orders were to raid this village and disrupt the enemy supply lines. However, Jonas could not in good conscience sit idly by and let the people within this village suffer under the yoke of barbarism. Thus, he quickly raised his voice and ordered the men beneath his command. "Get into flanking positions and open fire on the enemy. I want these brigands taken out as quickly as possible." The men within this company of Jaegers saluted their superior officer before responding in the affirmative. "Yes, sir." After saying this, they rushed into positions, making sure to use the local terrain as cover while blending in with their surroundings. The enemy had no way of knowing that the legendary Austrian ghosts were moving on their position. Within the center of the village, a knight in full plate armor with a garish surcoat had his arm wrapped around a local peasant woman. His gauntlet was removed as he forced its way through her dress, where it grasped a hold of her small but soft breasts. The young woman winced in displeasure as she was molested by the knight, who had a toothy grin beneath his bearded and scarred face. Her father lay dead on the ground in front of her with a split-open skull while the knight's soldiers snickered at sight. Tears streamed down the peasant girl's eyes as she waited for her horrible fate at the hands of the knight, who now acted as a mere brigand. The man stuck out his tongue and licked her face before stripping the girl naked and tossing her down on the ground next to her deceased father. After doing so, he stood up from his seat and made a bold declaration. "Men, enjoy yourselves with the soft flesh of this young beauty. Once you have finished having your fun with her, we will move out to the next village. After all, there is more fortune to be had before we depart for Castile." After saying this, the men at arms beneath his command began to roar with laughter and cheers as they surrounded the young woman with menacing gazes. She instantly began to scream in terror as the soldiers pounced at her. However, a booming echo resounded in the air in the next moment, and the soldiers stared in shock as the knight's head was blown apart. They immediately realized that they had come under fire and fled behind cover, leaving the poor village girl in the center of the field crying next to her dead father. Smoke plumed out from the barrel of Jonas' rifle as he pulled back the bolt and reloaded his weapon. Within seconds, his sights had acquired another target where he proceeded to squeeze the trigger, thus sending another round down range and into the torso of one of the brigands who thought he could hide from the unknown enemy. Unfortunately for the Portuguese soldiers, the Austrian Jaegers were camouflaged as they assaulted the village with only a plume of smoke to reveal their positions within the tree line. After the initial volley, a platoon of Jaegers advanced further towards the town while reloading their weapons. While they charged, the second platoon provided covering fire. The two units combined their efforts to assault the village and the brigands who occupied it. Eventually, the Portuguese men at arms mustered their courage and charged towards the Austrian Jaegers. After all, they still outnumbered the enemy. The villagers hid in their homes and tried not to get involved in the chaotic battle outside their doorsteps. As the wave of brigands charged towards the Austrian Jaegers, their lines were swiftly cut down from the rapid volley fire until less than a quarter of their numbers remained. Despite the massive casualties, the Portuguese men at arms managed to reach melee combat with the Austrian Jaegers. Unfortunately for them, the Austrians were well prepared for such a thing. Bayonets met swords in the middle of the field as the rear platoon rushed forth to join the fray. While this was going on, the poor peasant girl was crying and hugging her father's corpse. She did not even see Jonas rush up to her. Thus, when he grabbed a hold of her arm to make sure she was okay, the girl flinched in reaction. Upon seeing her naked flesh, Jonas blushed awkwardly before taking off his camouflage smock and throwing it towards the girl. As he did so, he spoke in German, which was a language she did not understand. "Cover yourself and hurry. It is not safe here." Though she could not comprehend the words, judging from the man's body language, she could make out the gist of what he said. Thus she quickly covered herself in the camouflage smock and grabbed a hold of Jonas' hand before following him to safety. The chaotic melee outside the village ultimately ended in the Jaegers' favor, as the men at arms lay dead in the fields, their blood fertilizing the soil that they had so ruthlessly trodden upon. The few survivors were brought forth into the center of the village, where the Portuguese villagers gazed upon the men who had turned from their protectors to common criminals with utter contempt in their eyes. One of the brigands quickly pleaded with Jonas when he arrived with the peasant girl in his arms. He spoke in Latin to ensure that his captors could comprehend him. "Please, spare us. We were just following orders." However, Jonas did not spare the man a second glance. He quickly reached into his holster and withdrew his 1422 service revolver, where he squeezed the trigger, sending a round straight through the man's skull. After doing so, he ordered the Jaegers under his command to fulfill their duty. "Execute these brigands." After saying this, the Portuguese men-at-arms were tossed into the center of the village, where they were executed by a firing squad. With their deaths, this small farming village had now fallen into the hands of Austria. Thus Jonas was presented with a difficult position. Their orders were to raid this village and plunder it for its worth before lighting it ablaze to ensure that the Portuguese army could not utilize its resources. However, the situation behind enemy lines was more chaotic than they were led to believe. There was no semblance of law and order at the border, and deserters roamed the lands as warlords and brigands. Ultimately, Jonas looked over at the girl who was crying within his arms and felt his heart bleed. His conscience would not allow him to treat this village with any more cruelty than it had already suffered at the hands of the brigands. Not wanting to be the same as the men who had claimed they were simply following orders, Jonas quickly decided to disregard his orders and instead entrench his position within this village, utilizing it as a forward outpost to relay information about the current condition of the Kingdom of Portugal back to the main army. He would deal with the consequences of his disobedience when that time came. Thus, with a heavy heart, he gave his commands to his soldiers. "I want this village fortified and capable of being defended by nightfall. For the time being, this will be our forward outpost." The soldiers were confused. After all, such a command went against the orders they were given. However, most of them were not officers and thus were not trained to think but rather obey their officers' commands. Thus they saluted their captain before responding in the affirmative. "Yes, sir." Jonas had established a forward outpost behind the enemy lines with this act. The other units dispatched to the region would quickly report the chaos and devastation they witnessed in the field to their superiors. Thus, the strategy on dealing with the volatile Portuguese border would ultimately follow a method similar to that which Jonas had opted to undertake on his own accord. Chapter 432, A Day in the Life of the Austrian Army. Captain Jonas sighed heavily as he stood within the village chapel, which now acted as the command post for his unit. 3 days and nights had passed since his company of Jaegers first occupied this position. By now, the entire village was fortified with makeshift defenses such as trenches and watchtowers. A report had been rushed towards the main Austrian army regarding the general case of lawlessness that had consumed Portugal as it awaited the invasion of the Triple Alliance. When requesting further clarification on his orders, High Command had responded with a simple objective: fortify their position and conduct basic reconnaissance operations throughout the countryside. Despite being in the middle of summer, a freakish storm had consumed the Kingdom of Portugal, and its torrent was unleashed upon the Portuguese-Granadan border. From the perspective of the Portuguese people, it was indeed the end of days. Jonas heard a knock on the door as he observed the map that had been sprawled out across a table set within the chapel. Assuming one of his men brought him the newest reconnaissance report, he quickly answered in his native tongue. "Come in." The young officer was surprised to see the appearance of the village girl he had saved from a group of brigands a few days prior. She was now dressed in a peasant's gown and held his camouflage smock, which was neatly folded up. She had an anxious expression on her face as she handed the article of clothing back to its master. This gesture had completely caught Jonas off guard as he observed the farm girl with curiosity. She was relatively pretty despite her humble appearance. Jonas quickly approached the young woman and gently grasped the smock, where he proceeded to don it over his field tunic. He smiled before nodding his head and responding with the words, "Thank you." She had washed the smock and cared for it over the past few days with the intent to return it to its rightful owner. Though the girl did not understand the German tongue, she could tell that the foreign soldier was thanking her, and thus she wore a pretty smile as she responded in kind. "You're welcome." After saying this, she departed from the chapel, leaving the Austrian captain by his lonesome. It was a pity that they did not speak the same language, because he would not mind wooing such a cute girl and taking her back to Austria as a war bride. However, some things were not meant to be, so he quickly got back to work. Outside of the village that currently acted as a forward operating base for the Austrian soldiers was a small fire team of Jaegers. These men were the foremost recon experts within Jonas' company. They were currently withstanding the apocalyptic storm while seeking refuge from the elements within an improvised dugout shelter that the team had built into the earth. If one did not observe the structure closely, one might mistake it for a natural mound. However, contained within this shelter was an elite team of soldiers from the Kingdom of Austria. Among these men was the soldier named Corporal Locke Wickden, who was cursing his luck as he dried off his wet body next to the fire. "Just my fucking luck, I get chosen for a recon mission deep behind enemy lines, and I am stuck in the middle of the fucking wilderness during a world-ending storm." One of the soldiers next to him immediately scoffed before rebuking the corporal. "Quit your bitching. You're alive, warm, and have ample rations to survive on. Seriously, you have the honor to serve in one of the most distinguished units in the Royal Austrian Army, and all you ever do is bitch about it. If you hadn't already earned yourself a wound badge, I wouldn't put up with your shit." Locke did not seem to mind the harsh criticism. After all, these soldiers were used to busting each other's balls. Instead, he used the fork in his mess kit to dig into the canned beef that he had warmed up by the fire. With a shit-eating grin on his face, he returned fire to the other soldier. "At least I can hit what I'm aiming at. 90% of the time you fire a shot, you miss your target. I am seriously considering writing a complaint to the High Command so that they start charging you for the munitions that you waste." The squad leader chuckled when he heard this before commenting on the statement. "He's got you there, Brandt. I have seen recruits with better accuracy than you." "Seriously, do you pull the trigger before you properly align your sights?" The soldier named Brandt immediately began to curse out his squad members as he took a bite from his canned pork. "Fuck you guys. I'll have you know that I scored expert marksman back in basic." Locke began to chuckle when he heard this before adding salt to the wound. "Yeah, but those targets don't shoot back at you or move, for that matter. The moment anyone isn't standing still like a frightened rabbit, you miss your mark. You do know you are supposed to lead your target with your sights when they're sprinting, right?" Once more, Brandt responded with a classy retort, "Oh fuck all of you." The 5 members of the Austrian Jaegers enjoyed their time together with some less than friendly banter as they waited out the storm. When it finally dispersed the following day, they would continue their mission towards the nearest central township to ascertain the degree of authority that the Crown of Portugal still had over its lands. General Arnulf stood alongside Strategos Palladius as the two men stood in the middle of the muddied trenches battered by the storm. If not for the hemp raincoats, which aided in repelling the water which poured down on them, they likely would have succumbed to the weather already. Instead, the two men watched across the border of Granada and Portugal from a frontline position. The men beneath their command were huddled in their fortifications, waiting out the storm. Palladius broke the silence between the two generals as he spoke about the report he had read earlier in the day. "Your Jaegers seem to have reported a mass sense of lawlessness within the borders of the Kingdom of Portugal. It appears that the men beneath the king's command have begun to desert en masse and ransack the country they were supposed to protect. Do you think we will even face resistance when we march into their lands? Or will the Portuguese people think of us as liberators from the predators who roam freely across their realm?" Arnulf scoffed as he heard this before presenting his gloomy outlook on the conflict that had yet to reach its climax. "I think no matter what we do, the people of Portugal will resist us. After all, the Portuguese are devout Catholics, and the Pope has practically made King Berengar out to be the Antichrist. I would not be surprised if the people of Portugal blame us for what is currently going on in their kingdom. When the Reichsmarshal learns of the lawlessness that prevails in Portugal, I believe that he will personally lead the charge and fight through every village, town, and city until the people of Portugal have bent the knee to the Granadans, and by extension himself. Upon hearing this, Palladius had a smug grin on his face, which did not go unnoticed by Arnulf. As such, the German general quickly crossed his arms as he spoke towards the Byzantine strategos with a sense of hostility. "You don't agree?" Palladius continued to smile as he shook his head before revealing his thoughts on the matter, the rain pouring down upon his weathered face as he did so. "Not at all, though I may not have known your king for long. I believe I understand his character well enough to accurately predict his reaction to the ongoing chaos across the border." Upon hearing this, Arnulf got mildly defensive and shrugged his shoulders before responding to the general from the east. "Well, go ahead and enlighten me." The veteran strategos continued to smile as he began to make his prediction about Berengar's upcoming actions when he returned from the peace accords in Aquitaine. "I think your king has grown weary of this war. After all, it is not a conflict he wanted to be directly involved in, to begin with. I also know that he fancies the Granadan princess. Thus, I think it is highly probable that he will retire to the capital of Granada for the remainder of this conflict, where he will delegate the training of the next generation of Granadan soldiers to us. Once the Granadans have sufficient numbers, training, and equipment, he will dispatch them into Portugal with a minor degree of assistance in the form of artillery and reconnaissance units. For the most part, Berengar will begin to withdraw his forces back to Austria while leaving support units to continue aiding the Granadans in a war they will be by then capable of winning themselves." When Arnulf heard this, he believed it was an equally plausible theory. As such, he proposed an entertaining idea. "Your theory is interesting. How about we make a friendly wager?" Palladius chuckled as he heard this before inquiring about the details. "What are the stakes?" Arnulf smiled as he spoke about the details in a casual manner. "Nothing serious, I assure you. How about we say whoever loses this little bet of ours will owe the other a favor in the future?" Upon hearing these terms, Palladius scratched his beard in contemplation for a few moments before nodding his head in acceptance. "Deal." With this, the two generals had begun to gamble on which of their predictions were correct. Chapter 433. Return to Granada. Berengar and Hassan stood within the confines of the Granadan royal palace. Throughout their absence in Aquitaine, the situation within Portugal had deteriorated rapidly. Though the Austrian Jaegers and Grenadier Guards were initially sent behind enemy lines to disrupt the border, they soon were embroiled in a chaotic and lawless region where deserters from the Portuguese army ravaged the land as nothing more than filthy brigands. The true extent of this lawlessness remained unknown. Still, one thing remained certain: a massive army of foreign peasants would soon be arriving in Portugal. Whether or not they were capable of restoring order to the Portuguese crown or would engage in the same criminal behavior as the soldiers of the Portuguese army remained to be seen. Despite the unruly situation in Portugal, it created an opportunity for Berengar. Though he had initially planned to outright invade the kingdom, with its current state, there was little chance that the enemy would be rushing the Granadan border anytime soon. As such, he was communicating with his generals and the Sultan of Granada about his newfound idea. Portugal is in an unprecedented state. Much of the realm has become a wasteland where those who possess any semblance of might are capable of doing as they please. Thus, I have decided to shift my strategy. After all, if we were to invade the kingdom at this point, it would only be met with resistance from not only what remains of the Portuguese army, but also the brigands and the people themselves. Thus, I have decided to maintain our presence on the border and begin rebuilding the Granadan army. With our support, over the next few months, a sufficient force can be armed and trained. fully capable of invading Granada by itself. Obviously, we will provide surveillance and long-range artillery support to the Granadans when they invade Portugal. Arnulf immediately cursed under his breath when he heard this, and Palladius smiled. After all, the veteran strategos of the Balkans was the winner of their little wager. Luckily, it was just a favor owed to the man. Otherwise, Arnulf would be more irritated than he currently was. Though Berenger took note of the two men's expressions, he did not inquire any further about it and instead shifted his attention to Hassan with a broad smile on his face. "What do you say? Do you think your kingdom is up to the task?" The young sultan smiled as he heard this news. He was growing disheartened by relying on Austria to win this war. Any chance to become self-sufficient in terms of military matters was something he greatly desired. Thus, with a broad smile on his lips, he nodded his head. "I will have you know that the men of Granada are more than up to the task." Berenger nodded his head as he heard this before responding to the young sultan's words. "Very well, we will maintain a presence at the Granadan-Portuguese border. My soldiers will begin training your troops, and I will begin supplying you with the weapons necessary to win your wars. After all, I still have tens of thousands of muskets and hundreds of my old cannons lying around in a warehouse." After saying this, Berenger shifted his gaze to Arnulf and Adelbrand to give them their new orders. "Dispatch orders to our units behind enemy lines, command them to maintain their positions, and continue their reconnaissance operations. I want a regular update on what is transpiring on the other side of the border. If there is even the slightest hint of an attempt to attack our troops in the trenches, I want to know about it beforehand." Berenger's generals saluted him briefly before responding in the affirmative. "Yes, sir." After saying this, Berenger looked over at Hassan and Palladius before issuing their orders. "What remains of the Granadan army will withdraw from the trenches and return to the capital, where they will undergo further training alongside the new conscripts. As for your soldiers, Palladius, keep them at the border and maintain a presence. I don't want the Portuguese to think we are withdrawing a significant number of troops from the border." Hassan and Palladius both nodded their heads as they responded to this request. "It will be done. You can rest assured, King Berenger, my troops will hold the line until a point where it is no longer necessary." After saying this, Berenger smiled. With this strategy, the war in Granada had transitioned from an all-out offensive by the Triple Alliance to a security operation designed to train the Granadan forces to be self-sufficient without needing to rely on Austrian support. In other words, this next phase of the Reconquista was this world's equivalent of Operation Freedom Sentinel. Berenger knew he would be in Granada for at least another half a year because of this, thus making it his most extended campaign to date. He only hoped that his civil work would have made significant progress by the time he returned to the fatherland. As for what he intended to do between now and then, that was simple. He would stay in the Granadan palace and spend some time getting close to the Princess of Granada. After all, if he were to endure such a long period of time away from home, then he would not do it celibate. Whatever may come of the relationship between Berenger and Yasmin, the young king of Austria knew that at the very least he was going to make sure to get under the princess's skirt. Thus he put on a friendly facade as he dismissed the meeting of generals and placed a hand on Hassan's shoulder. "This meeting is adjourned. Come, my friend, let us get something to drink and speak further of our future conquest." Ignorant of Berenger's desire to spend some intimate time with his sister, Hassan quickly agreed to this request and played right into the Austrian king's hands. "I will get my sister to pour our drinks for us." Berenger smiled and nodded as the two men departed from the war room and entered a more comfortable setting before long. Princess Yasmin was fetched from her quarters, where she was dressed in a skimpy outfit as she held a bottle of fortified wine in her hands. She gracefully poured the substance into Berenger's and Hassan's chalices before climbing between them and wrapping her arms around the young Austrian king. Hassan's eyes instantly grew wide as he noticed this. He did not know when his sister and his guest had grown so close, but he was happy to see it. This only meant that he was one step closer to achieving his goal of uniting their two houses in matrimony. Thus he began to play the part of his sister's wingman as he broached a question to the king from the east. "Tell me, King Berenger, what do you think of my sister Yasmin? She is beautiful, is she not?" Berenger smiled graciously as he took a sip of the wine from his chalice before nodding his head in agreement. "Truly, her appearance is unrivaled in these lands, but her mature personality is what I find most attractive." Yasmin blushed as she heard this flattery. She did not know whether or not Berenger was exaggerating. However, it did not matter. A compliment from a handsome and powerful man was something that she would accept. Upon seeing the reactions between his sister and his guest, Hassan smiled before asking another question on his mind. "Yasmin, what do you think of Berenger? Be honest, your sultan commands it." A sultry expression appeared on the mature woman's face as she spoke on the matter. "I think there is no man more handsome than he. In fact, I find his disfigurement quite appealing. It proves he has been battle-tested, and nothing is more attractive than a man who fights his own battles." Berenger nearly choked on his wine as he heard this. He had seldom heard such a compliment since he received the injury in mortal combat with his brother years ago. Besides being comforted initially after his wound, his wives tended to avoid discussing it. Indeed, in their minds, it was a blemish on his otherwise handsome appearance. Thus he had a somewhat awkward expression on his face when he touched his eye patch and the wounded eye beneath it. Upon seeing this, Hassan glared at his sister. Clearly speaking about such a thing was considered rude. However, in the next moment, Yasmin leaned over and grabbed a hold of his hand before asking the question on her mind. "May I see what lies beneath?" Obviously, she was referencing the wounded eye, and as such, Berenger exhaled deeply before nodding his head. After doing so, he took off his eye patch very slowly before revealing the scar he bore as a symbol of his foolishness. One could make out the visibly shocked expression on Yasmin's luscious lips beneath her face veil as she gazed upon his battle scar, which had long since healed over the years. Berenger's blue iris was intact, aside from a thin vertical scar that cut through the center of it. This scar connected the gap between the top and bottom of his eyelid, which also contained the same wound. The Granadon princes slowly reached out to touch the scar before halting her hand. She had almost forgotten to ask for permission and thus raised her voice before doing so. "May I?" Berenger silently nodded his hand before the soft-tanned hands of the mature princess placed themselves upon his eyelids. A broad smile formed on her face as she did so. She had accidentally let out her inner thoughts on the disfigurement while she touched upon Berenger's wound. "Such character, it is truly befitting of a warrior like yourself." Berenger was shocked when he heard this. The woman wasn't simply flattering him. She genuinely found his wound attractive. In the next moment, Yasmin lifted the veil from her face and pressed her lips against Berenger's as she shifted into his lap. Hassan looked away awkwardly before coughing slightly. He intended to break the couple apart. After all, he knew where this was headed, and he had wanted to ensure their bond was a bit stronger before he allowed Berenger to bed his sister. Yasmin narrowed her gaze upon her little brother upon hearing this interruption before standing up from Berenger's lap. She was displeased by Hassan's actions. He had pressured her so much into seducing Berenger, and now that she finally had him in her grasp, the fool had interrupted her. Seeing that the atmosphere was ruined, she quickly grabbed a hold of the bottle and thrust it into her brother's hands before rebuking him for his behavior. "Pour your wine yourself." After saying this, she stormed off, leaving Berenger and Hassan alone in awkward silence. Chapter 434. A tacit understanding between two kings over a month had passed since Berenger returned to Granada. During this time, he had spent his days overseeing the reformation of the Granadon royal army. Standing before him was a unit of recruits. The contrast between Berenger's 20th century style apparel and the 16th century Ottoman style armor that the Granadans wore was worlds apart. Despite this, these recruits were in the middle of drilling exercises for the 6th week of basic training. Berenger had drafted a new training regimen based upon the Austrian royal armies. Every soldier went through 10 weeks of basic training, followed by specialized training for their role in the armed forces. For the time being, Granada's military comprised solely of an army. After all, building up a proper navy was a substantial cost, and until Berenger could replace his frigates with more advanced steam-powered and armored steel vessels, he would not part way with any ships within his current fleet. Berenger and Hassan sat back and drank from their wine as they conversed about the ongoing changes in the Granadan Royal Army. With the agricultural improvements we have begun to employ, thanks to your generosity, we are now able to raise a substantially larger force of recruits. We project a standing professional army of 25,000 men within the next 6 months. When armed with the muskets and artillery that you have provided, we will easily defend our borders. However, it will take at least a year to have an army capable of invading Portugal. Do you intend to stay behind during this entire time? Berenger sipped from his wine as he listened to the young sultan speak. After hearing the man's question, he calmly smiled before answering the question. With Austrian support in terms of artillery and reconnaissance, I assure you that the time frame will be significantly reduced. Your 25,000 men will be enough to act as the spearhead into Portugal. As we speak, my forces grow, and I will soon dispatch more artillery brigades to Iberia. However, I will significantly reduce the number of infantry in the field. Now that we have reached peace with Aragon and Castile, there is no need for so many infantry and cavalry stationed in the region. As for me, personally, I still have some work to be done, and I won't be returning home until I have completed it. Hassan smiled when he heard this. He believed that he knew the exact reason as to why Berenger was not ready to return home. Throughout this past month, the young Austrian king and the Princess Granda had grown considerably closer, and yet to Berenger's dismay, he had not been able to seal the deal between himself and Yasmin. Despite this, Hassan believed that Berenger was determined to sleep with his sister, and thus he thought that the man would remain in Granada until this had been accomplished. However, in reality, this was not Berenger's primary reason for staying with Granada. The Austrian king was outright terrified to return home. The reason for this was simple. The moment he arrived at his palace, he would be forced to confront Henrietta's confession and give her an answer. This weighed heavy on his heart, as he had no romantic feelings towards his sister. In Berenger's mind existed a duality of memories from 2 separate lives. He could say that he was no longer simply Julian Weber like he had initially thought upon entering this world. Throughout the years, the memories of the original Berenger had begun to take their hold over his heart, and he had often considered himself an amalgamation of the 2 individuals. Thus, despite having memories of another world, he still thought of Henrietta as his precious little sister and was greatly disgusted by the idea of incest. Despite this natural aversion, another feeling was embedded deep within his heart. Perhaps it was because he never had a sibling in his past life, but the very thought of seeing his precious sister with another man troubled his conscience. He had no idea what to do about this awkward situation that had been forced upon him. Thus, the more time he spent in Granada away from his sister, the better. After all, it would give her the space she needed to think through her incestuous fantasies and would allow him to ignore his complex emotions by thrusting himself into the loving arms of another woman and drowning himself with booze. Thus he had a complicated expression on his handsome face as he answered the Sultan's question and continued to drink from the fortified wine contained within his chalice. Instead, he decided to shift the topic to something of greater interest. So tell me, Hassan, how do your people view their sultan who engages in forbidden behavior? Drinking alcohol, eating bacon? I thought such things were against your faith. The young sultan chuckled upon hearing this before commenting on the social challenges he faced as a secular ruler over a Muslim nation. Every so often, some radical imam rises to a position of prominence in an attempt to unite the ordinary people against me. However, I have no tolerance for zealots and immediately put those fools to the sword. I have seen what madness fanatics will commit in the name of religion and want no part of it. My brother tried to have me eliminated because he thought I was too moderate. Even one of my wives attempted to murder me in cold blood. If not for you, I would be a dead man, my name forever erased from history. Honestly, I never would have had the nerve to challenge religion's stranglehold on my society if not for your German Reformation. I have seen what secular rule free from the command of religious fanatics has done for your kingdom, and I too wish to prosper to such a degree. So, I have begun to implement my social reforms to encourage moderate religious views and secular rule. I may not have the vast knowledge your kingdom has access to, but I, at the very least, can encourage scientific thinking. I won't lie though, there has been some fierce resistance against such things. The older generation clings to their superstitions, but they will be dead soon. I care more about influencing the youth, who will be the future of my realm, than the old fools who cling to the glories of the past. Upon hearing this, Berenger smiled and nodded. Although Hassan was severely lacking in potential as a ruler and a general, it was his moderate views of religion that had made Berenger decide to prop up his state with their alliance. For if he could influence the Islamic world to be more moderate in their views, perhaps the religious extremism of the 21st century would not come to pass in this timeline. However, if Granada were to prosper in the future and become a significant power worthy of Austria's continued support, they would need a leader groomed from birth to an efficient politician and capable general. This man was not Hassan. However, if Berenger were to marry Yasmin through matrilineal marriage, he could potentially place his son with her on the Granadan throne and create a robust and secular sultanate of Al-Andalus. Thus Berenger had a warm smile on his face when he dropped a bombshell on Hassan, one that he was not expecting so soon. Hassan, my friend, you once asked me to unite our houses through marriage. I will admit I was initially hesitant over such a proposal. After all, at the time, I did not have complete control over my household, and my wives can be exceptionally jealous. However, I have become quite fond of your sister during my stay here, and she is not getting any younger. Thus, if you are still interested, I am willing to agree to your proposal, so long as it is via matrilineal marriage. After all, I already have 2 wives in my dynasty, and their children will be contending for my throne. The last thing I need is more competition between my offspring. Hassan did not care that the marriage would be matrilineal. After all, he did not think that far ahead. All he cared about was the long-term alliance between their 2 kingdoms and the fact that his sister was finally about to be wed. Thus the young sultan hastily nodded his head in agreement, unaware of Berenger's true intent behind this marriage proposal. I am still interested. We can host the wedding here in Granada before you return home. I'd love to see the look on your wives' faces when you bring home my sister as your newest bride. Berenger laughed when he heard this. There was another severe advantage to marrying Yasmin and bringing her home to Austria, and that was the fact that such an event would shift his wife's attention away from Henrietta's confession toward this newfound threat, allowing him to ignore the serious problem that lies between himself and his sister for some time. Thus, while the 2 kings were watching the Grandin troops receive their instruction in the art of war, they had come to a tacit understanding that would forever change the landscape of European and global politics. Chapter 435, Fire and Maneuver. Ever since the Austrian intervention in Granada began, the Research and Development Department of the Austrian Royal Armoury had started fiddling around with the designs entrusted to them by their monarch. Months had passed since they first began experimenting, and now at this very moment, they had devised a working prototype of a few weapons that would be crucial to Berenger's long-term plans for conquest, colonization, and defense. The first among these weapons to be tested was sitting on a tripod within the Austrian testing grounds. This weapon was a water-cooled, belt-fed machine gun chambered in a 7.92 by 57 mm Langes-Gur cartridge. It was embedded in a mock trench system within a reinforced cement machine gun nest. This magnificent weapon fed from 250-round stamped steel ammunition belts that could be clipped together for immense volumes of sustained fire. At the moment, a group of weapons specialists began to feed the belt through the other side of the weapon and bowl back on its charging handle, thus sending the ammunition into the battery. Once seated into position, the main gunner rested his feet on the two rear legs of the tripod before gripping the dual wooden handles stationed at the rear of the gun. After taking a deep breath, he aimed down the bore of the weapon towards the target, which was located roughly 1,000 yards away, and pressed the weapon's trigger with his thumbs. The weapon immediately began to chug away as dozens of rounds flew down range and into the targets. With a slight tap of the handle, the weapon could be shifted in either direction to roughly 1/4 of a degree or 15 MOA, which was sufficient enough to stop the advance of any armed force that wished to charge a trench line. In theory, a small number of machine guns and supporting riflemen could effectively stop any charge they encountered. While Berenger was resting in Granada overseeing the training of the Granadine Royal Army, Chancellor Otto von Graz was acting as the witness to this weapons trial alongside several high-ranking officers of the Royal Austrian Army. These men were responsible for testing any weapons developed by the Royal Armories. Today was the first of many trials that these prototype weapons would go through before they could be approved for service. Otto gazed in horror as he witnessed the substantial rate of fire and the devastation caused by the weapon in front of him. While he had long since retired from warfare, it was only now that he fully realized that when armed with such weapons, cavalry would be utterly useless. He could vividly imagine what would happen if the enemy were to attack an Austrian trench line. The sheer volume of death that would occur was unfathomable. The Chancellor wiped the sweat from his brow as he came to this horrifying revelation. This single weapon changed the nature of warfare substantially. The old Chancellor finally understood why Berenger was not the slightest bit worried about defending the borders of Austria from all of its enemies. He also understood why there was an ongoing effort by the Army Corps of Engineers to construct a massive trench system around their borders. If they could place hundreds of these guns and the supporting artillery across their borders, with the necessary soldiers to arm them, there would be no possible way the Crusaders could enter into the Austrian kingdom. Any attempt would be an outright massacre the likes the world has never seen before. With this in mind, Chancellor Otto took a deep breath and exhaled heavily in an attempt to calm his nerves. After doing so, he vocalized the thoughts contained within his mind. "I underestimated you. I see now where your confidence comes from." One of the nearby officers heard this remark and knew very well who he was referring to, as such a broad smile appeared on his face as he boldly announced their plan for border security. These weapons will be going through thorough testing over the next few months. However, if you think this is impressive, wait until you see the improvements to artillery that our scientists have been working on. By the time the Crusaders enter our borders, the 7.5 cm FK-22 guns currently in use will be a thing of the past, delegated to our reserves. The true defense of our borders will be something far grander. Otto shuddered at the thought of an even more excellent artillery piece than what was currently employed by the army. Were the current field guns not enough to strike fear into the heart of every enemy soldier who marched against Austria and all its glory? Indeed, the research and development team was even crazier than Berenger if they wished to replace the currently issued artillery so soon. Despite this natural trepidation towards the idea of such rapid improvement, Otto had to admit the future of Austria was in good hands when he considered that the scientists of the nation were now capable of making improvements to weaponry without the input of their genius monarch. Thus he sighed in relief as he nodded his head before responding. That is good to know. Otto continued to gaze upon the machine gun trials. After thousands of rounds had been fired downrange, they ceased their sustained fire and cleared the weapon. Thinking that the demonstration was over, the Chancellor sighed in relief. However, in the next second, a wicked grin appeared on the officer's face as he pronounced the test of the following weapon. That was the MG-22. It is a heavy machine gun designed with static defense in mind. However, it is not the only machine gun we have developed for use by our army. Next up is the MG-22H. Otto gazed upon the mock trench system that was set up with intrigue. Just what was this next prototype that had been developed? He quickly saw a soldier with a weapon that looked like a rifle on steroids. Unlike the MG-22 heavy machine gun that had just been introduced, this weapon had stock and a visible barrel. However, the barrel was strange to look at from his perspective considering that it was finned. Unlike the needle rifles, which Otto was familiar with, this weapon fed from a 30-round box magazine which was inserted at the top of the gun. Because of this it had offset sights. Before charging the firearm, the soldier who wielded it was quickly rocked and locked the magazine in place. After doing so, he pulled back on the charging handle and began to fire a short burst at a target roughly 300 meters out. After scoring a direct hit on the straw target's breastplate, the soldier selected a nearby target and fired upon it. As he did so, several men armed with the G-22 bolt-action rifles and a squad leader armed with an MP-22 flanked the target with their weapons in hand and bayonets affixed. With the tactics of fire and maneuver ingrained in their minds, these men rapidly advanced on the target and eliminated it. Once the straw dummies representing an enemy squad were destroyed, the machine gunner reloaded his weapon before picking it up and rushing towards another position of cover, where the team repeated their actions. The officers began to clap as they witnessed the demonstration of the new weapons for a squad-level unit and the tactics presented to them. Otto was once more flabbergasted. He could not believe that firearms would advance so much in the past 5 years to the point where the age of knights and chivalry would come crashing down so quickly. He began to say a quick prayer for the souls of the poor fools who would march on Austria at the behest of the Pope and his mad obsession with ending King Berenger's reign. Perhaps Berenger indeed had struck a deal with the devil to change the world by himself so rapidly. It was not something an ordinary man could do. After witnessing the terrifying display of advanced weapons and tactics, Otto sighed to himself before concluding the test. So far, the prototypes had been successful, but they would have to undergo far more rigorous testing if they were to be approved for use in the Austrian Royal Army. He could not begin to imagine what Austria would look like by the time of King Berenger's death. For the first time in his life, Otto had become dismayed by the fact that he would not live to see such a future. He was confident that it would be a glorious sight. However, he would embrace his duty as Chancellor and help his son-in-law run the country for many years to come. Thus, the first extensive test of the next-generation weapons was completed. It would still be a few years before such weapons could be employed en masse. Yet, Otto felt oddly confident in their chances of defending the fatherland from the entire world if such a need should arise. He knew within his heart that he had made an excellent choice in wedding his daughter to his nephew, even if it was initially for a stake in Kufstein's mines so many years ago. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 436, Climbing the Noble Hierarchy. While the Department of Defense belonging to the Kingdom of Austria had begun to test the next-generation weapons designed by their sovereign, the Research and Development Department was working on an exciting piece of artillery. Having received field reports from the lack of support to light infantry units behind enemy lines, Jacob Schmidt, the son of Ludwig Schmidt, had come to the logical conclusion that a form of lightweight and maneuverable artillery capable of being rapidly deployed by a small team of infantrymen needed to be developed. He had delegated the responsibility of his department to the development of Berenger's next-generation weapons designs entirely. At the same time, he worked with his father to develop a new weapon that could be used to fulfill the demands of indirect fire and support. At the moment, a small prototype was sitting on the floor of Ludwig's workshop. It was the 7th prototype designed in the past few months since Berenger left for the war in Iberia. Past designs included miniature cannons that could be taken apart and carried either by horse or on the back of multiple soldiers. However, these devices proved during testing with mountain troops to be exceptionally heavy and took far too long to deploy effectively. Thus, the idea of a pack howitzer was immediately scrapped. Instead, the current prototype in the hands of Ludwig and Jacob was a 27-inch steel tube in a form that was oddly reminiscent of modern mortars from Berenger's past life. This mortar included a base plate for use as a standard infantry mortar that could be quickly detached to lighten the weight. To use the weapon without the base plate, the gun had a handle bolted onto the barrel, and the soldier's foot was used to stabilize the weapon. This lighter-weight variant was designed for use with light infantry and commando units. Depending on whether the base plate was used, this mortar weighed anywhere from 15 to 40 pounds and fired a 60mm high-explosive projectile that had an effective range between 2,187 and 3,500 yards. Of course, this was just a prototype, and it was far from being feasible for actual service. Still, the concept was in place and a prototype had been made. Thus Jacob and his father both had broad smiles on their faces as they gazed upon this brilliant weapon. The old engineer grasped his son on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "I'm proud of you, boy. I thought you were mad when you suggested that we try something other than a lightweight variant of a traditional field gun. However, if this weapon works as well as I think it will, we may have just provided a sufficient level of force to our troops stationed behind enemy lines." Jacob smiled as he heard his father's praise. Throughout his entire life, he had sought to succeed the older man in his endeavors. Over the past 5 years, he had seen his father go from working on trebuchets to breechloaders. The rapid ascent in technology that Austria had progressed to was unfathomable to his young mind. There was only one man responsible for such a thing. It was King Berenger. Without his educational reforms, young men like Jacob would not have the mathematic or scientific knowledge to figure out how to make such advanced weapons. A rising portion of the population was educated to a substantial degree, and brilliant minds were constantly working on expanding upon the knowledge provided to them by their king. Although Berenger was viewed as an intelligent man whose intellect was equal to none within the Kingdom of Austria, he was not omniscient. And thus there were plenty of brilliant minds within the millions of people who inhabited Austria who could add to the ever-increasing pool of knowledge. These two men had contributed substantially to the development of arms for the Kingdom of Austria. Though Ludwig was getting on in years, he was happy to know that his son could continue his legacy and aid the young monarch in his pursuit of power. Thus, Ludwig began to speak to his son with some difficulty. "My boy, I had seen you grow from a gifted but foolish child to a brilliant young man. When you were a kid, we had nothing, and I could barely afford to feed you and your brothers. If not for King Berenger and his educational reforms, I am sure that you would never accomplish much in life. However, look at you now. You have become the head of the Research and Development Department of the Royal Armory. I am proud of you, son. I won't be in this world for much longer, but I am happy to know that His Majesty will have someone greater than myself to rely upon in the future." Jacob had a bitter smile. He was all too aware that the likelihood of his father living much longer was slim. He was already an elderly man and considered exceptionally old in this era. Though there had been a rapid increase in medicine and health, it was unknown just how much that would affect the average lifespan. With a smile on his face, Ludwig began to lecture his son further. "You are a man now, Jacob. It is time for you to get married and have a child of your own. I don't want to die before I meet my grandkids, you little bastard." After saying this, Ludwig lightly smacked his son across the back of his head, breaking the solemn atmosphere that had previously stifled the air. Jacob laughed lightly as he recovered from the impact. Due to his father's actions, his family had become noblemen, even if it was among the lower families. He could finally marry a nice noble girl and start a family. He had been so obsessed with work that he had utterly neglected any form of social function for several years now. Ludwig wore a toothy grin upon seeing his son's reaction as he asked his son an important question. "Now, my boy, is there any girl who has caught your fancy? I can pull a favor with the king to put in a good word for you." Jacob was shocked when he heard this, since when did his father and Berenger have such a good relationship? He was unaware that in the early days of Berenger's ascent to power, the two men were drinking buddies. While he knew that his father had acted as the best man at the king's first wedding, Jacob had assumed that this was simply because Berenger had no friends. This was partially accurate considering all of Berenger's friends were also his subordinates aside from Hassan. After thinking about it for a few moments, Jacob realized that he knew virtually no women, and the ones he did know were already married. Had he really spent his early adulthood absorbed in education and employment? Upon seeing the stunned look on his son's face, Ludwig's expression sank before he dared to ask the question on his mind. "Boy, when was the last time you talked to a woman?" An awkward smile appeared on Jacob's face as he openly admitted his borderline celibate lifestyle. "It has been at least 2 years. Ludwig immediately slapped his forehead as he thought that he had completely and utterly failed as a father. After doing so, raked his fingers over his bottom eyelids before coming to a decision. "All right, I'm a noble now, so it looks like I'm going to have to find you a wife. You're incapable of doing it yourself. Boy, consider this my last gift to you before I depart from this world." Jacob was stunned to see his father willing to go through so much effort so that he could have a grandchild before his death. After all, his brothers were still reasonably young as Ludwig had them late in life. Thus the older man truly believed that his firstborn was his only hope to see such a thing before he passed. Before Jacob could interrupt, Ludwig pulled out a bottle of whiskey that Berenger had gifted him earlier in the year. It was aged for 5 years and was among the first batch of Berenger's distillery. There were very few of these bottles in existence, and most of them were stashed away in the cellar of the royal palace. Ludwig immediately popped open the bottle and poured himself and his son a glass of the fragrant substance. "Boy, I'll have you know that the king owes me a favor. After all, if it weren't for me, he would have died at mining town." "Well, technically, it was that red-headed lass of his who informed me, but still, I was the one who was able to alert Eckhard to muster the militia. I will call in this once-in-a-lifetime favor in an attempt to get him to use his kingly influence to find you a beautiful and well-behaved bride. After all, our family is wealthier than most of the dukes nowadays. You may not be the best-looking man in Austria. Still, when I die, you and your brothers will be among the wealthiest. That alone can probably help you marry some woman from a declining noble family, especially with the king's support." Jacob thought about his father's gesture for a moment before he noticed a severe flaw in this plan. As such, he quickly voiced his concerns. "But father, there are no declining noble families in Austria. With His Majesty's reforms, even those impoverished noble houses have gained significant wealth through the ownership of their lands." Ludwig smiled once more with his signature toothy grin before raising his voice in objection. "Who said anything about marrying an Austrian woman? There are plenty of impoverished noble families in the neighboring kingdoms. I can get His Majesty to give us a much more prestigious title and a plot of land in Switzerland with enough coercion. After all, plenty of noble houses have been wiped out in the region from the War of Independence, and Berenger is still distributing their lands to men of merit from our kingdom. You wait, boy, our house will rise, and perhaps we will even get a new surname befitting of nobles such as ourselves." Jacob stared at his father in disbelief before a wide smile appeared across his face. As he did so, he envisioned himself as a mighty count, or perhaps a duke, with several factories under his command and multiple beautiful wives. He nodded his head before responding to his father's bold claims as he thought about this. "I agree with this vision of the future." Ludwig chuckled before slapping his son on the back. As he did so, he left a parting piece of advice to his son. "Good. Now make sure to work hard, because all of the benefits that I provide our family will fly out the window if you don't prove to be of equal use to our king." Jacob gulped down the saliva pooled in his mouth upon hearing these words. After doing so, he quickly got back to work on his mortar design while his father gazed upon him with pride. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 437, Beachside Relations Months Past, and with it, Berenger's wives came ever close to the due date of their pregnancy. While they were struggling with the thought that they would give birth to their children without their husband present, Berenger was enjoying himself within his manor, which was located on a hill above the beaches of Gibraltar. The first batch of recruits from the Royal Granadon Army had graduated basic training. These soldiers were now undergoing the specialized training necessary to fulfill their position within the armed forces of Granda. During this time, Portugal continued to bleed from the chaos that enveloped its realm, while King Louis struggled to reclaim the lands that were lit ablaze from the warbands of heavily armed brigands that once served him faithfully. The foreign crusaders, comprised of primary peasants who had taken up the call to arms to fight against an unholy alliance between the German Reformation and Islam, found themselves engaged in brutal conflict with the deserters of the Portuguese armies, their numbers drastically reduced and stretched thin across the small kingdom to the west. Currently, Berenger was resting on a wicker sunbathing chair with a parasol over his head and a blended drink in his hands. He was dressed in a pair of hemp shorts and lying next to the Princess of Granada, who wrapped her arms around him with a loving smile. The young couple had become quite fond of one another during this time, and a wedding had been undergoing preparation. Even though Hassan had initially instructed Yasmin to seduce and bed Berenger in an attempt to trap him into marriage, for whatever reason, he had shifted his opinion. Thus, the young couple had not slept together yet, as Hassan insisted that his sister's virtue remain intact until her wedding. Of course, Berenger, an impatient and lust-filled man, had used his vast knowledge to find a way around that rule. Thus he had secretly introduced his newest fiancée to alternative methods so that they may entertain themselves. Therefore they had been spending quite a lot of time together in the Austrian king's beach manor, enjoying each other's bodies in every way that would not violate the princess' apparent virtue. However, all good things must come to an end. As Berenger continued to sip from his drink, a servant rushed forward and handed him a letter. Contained within this document was the news that the time for their wedding had arrived. It was just in time, too. Seeing as how the Granadon troops and Austrian artillery were about ready to deploy into Portugal for the sake of their conquest. Thus Berenger got up from his seat and looked over his bride-to-be as he commented, "It appears we are required within the capital. The wedding is fully prepared and awaiting our arrival." When Yasmin heard this, a sly smile spread across her beautiful face as she teased her fiancé. "So you're not going to invite your other wives or your family for this occasion?" Berenger chuckled when he heard this and grabbed a hold of the woman's plump rear, bringing her closer into his embrace. "I am pretty sure those girls would try to kill you out of jealousy if I brought them to our wedding. I am also certain that my family would not easily approve of me marrying a Moorish woman. Thus I won't request their attendance. Besides, I'd like to see the look on those bitches' faces when I bring home a foreign woman as my war bride." Yasmin immediately shoved Berenger aside and climbed on top of his lap. Her bountiful breasts were barely contained by the thin fabric that comprised her bikini. Under Berenger's orders, he had made her a rather skimpy swimsuit for use around his manor and private beach. As she pressed him down beneath her weight, she flicked him on the forehead before lecturing him. "I am not your war bride." Berenger chuckled in response and kissed her on the lips, his tongue parting through its entrance and intertwining with hers. After doing so, he released himself and laughed softly before responding. I am at war, and I am marrying you while away from home. Thus you are my war bride. Yasmin merely scoffed at this before wiping back the bangs from her forehead. As she did so, she reached into the young Austrian king's shorts with a wicked smile on her face. How about we have a quick one before the road? Berenger smiled as he heard this before giving a command to his servant nearby. Fetch the olive oil. And quickly. Upon hearing this, the servant nodded before running off to the manor and returning with a bottle of olive oil. He did not know why Berenger had requested such a thing so suddenly, but he was quickly dismissed by the Austrian king and ordered not to return. After this, Berenger made sure he was alone with the Granadon princess before he pulled down her bikini bottom and filled his hands with olive oil before applying it to her tan plump. After playing around with her cheeks for a while, he slid his oily fingers into the hole where he began to apply the oil to her innards, making sure it was fully prepped for what was to come. The busty Granadon princess bit her lips as she moaned in pleasure. After a while, she could no longer contain her lust and broke her silence. Put it in. Berenger chuckled as he heard this. It had been a few months since he began training her hole for his use, and now it would appear that the woman was addicted to it. However, he was not ready yet. He quickly pulled down his shorts and put his member in front of her face. Like a bitch in heat, Yasmin immediately knew what to do as she placed the object of her desire into her mouth and took it to its base repeatedly. By now, she was so experienced with this act that she no longer gagged upon reflex. Only after he was well prepared did Berenger turn the woman around and slowly slide his shaft into her rear. The moment he did so, her lower lips gushed in orgasm. Berenger was not surprised. Out of all of his girls, Yasmin was what he would call a squirter. Thus he thought nothing of it and immediately began to thrust his hips back and forth like a piston. The more he did so, the louder the princess's moans became. Fearing that he would attract the attention of his servants, Berenger pressed the woman's pretty face into the soft sand of the beach and began to exaggerate his movements even further. Despite the rough treatment, Yasmin only grew wetter as she climaxed once more. Berenger himself was not even close to finishing. As such, he gave the princess no reprieve as he continued his sexual act. While this was ongoing, he gripped the woman's substantial breasts and hung onto them as he pumped his hips. The soft flesh filled up his hands and felt as if they were overflowing from his grasp as he did so. Yasmin's stomach was flat and slightly toned despite her substantial bust and broad hips. She carried all of her weight in her breasts and rear, making her a beautiful woman to the eyes of a man like Berenger. After making love in an unorthodox method for well over an hour, Berenger finally reached his conclusion, where he pulled out his shaft and shot his liquid all over her pretty, tanned face. The sight instantly turned him on more. Unfortunately, they did not have the time to go multiple rounds. Thus the young Austrian king immediately rose from his seat and gave the princess some advice as he set forth to the manor. Clean yourself up. Afterward, we will depart for the capital. Yasmin was in a state of total bliss and could barely comprehend his words. As such, she lied naked on the beach for well over 10 minutes before rising from her position and cleaning herself off in the sea. After doing so, she returned to the manor and dressed in something far more appropriate. Thus, the young couple departed towards the city of Córdoba, where their wedding would be held. Their little romantic adventure on the beach would remain unknown by the various powers, thus securing her alleged chastity and allowing Berenger to fulfill the terms of his agreement with the young Sultan Hassan. When they finally arrived within the gates of the city of Córdoba, several days would have passed, and the couple would be quickly rushed to their wedding. After all, there was a war to be fought, and the Granadon troops were just about ready to see combat. The duty of a king was never complete, and Berenger was just happy that he could avoid his troubling emotions for the time being in the arms of a beautiful woman. When he finally returned home from Austria, he knew that he would have created more trouble than if he had denied his relationship with Yasmin. Then again, that was a worry for another time. Vital Illustrations, Web Audio Channel Announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Please visit my Patreon page at chapter 438. Granadon Wedding. Berenger stood in the middle of the Mosque of Córdoba dressed within the traditional wedding attire of the people of Al-Andalus. He felt out of his element, as he was not accustomed to dressing in such an Eastern sense of fashion. Regardless, he went along with the ceremony as he felt it would be rude to deny the customs of his newest wife and her people. He waited on the arrival of his beautiful bride as he gazed upon the magnificent architecture, which was a testament to the supremacy of the ancient state of Al-Andalus. If not for this war, the city and this treasure of a holy site would not have fallen back into the hands of the Moorish people of Iberia. In a way, Berenger was directly responsible for this event by propping up and aiding the once declining state of Granada. However, he felt it was fair, in this timeline, the Hagia Sophia remained in the hands of Christendom. Thus it was only natural that the Islamic people maintain their control over the Great Mosque of Córdoba. As he waited for the bride to arrive, the young monarch stood next to his generals Arnulf and Adelbrand. The two men were dressed up in their most luxurious service dress for this occasion. Though Berenger wanted to do this event secretly, he needed 2 male witnesses, as was the tradition for an Islamic wedding. Thus he selected his 2 generals and bound them to secrecy under pain of death. After all, Berenger had yet to announce to his troops that he would be marrying the Granadon princess, let alone his family back home. Though Berenger had fostered secularism and religious moderation within his own kingdom, he knew there would be more than a few people who despised the idea of a Christian king marrying a Muslim princess. Especially his brides. He had not even told them he had taken on another lover while away at war, let alone that he had agreed to marry her. The entire thing was rather sudden, if not for the fact that the Kingdom of Portugal was rapidly descending into lawlessness. He might have been on the front lines within the borders of Portugal at this moment, and unable to get close to Yasmin. However, when left to his own devices, he naturally spent his time with a foreign beauty and thus had grown quite fond of the woman. Recognizing the need for more control over his ally to the west, Berenger had hatched a plan to place his progeny with the Granadon princess on the throne. At the moment, none of that was important within the mind of the young king. Instead, what truly mattered at the moment was that he would be marrying a beautiful woman of significantly more emotional maturity than his current, younger brides. After all, what man didn't want a mature beauty among his harem? After a while, everyone had arrived, and the bride was brought up to the groom by her brother. Since her father was already deceased, it was up to Hassan as the head of their house to give Yasmin away to Berenger. Yasmin was dressed in a Tyrian purple and gold kaftan, with a matching headdress and her usual face veil concealing her beauty. Berenger was dressed in similar colors, in the Moorish style of fashion. As she stood next to Berenger in front of the podium, the couple signed their names on the marriage contract. After doing so, the Imam said a brief sermon about the holy texts of Islam, particularly pertaining to marriage, and then ceased. Unlike in a Christian wedding, it was not acceptable for the groom and bride to kiss during the ceremony, which would have to wait until after they were alone. After concluding the brief ceremony, the gathered procession, who were essential members of Granadon society, returned to the Palace of Córdoba, which currently acted as the residence of Hassan, so long as he stayed within the city. A feast began with all kinds of food being brought out. Berenger enjoyed the exotic dishes while drinking from a glass that contained fruit juice. Unfortunately for him, he was not allowed to drink at this event. After all, even though he may not be Muslim, the people who surrounded him were, and to make a good impression on his allies, he abstained from his usual vice. Adelbrand and Arnulf began to converse with Berenger as he sat at the table next to his newest bride. A few days prior, they were made aware of Berenger's marriage to the Granadon princess. However, after removing her face veil at the wedding ceremony, they were shocked to see that she was such divine beauty. They instantly grew jealous of Berenger for adding another gorgeous woman to his harem. Arnulf was the first to speak to his monarch as he congratulated him upon his newest marriage with a bit of a bitter expression on his face. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have claimed yet another bride for yourself and with it, secured a long-term alliance with Granada." Berenger chuckled as he silently nodded in response. While he did so, he eyed Hassan. The man had a giddy smile on his face as he played with an exquisitely crafted 1422 service revolver. The gift that Berenger had decided to give his bride's family was such a weapon. This pistol, in particular, was a work of art, as it utilized handcrafted ivory grips, which contained a golden 24K gold coin inscribed with the Granadon coat of arms within the center of the grips. The blued steel metalwork was embellished with a sleek gold damascene finish, fit for a king. As for the hammer and trigger, they were fully covered in 24K gold plating. Berenger had become so fond of this pistol, which he had ordered to be manufactured during the months of his tenure in Granada, that he had a matching revolver made for himself that acted as a symbol of the two nations' unity. The only difference between his revolver and the one gifted to the Sultan was that his weapon had a golden coin that contained the crest of Austria embedded within its ivory grips. Not only were these revolvers beautiful pieces of art, but they were also entirely functional firearms. The Sultan eventually walked over to his new brother-in-law and thanked him for his gift. "My brother, this is an excellent weapon. I look forward to testing it shortly." Berenger laughed at this. He knew that neither Hassan nor his people would be capable of reproducing such an advanced weapon anytime soon. As such, he was more than happy to gift a single revolver and a small amount of ammunition to keep his new brother-in-law happy. Thus he smiled and responded to the man he could now call brother. "You are most welcome. I too am a lover of firearms, especially ones as beautiful as yours. I'll have you know I was so impressed with the end product that I had a matching revolver made for myself that has only a minor alteration to the coat of arms embedded in the grips." Hassan nodded as he heard this. It was appropriate for the two kings to have such masterful works of art. Thus he patted Berenger on the shoulder and said in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear, "Have fun breaking in my sister tonight. I promise you that she is a virgin." Berenger rolled his eyes at such an inappropriate comment. He was already well aware of this fact as he had seen her naked many times and had even played with the other orifices of her body. However, he did look forward to finally entering that previously forbidden cave of wonders. Thus he smiled and nodded his head while replying, "I look forward to it." After speaking with the Sultan and his guests for some time, Berenger and Yasmin retired to their bedchambers, where they were eager to strip their clothes and consummate their marriage. After fully undressed, Yasmin laid on the soft mattress with her legs spread as she uttered the words, "Come, my husband, claim what is rightfully yours." Berenger gulped the saliva that had pooled up in his mouth as he witnessed the sight and hopped into action. He immediately started by stimulating her moist cavern with his tongue as she did the same to him. After they were both prepared, he took the first plunge into her depths and felt a state of bliss overtake him as he did so. Taking a woman's virginity was always an intense pleasure to a conqueror like the Austrian king. After fully committing himself to his new wife, the young couple would continue to screw like rabbits for the remainder of the night. After all, Berenger wanted to imprint his mark on his woman's womb fully and hopefully impregnate her in the process. Yasmin would find herself having difficulty walking for days to come by the time the morning came. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 439. Preparing for the invasion of Portugal, Berenger gazed down the tangent sights of the rifle in his hands. He quickly pulled the bolt back before slamming it home. If there were a round chambered in this weapon, it indeed would have been ejected with this motion. However, it was empty, and thus nothing had occurred. As the bolt moved rearward and forward in a smooth motion, the sheet metal dust cover attached to the bolt followed it throughout its entire journey. After gazing upon the pristine bluing on the steel parts of the rifle, which were matched with a fine walnut stock, Berenger realized that he may have gone too far with the quality of these weapons. Regardless, he was well pleased with the result of his designs that had finally made their way into the front lines of Iberia. This weapon was the Gur 22, primarily based upon the Kar 98K from his previous life. Though, he had taken some creative liberties to ensure that it met his sense of aesthetics. Aside from that, there were some minor functional improvements, but overall it was a superior combat rifle to what his soldiers were currently equipped with. This rifle was just one of many that had made their way from Austria's factories to the Emirate of Granada. Weeks had passed since Berenger had married Princess Yasmin, and the day for the invasion of Portugal drew near. So much so that he could not enjoy a brief period of respite with his newest wife. As the Royal Granadan army became more self-sufficient, the Austrian soldiers who supported them began to withdraw back to the fatherland. By now, all that remained of Austria's forces within the region were the 1st Cavalry Brigade and the 1st Artillery Brigade. There were also those few individuals from the Jaeger Regiment who were still operating deep behind enemy lines, providing reconnaissance to the Triple Alliance. In the place of the Austrians, the bulk of the forces that would be partaking in combat operations within the Kingdom of Portugal was that of the Granadans and Byzantines. With the three nations combined, it was an army of about 50,000 men in total. While Berenger had initially planned to leave behind a larger contingent of infantry to aid his allies, the reality was that it was simply unnecessary. The Kingdom of Portugal was lit ablaze from the conflict between the impoverished Portuguese crown and the various deserters who had taken up arms as brigands and highwaymen to extort the people of Portugal for all their worth. Unfortunately for King Louis, his treasury was emptied mainly by members of his council who had fled to either Castile or Morocco to start a new life. Even his marshal had run away from his responsibilities in fear of an Austro-Granadan invasion. Thus Berenger was confident that 50,000 men with the support of artillery and cavalry would be more than enough to overcome the army of crusading peasants who accompanied the remainder of the Portuguese army. After all, their ranks were heavily depleted in the fight against the Portuguese deserters. After carefully inspecting the weapon, Berenger shoved it into the hands of the colonel, who was tasked with leading the 1st Cavalry Brigade. The Austrian king gave his loyal officer an order as he did so. "Ensure that our troops are well trained with these weapons before we march on Portugal. I want our cavalry to be able to shoot and reload while on the move." The colonel quickly saluted his king before responding in the affirmative. "Yes, Your Majesty." With that said, Berenger smiled before dismissing the colonel. When the officer was finally out of sight, the Austrian king gazed upon the crates which contained weapons as a brilliant idea appeared in his mind. Since he would be fighting this war as a member of the cavalry, it was best to practice before the violence had begun. Thus he instantly grabbed a hold of a rifle from one of the crates. After doing so, he checked some of the nearby casks, where he found one that contained several Spam cans of ammunition. Berenger proceeded to open these Spam cans and loaded the steel stripper clips with the ammunition. Once this had been achieved, he placed the clips into his leather webgear before slinging in his rifle on his back. Having prepared himself for the task ahead, Berenger traveled to the royal palace of Granada, where he entered the stables. Inside, these stables contained a proud Iberian stallion. One could say this blood bay horse was a predecessor to the infamous Andalusian breed from Berenger's past life. The young Austrian king quickly attached a saddle to the horse before placing his foot within the stirrup and dragging himself on top of it. This red horse was named Glory, and it was a gift given to him by Hassan during Berenger's wedding to the Granadon princess. Berenger had owned many mounts over the years since Erwin's death at the Battle of Oberstdorf. Yet until now, he had never come across a steed as fine as this. Glory was a warhorse that was born and bred for a single purpose: battle. After mounting his steed, Berenger rode towards the training grounds where his cavalry was getting acquainted with the new weapons. 5,000 men and their horses began to load their guns as they jumped over obstacles and fired at straw targets with their new bolt-action rifles. They immediately ceased their activities when they witnessed their king in front of them. Berenger did not waste time. He quickly unslung his rifle, where he reached into his web gear and pulled out a stripper clip that contained 5 rounds of 7.92 by 57 mm LG, where he placed the stripper clip into the action of his rifle and loaded the weapon. After doing so, he pushed the bolt forward, which instantly sent the stripper clip flying off of the gun and onto the ground below. After doing this, he ushered Glory forward, where he proceeded to aim the rifle while charging towards his target, with the reins in one hand that was also grabbing a hold of the rifle's friend. The Austrian king skillfully fired his shot into the target before quickly pulling the bolt back and chambering another round. He fired another projectile downrange as he did so, narrowly missing his next target. He continued to ride his mount into combat while firing his 5 shots into their targets. His soldiers gazed upon him in awe before following suit. During this time, Berenger would spend several hours instructing his soldiers on using the new weapons and how to use them as cavalry effectively. By the time he finished this action, he had returned to the Granadon Palace and locked Glory away in the stables. He entered the main building to see his newest wife waiting for him. She had a warm smile on her pretty face as she quickly approached him and kissed him on the lips. "Husband, you are finally home." Berenger smiled as he received such a special greeting before resting his hands around the woman's waist. It was a pity that the invasion of Portugal was around the corner, or else he would surely take the woman on a honeymoon. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't taken any of his wives on such an essential aspect of their marriage. He swore then and there that he would need to do so in the future when he was given the opportunity. For now, he would have to make do and entertain his wife in the bedroom. As such, he grabbed a hold of her without saying a word and dragged her up to the bedroom, where the couple would engage in intimate relations for the rest of the night. After all, war was around the corner, and soon Berenger would be away from her arms. Thus he wanted to make the most of what little time he had available to him to engage in worldly pleasures with a foreign beauty. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 440. Empire in the east. On the other side of the globe, far away, lies a mighty empire. Within its borders was the ancient city of Nanjing. While Berenger was waging war against the Catholic kingdoms of Iberia, the Ming dynasty saw an unprecedented time of peace and prosperity. However, despite this, its emperor had recently passed away, leaving his son and heir, a 10-year-old boy named Julie, as the de facto ruler of China. This boy was currently tapping his finger repeatedly on the armrest of his chair with a disgruntled expression on his face. His mother, who was the Empress Dowager, was, in reality, the true power behind the throne. Julie was merely a puppet for her, and he knew it. Because of this, the woman was standing away from her son, scolding one of the admirals beneath his command. Julie secretly eavesdropped on their conversation in silence. "You have brought this rusted, old piece of junk from your travels and demand to show it to the emperor? I will not allow you to put fanciful ideas of a mysterious and powerful barbarian kingdom to the west in the emperor's head." The admiral immediately began to protest against the Empress Dowager and spoke in contrast to her harsh words. This is a vital piece of military technology, far more advanced than our hand cannons. Supposedly, the kingdom it was captured from has employed these weapons in the thousands. If we do not learn to replicate this firearm, then I foresee that our army will eventually fall behind those Western kingdoms. The Empress Dowager scoffed at this comment before reprimanding the admiral for his seemingly preposterous insinuation. You are an admiral, not a general. It is not your job to think about the affairs of the army. You overstep your bounds, Lin Feng. When Julie heard these words, his brows peaked with interest. As far as he was aware, the world revolved around the Ming dynasty. The idea that some barbarians had created a powerful kingdom intrigued his young mind, almost as if it were something out of a fictional tale. Thus the boy emperor called out to his mother and admiral with an excited tone in his voice. Bring the item to me, and I will determine whether or not it is of any value. Though the Empress Dowager may be the true power behind the throne, Julie was still the public face, thus his mother was forced to respect his position. As such, the Empress Dowager scowled for but a moment before she put on a motherly facade. The admiral known as Lin Feng instantly walked towards the young emperor, where he held onto a blanket. Inside this blanket was a powerful weapon from the west that he had encountered on his travels with the great fleet of the Ming dynasty. Lin Feng knelt before his emperor and unwrapped the silk blanket to reveal a battle-worn firearm. This firearm was none other than an arquebus used by the Byzantine armies on the field of battle in North Africa. Julie gazed upon this device with excitement as he inquired about its origin and function. What is this, and where did you find it? With a stoic expression on his face, Lin Feng began to spin a grand tale about how he came across such a mighty weapon from the west. You see, Your Majesty, as you know, I have been leading your great treasure fleet across the oceans in an attempt to spread the glory of our empire. While far away in a land known as the Timurid Empire, I came across a nobleman who was more than happy to pay tribute to you. He gave me this firearm, which he claims was employed in a great battle in the land known as Egypt. It had been acquired by a lowly scavenger whose name remains unknown. However, this man sold the weapon, and it eventually made its way to the Timurid nobleman. Supposedly, it was employed by a great kingdom known as Byzantium. However, the nobleman who gave me this weapon assured me that it was not constructed in Byzantium, but even further west in the lands known as Europe. Where precisely this weapon was manufactured, the Timurid nobleman is unsure of. Still, wherever it was built, it is said that it is a kingdom where rivers of molten steel flow through its capital city, and technology is advanced to the level that rivals the gods. The Empress Dowager immediately scoffed at this notion. This entire story was simply ludicrous. She could hardly believe the admiral had bought into such ridiculous rumors. As for Julie, his eyes were sparkling with delight as he asked for further information on the weapon. So, how does this weapon work? Lin Feng began to describe the weapon's function with a smile on his face. First, one fills the bore of this firearm with powder, followed by a lead ball. Then, after they have packed it down with the ramrod, they light a match, which is attached to this hook. After doing so, they fill powder in this pan and then pull this lever here, which sends the match onto the pan, igniting the gunpowder and propelling the lead ball downrange. Supposedly, it renders any form of armor utterly useless at close range. The young emperor had an excited expression on his face as he envisioned this weapon in use. As such, he quickly made a decree that was much to his mother's ire. We must replicate this weapon and see if it truly lives up to the tales. Send word to the army. I want them to study and reproduce this weapon as quickly as possible. The admiral smiled upon hearing the emperor take his side. After doing so, he gave a smug glance over to the Empress Dowager, where he continued boasting of his victory in silence. The boy's mother struggled to contain her nerves as she witnessed this. However, ultimately, she managed to calm her wrath before commenting on the matter to her son. "If that is what the emperor wishes, then I will make sure it is done." However, Julie gazed upon his mother with contempt as he countered her words. "No, mother, you are much too busy aiding me in managing the realm. I will leave this matter to the military." For but a brief second the Empress Dowager gave her son a murderous glare that the boy emperor met with one of his own. However, in the very next moment, she returned to her loving facade and nodded her head in silence. "Very well, if that is what you want, so be it." After saying this, Empress Dowager departed, leaving her son by his lonesome. As for Admiral Linfeng, he was dismissed by Julie shortly after. The boy sat upon the dragon throne, contemplating how to retain the power bestowed upon him by the heavens. If he left his mother to her own devices, she would usurp what little authority remained in his hands. After a few moments of silence, the emperor sighed and rose to his feet. After doing so, he departed from the throne room, where he proceeded down a hallway in the royal palace. Eventually, he came across a small room in the corner of the building. Julie hesitated for a few moments before knocking on the door. A weak and timid voice called out from the other side. There was a hint of fright in its tone as the words resounded throughout the corridor. "Who is it?" Julie gulped the saliva that had pooled up in his mouth before hardening his resolve. After doing so, he called out to the anxious voice behind the door. "It is Julie." He could hear the fear in the voice wash away as the door suddenly opened and revealed a 6-year-old girl who practically looked like a porcelain doll. This girl had albinism and thus had pale skin, white hair, and pink eyes. A warm smile was on her face as she latched onto the emperor before saying the words, "Big brother is back." The boy emperor patted his little sister on the head and entered the room, shutting the door behind him. After entering, he sat down, while the young girl prepared him some tea. After doing so, she sat down across from her brother with a happy smile on her face. It had been some time since her precious big brother had come to visit her, and thus she was filled with joy at the moment, that is until he asked the question on his mind. "How has mother been treating you, Jiali?" The moment the girl named Jiali had heard this, her expression sank, and her glance shifted away from her brother's eyes. That action alone was enough to give the boy emperor an answer. His fists curled with rage as he understood what had transpired in his absence. The poor girl had suffered their mother's abuse and neglect for too long. Upon seeing her brother was angry, the small girl known as Jiali grasped a hold of his hand with her own 2 dainty paws and gazed upon him with a bittersweet smile. "I'm okay." Upon hearing this, Julie could no longer contain the tears in his eyes and immediately latched onto his little sister before making her a solemn vow. "When I am older and have taken back the power of the throne, I promise I will make that woman pay for what she had done to you." The young girl had a bitter smile on her doll-like face as she held onto her brother, comforting him. It would be well over an hour before the boy emperor emerged from his sister's room. When he did so, there was a hint of newfound purpose in his eyes. He had concluded that if he wished to end his mother's tyranny, he would need the backing of the army. Luckily for him, a new and powerful invention had just entered his hands. Unknowingly, by virtue of providing weapons to his allies, Berenger's influence had begun to spread to the Far East. It would be some time before Berenger's future empire encountered the Ming dynasty. When it finally did, there would be monumental changes to the timeline that was partially a result of his interference in this world. Vital illustrations, please visit my Patreon page at chapter 441. The horsemen of war. The day had finally come. Berenger sat on the black leather saddle of his horse, whose name was Glory. In his hand was a hemp cigarette which he smoked to calm his anxiety. Trailing behind him was an army of 50,000 men who had just breached the Portuguese border without incident. The young Austrian king was dressed unusually. He did not choose his everyday field uniform as he led his cavalry. Instead, he wore the uniform of the Austrian Hussars, which was based upon the uniforms issued to German Hussars during the Great War of his past life. Atop his head was a fur hat, which in its center there was a bold Totenkopf emblazoned upon it. This hat was inspired by the legendary Death's Head Hussars of his past life and was the standard uniform of all Hussars within his army's ranks. As for the weapons they were equipped with, a G-22 rifle slung around their backs and a cavalry saber strapped to their waists. Berenger was supplied similarly, fully prepared to engage in combat with the enemy wherever they might appear. The majority of the army was comprised of Granadon and Byzantine infantry. As for the Austrian soldiers, all that remained within the Iberian Peninsula were 2 brigades, one of cavalry and another of artillery. Other units that still existed in the field were specialized soldiers embedded deep behind enemy lines, accurately assessing the enemy forces and their positions. As glory strode forth, showing off its beautiful red coat, the Strategos Palladius Angelus rode next to the Austrian king. As he gazed upon the eager expression on Berenger's face and that of the Austrian cavalry, which displayed their inherent bloodlust, he began to quote scripture. "And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another, and there was given unto him a great sword." Berenger reflected on this for a brief moment before chuckling. As he did so, he began to make a jest towards the aging general from the east. "Are you implying that I am the horseman of war?" Palladius gazed upon the scene of the mighty army that had gathered for a single purpose, to destroy the kingdom of Portugal, and nodded his head with a stoic expression before speaking his thoughts on the matter. "If the shoe fits." This response immediately caused Berenger to laugh as he looked back upon his army. He raised his sword in the air and encouraged his cavalry with a sarcastic command. "You hear that, boys? I am the horseman of war. So, ensure that no flesh is spared." The cavalrymen among Berenger's ranks began to break out into the laughter as they heard this jest. If their king was the horseman of war, that meant they were an army of the damned. As for the Granadon and Byzantine troops, they had a less enthusiastic response to Berenger's sense of humor. After all, unlike the Austrian soldiers, these men were very superstitious and steadfast in their religious beliefs. Thus they sat in silence as they prayed to their respective deities for forgiveness. With a foreboding aura, the army of the Triple Alliance marched into the Kingdom of Portugal without incident. It did not take long for conflict to begin. Berenger's army had advanced so rapidly that they had wholly caught the brigand warbands who occupied the southern Portuguese villages off guard. The moment they gazed upon the massive army on the horizon, the deserters and criminals began to flee for their lives. However, Berenger refused to allow the men to retreat. As such, he unslung his rifle and flipped off the safety as he aimed down his sights at a man roughly 300 yards out. He silently squeezed the trigger, and the thunder of his rifle went downrange and through the back of the fleeing criminal. Blood splattered onto the land, and the projectile pierced through the hostile target's armor as if it were butter before embedding itself in the bloody mud below. With this action, Berenger gave his order to the Austrian cavalry. "Kill them all. Leave no brigand alive." With this command, the 5,000 Austrian cavalrymen charged forth with their weapons in hand, rapidly firing and reloading their new weapons on the move, gunning down the few hundred brigands without any form of mercy. In the end, the deserters of the Portuguese army who had formed a small war band and occupied this land were gunned down without mercy. As Berenger rode into the village and gazed upon their corpses, he spat upon the corpse of one of the slain men before commenting on the matter. "Not even worth their weight in piss." Palladius gazed upon Berenger as he heard this with a weary expression. The infantry had not even fired a shot, yet the cavalry had so quickly slain the warband that occupied this village. As he could see, The villagers had been mistreated during the occupation of the brigands. Those who weren't outright slain or raped huddled in fear of what the Austrians might do to them. Upon seeing this, the strategos of the Balkans quickly asked what Berenger intended to do with them. What will happen to the villagers? Berenger glanced over at the aging general from the east and responded with a stoic expression. Leave them be, they pose no threat, and there are no longer any hostiles within the village. There is no purpose for a senseless slaughter of innocents. For all his bluster, the Austrian king abided by his own rules of war. Thus, under his command, the Austrian soldiers treated the villagers they came across rather cordially, offering medical assistance and spare supplies to the people who suffered under the collapse of their kingdom. After treating the civilians, the army continued on their journey. Along the way, they came across many villages in similar situations. Under Berenger's orders, the brigands and deserters who occupied these villages were slaughtered without the slightest hint of mercy. As for the villagers, if they did not resist the invasion, they were spared and treated well. Eventually, the army of the Triple Alliance finally came across a sizable force located within the walls of the city of Faro. Despite the bankruptcy of the crown, mayors of local towns managed to maintain some degree of wealth and control over their city and their garrisons. Upon seeing the Austrian army enter its borders, the garrison of the city was immediately on alert as they began to load their trebuchets for war. However, against the superior firepower and range of the Austrian artillery, such weapons were useless. Berenger had a wide grin on his face as he gazed through his binoculars and witnessed the sight of the enemy preparing for combat. If they had outright surrendered, he would have been disappointed. However, by loading their trebuchets, the enemy declared their intent to resist. As such, the Austrian king ordered the 1st Artillery Brigade to set up their guns and bombard the city's walls. The soldiers of the Triple Alliance waited on standby as the 7.5 centimeters FK-22 cannons were set up into position and loaded. After a few moments, the first barrage of cannons went off. As their roars filled the sky, the shells rained down upon the medieval walls. In a blast of hellish fire, the once mighty stone walls immediately crumbled upon the impact of the high-explosive shells utilized by the Austrian army. Though Palladius had heard rumors of how effective the new Austrian cannons were, he had never witnessed their destructive power until now. He gazed in awe as he saw the city's walls come crumbling down from a single barrage. He immediately dreaded the possibility of war with Austria and thanked God that the princess had married this cruel and brutal man. For under the fire of such overwhelming force, even the mighty Theodosian walls, which had stood the test of time, would fall apart as if they were made of mud. However, the artillery did not stop with a single barrage. They instantly loaded the 2nd barrage and fired another 70 shells into the city with a complete and total disregard for life and property. Berenger had devised his own rules of war. Among these rules was the stipulation that his soldiers were not allowed to massacre unarmed civilians. However, this law was limited. For example, collateral damage was wholly disregarded. In Berenger's mind, the primary objective of war should be to wage it in the most efficient manner possible, ensure the quickest victory, and maintain minimal casualties among his troops. Thus, shelling an enemy position was considered valid and lawful even if civilians were harmed in the process. Destroying an enemy-occupied city, which would otherwise result in intensive urban warfare and massive casualties among his troops, was also considered valid regardless of how many civilians lived there. After all, he had witnessed the inefficiency of the American military in the Middle East as they risked their soldiers' lives in an attempt to limit civilian casualties of the enemy state. In his past life, thousands of American men had died when a carpet bombing of a hostile-occupied city could have easily handled the situation. Thus the shelling contained, as hundreds of shells were launched upon the city, devastating its garrison and civilian population. After roughly 1,000 shells were fired on the city, Berenger held up his hand, signaling the artillery to cease their operations. After doing